7-8, Ludovica just edged out ahead. Yep. So this is likely to be a very tight game today to see who makes it further into the upper bracket.
That's exactly it. And I mean, the fact that it's a close first time in a best of one, that is one story. Now we're in best of three. So it's all about adaptations, learning, figuring things out. I'm excited, okay? I did a little bit of research because I honestly don't know much about this region or these two teams. And on the notes, on the paper, I have a slight favorite towards Ludovica here myself. Their operator bands, how they've been playing, etc. But it is literally anyone's game. Ludovica, of course, in the first map, got the advantage. They're starting on defense on Consulate, a much more favorable side, if you will. And they can get comfortable. As Gustin was talking about, if they have a slow start, maybe they can choke it out. When you start defense, I expect to get at least, 4 rounds on the board.
Yeah, and the winner of this game will go further into the bracket to play Enterprise later on today, the #1 seed in the league. So there's a lot riding on this. Of course, this is not quite do or die yet. This is a double elimination bracket, but getting up into the upper bracket nice and early would certainly be a huge boost for these teams. This is by far like the easiest match that these teams are going to have. So you really need to jump on it while you can.
Let's see what we can see.
Let's see, speaking of jumping, look at this, teams. We got the Grim, the Glass, the Blackbeard, the Amaro, Candelas in hand, ready to go. This could just be a first round in through con window, going for a straight planned aggressive attack. If that's the case, we're starting off very hot. CS still not quite ready, still waiting for the right positions, but they're almost there. These smokes, once they go, surely that'll be the sign.
Here comes the flashes. Hunter with Diffuser on the Amaru right now. There's a player just around the corner as he jumps up. Jackenna is the first one to fall, and Hunter shortly after from Physics, who seemed completely prepared for what was going on. Neptune does trade him, and there is an entry into the building after the trades. It's a 1 versus 2 for Lunchbox, and he does not survive. Goof to put the final nail in the coffin, and what was a very quick execute for Ludovica.
So fast. It started off on the wrong foot, right? 2 attackers die very early, Diffuser down the ground, and I'm thinking it's not gonna work out. But then the trading game, the CEO repel from the Grim, getting that 2-piece really opened things up. It's again, we start off on a note where what the hell is going on? There's no pressure from Circular Spheres anywhere on the map. We're playing CEO window, Yellow Scarlet, and on that, meeting window repel. There is a very clear sign there from the attackers of what they're going to be doing because they're nowhere. And yet, Ludovica lost the individual gunfights and with that the round.
Yeah, genuinely I don't know how that happened because the first thing I saw was 2 players from Ludovica found kills. CS lost Hunter, who was the one that repelled in on the Amaru with the Diffuser. And then out of nowhere, it's a 2v1 in favor of CS. How on earth did that happen?
Yep. Sometimes this is how it goes. I mean, in the end, we always say this. Siege is a, strategical, tactical, execute, whatever game. But at the end of the day, it's an FPS. Shoot the head, win the gunfight. You will eventually win the round and get those 5 kills on the board. And that is exactly what CS got done in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for people that have just tuned in to APL for the first time on the Rainbow Six channel for this year, welcome on in. Of course, as Rob and the guys on the desk said, new format. The rest of this league, the regular season, the round robin phase, has already been played out on the co-streamers channels, and now we're into the playoffs. This is where we fight for all the marbles, and we've had quite a long time since we had an official Oceania broadcast here on the main channel for these teams. And so there's been a whole slew of roster changes. This Ludovica roster in particular is brand new, and they look to fight back early on. Box straight up with the question mark after taking down Jackenna very early on. Former teammates as well, the 2 of them.
What? That's unlucky. You hate to see it, right? You're Blackbeard, you're chilling, you're literally unkillable. You go to ADS and shoot the default cam, and you're dead on bad timing. Great scene from Box, got that Victor in hand, high fire, it gets the job done. And now again, the attack starting on the back foot. But in that first round, it was the same story. It's still winnable. They guys still got air jabs to work with, the glass, of course, the smoke grenades. But what they will need is an easy kill here in the mid round. Play this attack 4v5 all towards the bomb side. That's going to be almost near impossible. They have to find the kill somewhere, ideally top floor, before things get further.
There's a good setup here from Ludovica. Physics is downstairs as well. Another potential nail Box has found a second one.
No.
Where is that? Neptune goes down. No trades, no pinch here from Circular Spheres. Very awkward now for the last 3 players to try and conjure up something.
Box just owns top floor. That's his territory. He's like the sole player upstairs, pretty much it looks like. Just like roaming around aggressively. Look at this. A quick entry, a kill, and a plant going down.
How is this managing to go down here? Scars is covering here with the Glaz upstairs. Hunter secures that diffuser. Goofed the one to try and create enough noise to cover. There were feet spotted for a brief moment coming up from the hallway, but he didn't see it. And here comes into the site, Cairo to find the kill onto Hunter. Milo to heal himself back up again. Goofed is low HP as Scars rotates down to come and support him. These 2 players on the attacking side now looking to try and secure that diffuser as Ludovica push on forward. Cairo's found another one, leaving up to just Scars in a 1 versus 3. And Cairo's going to start getting on that diffuser. Scar's going to have to deny it now, and he just does not have the time or the capability to get in position. A spray through the wall almost finds the player, but it doesn't matter. And with that, another defensive round on the board there, and Ludovica managed to tie up the scoreline.
I love this from Box, right? Getting aggressive, getting their face, getting those opening kills, and saying the bait of doom. I mean, this is the thing. The post plant actually wasn't that bad. It was so impressive how Circular Spheres could get in the bomb site, get down the diffuser, and get 2 kills in the process. And I think to myself, this is super winnable. But there's one small thing they did not do. And you saw it at the end there. They didn't open up the soft wall that allowed the attackers from lobby or tellers to see that post-plant position. So Glass has to go for a wall bang, doesn't hit the shots, the counter defuse goes through, super unlucky. It's very small things that cost Circular Spheres that round, despite starting in a 3 versus 5.
Yeah.
And this is the thing for Ludovica, they cannot underestimate them because they keep fighting back whenever they're behind.
Yeah, no. Out of nowhere already, 2 rounds straight out of the gates from CS with a lot of fire. The rush in the first round and the comeback from the 3v5 in the second round. Even though the scoreline is even, it's been a bit of a hectic game so far, Pangu. And personally, I'm struggling a little bit with the names of the teams because we've got 2 former CS players on the Ludovica roster, and it is messing with my brain. Physics, for the longest time, was on Circular Spheres. He was part of that core of the roster, and I think a lot of people would have seen it as an upgrade when this Ludovica roster got put together. You've got such talent as Cairo, formerly on that Chiefs roster that went to the Montreal Major. You've got Karma, which was one of the rookies of the year last year in OCE. Lunchbox as well, another very strong rookie. But CS themselves, they're going very pacey, straight up. Milo, the old guard, he's to find the first one, and it's another early 5v3 in favor of Ludovica as Circular Spheres, unfortunately, have their rush fall flat on its face.
It's fine. Comfort zone territory. We've seen this before. 3 versus 5. All they need now is to wait about 60 seconds and they will pop off somehow. Find a couple of kills, maybe get on the diffuser, and then of course choke it out in the post plant.
You've seen it already, haven't you?
Lunchbox, whichever. I'm seeing it. I mean, I'm seeing the vision right now. I'm seeing a clear game plan that's being consistently followed. Look at this. This is the one. Lunchbox goes down injured, kills confirmed. Scars. That right there. The opening.
Yeah, that's the thing for Ludovica, right? When you've got that significant advantage, you need to make sure to stay within touching distance of your teammates. I mean, Milo, he's down in garage. He might try and make a nitro work here. I think he did just toss it up. He's going for it. It does not land.
Yep.
Just didn't have the timing there. The pulse downstairs. It's a nice idea, but he's really vulnerable to Jake, who's watching from this hatch as well. The problem here for Ludovica, and I think the way that Circular Spheres keep bringing back from these disadvantages, is that all these Ludovica players are seemingly quite separated.
That they are. Speaking of C4s, however, 3 more in pocket. So often we talk about, is it worth to use a C4 if you're probably not gonna get a kill, like a 50% chance? Often we'll say no, save that C4 for plant deny. In this case, there are 3 more to swap around. Now Pulse, Milo, who used it, can be on the scanner, just constantly on the gadget and tell his teammates where to use those instead. So Ludovica actually have now more gun presence in the round to try and stop this push from Circular Spheres.
That said, we do have the IQ pick from Chikena. Is going to enable him to spot out where that pulse is. Should Milo get on his scanner? Scars opening up some more hatches, opening some more avenues. A drone to go out and figure out what's going on downstairs in archives at the bottom floor of that split bomb site. Where are these remaining Ludovica players? And here's a bit of a flank from Milo. Physics, meanwhile, from the stairs onto site. He's got that diffuser within his grasp as well.
That's diffuser.
And the last couple of players will fall. Ludovica lock in a second defense and steal away for the first time with a bit of a lead.
Looking very comfortable. I mean, one of the big things there for a defending team on the split bomb side is making the decision of, hey, are we going to have the C4s ready? Are we holding our flanks, the hatch drops, the staircases? There's a lot of different problem solving that you got to go through as a team. When you bring both the Pulse and the Valkyrie, you get a lot of information. And the benefit of losing that first defender on defense is you get a permanent, hopefully, person watching the cameras, okay? Of course, you can be a troll and not watch the cameras when you're dead, but you should be. We haven't really seen the Doki become to effect right now. It did survive the operator ban phase. It's going to be Glass and the Valkyrie. So very much Intel being targeted there from the attackers. And of course, that kind of niche operator that we saw from Circular Spheres in 2 rounds. The first 2, that is, the Glass.
Yeah, I think that's a good move there from Ludovica. We've seen a lot of double bans on the shields. We've seen a lot of triple shield bans as well, Pengu, across the world, right? Ever since the new ban format came into fruition, everyone's targeting those shields for the most part. Occasionally another operator. The Glass is a unique one we don't see banned very often. But with the amount that CS have been tempted to play it, this is a good move here from Ludovica, especially with that Warden ban from CS. The Valkyrie on the flip side, perhaps CS don't want to keep running that IQ. They want to have a little bit more flexibility. They want to be a little bit faster. And yeah, as we get into the second half of the first half, now with the complete bans already on display, the thing that I'm wondering is how much will Neptune's Ying come into play here, especially as we go back to the top floor where we previously saw that rush from CS.
Yeah. Hopefully this time, not a rush with that. Consulate is kind of a funky map because you can go for a direct rush on every single bomb site, although it being extremely risky. However, you can also play the opposite game. Very slowly, holding windows, under rappels, slowly taking map space. And you can also do horizontal takes, you know, on the window, yellow skylight. You can go below in piano, do verticality with like a Bach or a Deimos. You have a lot of different tools and options on the attacking side. Circular Spheres so far, they've been going fast, fast, fast. There is a world here where they're going to start feeling out Ludovica as the rounds go by and slow it down, but I'm so wrong because they're in the bomb set again, James.
Yeah, and they're also going to have first blood against them again. It's Hunter who goes down. He repelled on in. A rush inside the building from Neptune. In the midst of the smoke and the flashes, he finds one. Milo, though, looking to try and deny this plan. He gets active, and he does eventually fall. It's now a 3 versus 2 in favor of the attacking side, despite losing the first player on that rush. They have landed enough kills to try and maintain that control. Diffuser goes down. Now Lunchbox and Karma to try and retake. Still that Azami alive with keeper barriers in pocket, potentially able to help for this retake in the late round. But Box has got to come and support as well. The EMPs go out just to try and make things a little bit more difficult here for Ludovica. Make things very awkward for Box as well. And of course the air jabs as well will knock him about. Nades go out. And CS should pretty much have this one on lockdown. 3 players in the post plant. Out goes the first keeper barrier. This is not going to work out. It gets shot and destroyed, but it doesn't matter because there's not enough time to get this diffuser done. And bang, what a rush. Again, CS making this work.
Again, yeah, you're right. They rebel on in against the Teshanga, which is a terrible idea. They might have known the operator was in play. And then Noma dies, diffuser's down. Guess what? You said it. If Neptune's Ying can be effective in this round, that can be the win condition. He gets the melee kill to Shanga. He locks things down. He buys enough space for the rest of his team to appear on the bomb side. And then, once again, miraculously, they actually get down the diffuser and they play a nice and solid post plant. I saw, watching the Scopos there, the players talking about it, they EMP'd the Scopos and it was just a black screen.
Is that?
But I mean,
is that
Scopos
part of the
is
game?
a robot, James.
Is that what happens? Is that like genuinely an intended effect? Because I've never heard of that before. No. Is that what happens?
No. So when you Dokepi call the defensive lineup, Scopos will get this very specific visual in the middle of the screen that is obscuring a lot of your vision. However, I don't believe EMPing Scopos, the active drone, the active robot, should have a negative effect.
Imagine you EMP Scopos and he just like freezes and gets disabled for however many seconds. Can you imagine how powerful that would make Thatcher over Scopos?
I'm just saying, if Scopos ever becomes like a competitive issue, like too strong, overpowered, that's a great way to nerf the operator. Just a
hard
pocket
counter.
MP straight to the dome. They can't see a damn thing.
Imagine you're mid gunfight against a Scopus and you just throw a pocket EMP at him and he just like freezes
Yeah.
and the other player can't do anything.
Lights out. It's have you seen the movie I, Robot? It's an OG movie.
I have. Will Smith, right?
Okay, so with Will Smith, there's the whole question about like robots, they aren't as good as us, they can't sympathize or empathize with people, these kind of things. It's one of those where, you know, they are just inferior. They can't see a damn thing because they get impacted by EMPs.
Since we got a second, I'm going to pivot and keep talking here about robots. I actually saw something on, I can't remember which news publication it was, but it was a news article about someone who fell in love with an AI and proposed to it.
Oh no.
Did you see that?
Oh no. I have not seen that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, kind of wild.
But it's a little bit cursed. I
I'm
get
not a
it though,
fan.
right? Because like you can tailor the AI to be the perfect girlfriend, virtual perfect girlfriend, right?
Say
And let's
exactly
be
what
honest
you want to
here.
hear, right?
How far is an AI girlfriend from an e-girl, like an online relationship? You know,
I mean,
you can just
you
tell
have
them,
experience
be
in
like
e-relationships?
this, say these things, like these games. No, I'm like I'm not like an online dater. I'm a real life dater. You know, I like to not hold JPEGs but hold flesh, if you will.
All right, there you go. There's my
Not a
bingo sheet for
JPEGer.
what I thought it was going to be talked about on broadcast today. Everything on the bingo sheet's gone off the wall. Here's the
Oh,
roster.
we got player cams.
Yep, this is Circular Spheres right here. It's nice to actually finally see their faces as well. So yeah, I guess since we have a little bit of time while the admins work out what the heck was going on with that Scopus, I guess we can do a little bit of lore time, because it's been a little while since the OCE region has been on this main channel, and taking a dive into Circular Spheres, I mean, like, the original core of this roster was players like, well, it's been a while since that original core, but for the longest time, Physics was on this roster. Jakenna has been on and off it a couple of times. Goofed has been consistently a sub for this roster. And Scars and Hunter actually came along from Man LFO, who last year ended up being the second place team before Chiefs existed, before Chiefs came into fruition. Man LFO rocketed up to being the second best team in the region behind Team Bliss, who are now GG. Neptune's also, he's been kicking around in the scene for one of the longest out of everyone in this server at the moment, actually. So a couple of roster changes here for CS. Hunter is the biggest pickup in my mind. He was such a prolific support player and known to be one of the best shield players in the OCE region last year, and it really has kind of uplifted a lot of his former teams like Man LFO. On Circular Spheres, I think a roster that was typically known to be a bit of a meme team. Like CS, they were all gunners, but they were kind of like young gunners. I don't think they necessarily saw this as something where they were like, you know, contending to make it to majors. They were just having a bit of fun. Now you've got a real serious backbone, and you've got some really talented fraggers as well. You know, Goofed, Scars, Jakenna when he's on his day. And CS is kind of becoming a little bit more of a formidable opponent.
I think, I mean, Disc spoke on this earlier, right? The region as a whole for this stage, competition has gotten tighter. Like the top to bottom, the mid pack, a lot closer together. Obviously, we have a bottom in the region that is completely 0-0-7. Just straight losses. That happens for a lot of time in the past. Other regions had that as well. But I was surprised myself checking the score lines of just how one regulation victory, getting those 3 points, can make or break your placements between 1 and like 4 or 5, basically. It's very impressive, actually.
Yeah. Both of these teams actually only lost 3 games so far in the regular season. Circular Spheres themselves even beat Chiefs as well. So some big wins for them. It's a rush again. It seems to be Hunter is on the forefront with his black beard, but he loses his feet. Physics takes him off, and CS once again start with a rush. It ends up losing a player early on. However, unfortunately, they're not able to trade it. Milo does find Goofed. Eventually, Jakenna trades back again, somehow survives the shotgun blast to the face. With that Finker, Adrenal Surge supporting him. Scars now looking to try and hunt for a kill here. It's pretty awkward. Milo's running away, eventually goes down. It's just complete and utter chaos in the server. Every second, everywhere you turn, there's another frag going down. Leaving it just up to Scars in a 1v2 as Cairo holds on to the stairs here with the diffuser in tow.
Yeah, another shotgun on yellow staircase. Have fun fighting this one. Scars, either he can go top floor, fight Karma, make it a 1v1, but it doesn't solve the yellow stairs gunfight. He's got the yellow ping, he's gonna go for it, but we also know there is a mirror window. This might get very awkward very quickly.
He's got to hunt for it. Pushing forward, there's still 2 players to find. Continually, he's running away as Karma. Looks like Scars is going to have to take the 1v1 over to Cairo. He doesn't have any more Candelas left. He's going to have to just peek this, and I mean, there's no way you win this against a shotgun. And Cairo puts him down. Ludovica looking pretty solid here on their defense. And Circular Spheres, another rush that just does not pan out.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of unfortunate. The grenade from the Blackbeard himself, I believe, or maybe it was from the Fink, I'm not entirely sure, ended up forcing Hunter on the Blackbeard to look in an awkward way, gets kind of shield bashed, then he gets swung by a shotgun at the bottom, yellow. It gets very awkward very quickly. But I will praise the defensive team here of Ludovica. They are in the right places at the right time to punish every single round. Why is there a guy right below yellow Skylight in that very moment? You're either reading into it well, you're just happening to be there, or you got the right timing on things. When you do that pretty much every single round, even though it's like they lost, that's gotta be Ludovica just being well prepared for this matchup. Look at this, Nate goes out, gets you shield bashed, shotgun, it's pixel perfect. And if you win this gunfight against Finky with the second shot, that's an even cleaner round as well.
Yeah, very solid lock in there. Shotguns on defense, hey, just too good, especially on those staircases. Blackbeard never going to win those. So, as we move into the final round of the half, can CS push it for 3-3? Considering how good they were on some of those rushes, some of those really chaotic rounds, I feel like it's possible. And if they are able to get that 3-3 half, it puts them in good stead. Obviously, very hard to attack on Consulate, very defensive favored map a lot of the time. Ooh, there you go, Bravo drone spotted. So Ludovica here looking to lock in a comfortable half at 4-2. But if CS can get the 3rd round here, I think it puts them in a very good position moving into their attack.
One of the things that I like about how fast the attacks have been is that it's not like a really slow struggle. I often see this in even like Europe, North America, Brazil, where it's like 2.5 minutes of battling from the spawn of the attackers in towards the bomb site, and you're fighting tooth and nail. Circular Spheres, they're either winning really quickly or they're losing very quickly.
Yeah.
They're not in a struggle position. Like it's said and done. And in a lot of ways, when you play a longer series like a best of 3 or best of 5, you want to try and save, of course, the mental, both in how you're feeling, how you're doing, but also just how much space you have to do the strategy, the countering, keeping track of everything. Having quicker rounds is massively beneficial. And despite having those very quick rushes, they have won 2 rounds. And that is like I would say the minimal expectation. If they go 3-3, that's great. Worst case, they get the expected 2-4 half starting attack. That's completely fine. So they've gotten the job done. Now the question is, can they beat the bar and meet them halfway?
Well, this has been quite the opposite of what we've been talking about. Half the round gone, finally an engagement. Gooft is the one to fall. I think he'd already lost both of his Bravo drones, but yeah, unusual. He's the top fragger for the team as well at the moment. Big one to lose early on. Scars as well. This is not a good look here. Another kill likely to come through, but it's actually 2 picks in favor of CS, evening up the man count. Kara is also not far away from a lot of these players. There's info here from Milo on that pulse. There's still 1 logic bomb in pocket for Neptune, should he look to use that. What is going on? Chikena!
What?
How do you land that? Kara just got absolutely destroyed. There's a bit of laughter in the chat for that one. And with that, I think this round has flipped, Pengu. CS should probably win it.
Very well might be. It was a slow burn, final call going out, no jammer inside, crazy lock from Cairo, C4 goes out, back to a 2-2, but Circular Spheres, they lack information. The C4, is it bad? Oy.
It does not land, and the flashbang from Neptune might have just saved the round. It's Milo up against 2 players. He doesn't seemingly have the angle to get the diffuser planter, and with that it's Hunter and Neptune against Milo. Milo got out of retirement after playing back in the wildcard days to join this Ludovica roster. And his first stage back, he's now forced into this 1 versus 2 But Hunter and Neptune look to have pretty solid positions. With no C4, there's not a lot that Milo can do. He's looking pretty lost. No clue where these players are, and with the Ram going onto the top floor and opening Vert, there's absolutely no way that he can make this work. Time is ticking on down, and CS, again, despite a 3 versus 5 early on, are going to find the 3-3 half. Hunter to find the final pick, his first of the game, and, well, we certainly have a tight contest on our hands. It's 3-3 as we move into the second half.
There's two things that happened that round which kind of defined the whole thing. First of all, Jake just walks in with the Ash, one-tap pistol somebody bottom spiral, seemingly out of nowhere. I have no clue how that happened. Secondly, Ludovica are so good at just locking down the rounds. Right, they get the first opening kill, they get the second. In a perfect world, they can play sheltered roles, fall back, not take any risks. We see a bandit sprinting into lobby to try and go for another kill, and then this happens. Jake just domes the guy. And the entire round, like you said, it gets flipped upside down, and what was an unwinnable attacker round becomes almost unwinnable for the defenders.
Yeah. Well, we knew from the regular season that CS and Ludovica gave us a real showing. Obviously, the rivalry of having former players from Ludovica, from CS on Ludovica. Now we went all the distance to 8-7 in the regular stage. Now we're here at 3-3 after the first half. I think we're probably likely treated to another big series here. But of course, now, Pengu, we're in a BO3. So it's quite a different scenario. Now, I don't actually know which team picked this. We never got that call. But as far as I'm aware, last time this was banned, last time these two teams played each other, it was on Cafe, and it was CS who banned Consulate. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Ludovica map pick.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's the only thing is Circular Sphere, they have played Consulate twice already. So whereas Luda, they have not played it this stage so far, according to my notes.
So I just had our producer talk to me in my ear and say it's actually Circular Spheres who picked Consulate. Ludovica picking Clubhouse.
I think that makes sense because they played it twice already. Like, they probably like the map, so to speak. But then again, you can also make the argument, if you played it twice already, do you want to play it a third time when they got like information on you? Whereas Ludovica, they haven't shown it yet.
Yeah, also it was, it was a second last ban from Circular Spheres against Ludovica when these teams played each other in the regular stage. So I mean, they're picking it here, but like they banned it reasonably early. They wanted to play Cafe last time. I mean, even Ludovica, who've now picked Clubhouse, they banned Clubhouse when these teams played each other last time. So go figure.
Okay. Interesting. Side swap, of course, eyes right now are going to be on the entry department. Lunchbox, perhaps, who knows, is going to get the action going. Operator bans, there was a target on the pulse, and there was a comment in chat, how am I supposed to jump out the admin windows now without this operator? I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes. I like this, a little cheeky. It plays the same as the Valkyrie, of course. Information, C4 below. Difference is, Pulse is actively tracking you across the entire map, whereas Valkyrie has like a dedicated 3 Valkyrie cameras, and that's the only areas you get information on. Of course, the big difference is most people don't tend to play Pulse, whereas Valkyrie is very often played. Regardless, Pulse is gone. Valkyrie is not played this very first round. It's much more utility, wall deny, and time deny from Circular Spheres.
Drone work here from Luda. And there you go, perfect view there for the Rotero to destroy that deployable shield. It's usually quite challenging to clear out that position, but Ludovica have done so. Still a lot of ground to be taken. Most of these players still on the roof. Quite a contrast between how these two teams attack this map. Every single round from CS, it was in the building before you could say jump, and from Ludovica, quite the opposite. It's a slow and steady clear.
Yeah, looks like a regular round of Consulate, and this way it gets problematic. Because when you're up against the Goyo canisters, the Toxic Babes, the C4, the Wall Deny, you're not gonna have any real way in, and as the lower the time gets, the harder it becomes as well. There's the first start of the fire, that's gonna burn for 20 seconds, and you only got 20 seconds left in the round. This will be Ludovica having to set up a perfect execute, and the final 20 seconds of the round, they have to just play it flawlessly.
Flash comes out. Does stun Scars for a brief moment. Oh, aggression from Goofed. Doesn't work out. Out comes another flashbang. The Aora is destroyed and enables the 2K from Neptune. On the back of the impact, he gets active, and the retake is well and truly on. Ludovica struggling to deal with it. A third for Nep. And it's up to Karma now to pick up the tattered pieces of what remains of this Ludovica attack. With no time to get it done, it's a 4K for the Warden. Neptune popping off. And a solid start to the defense from Circular Spheres.
A great individual play from Neptune, sure, but who made that possible? It was the boy Jake on the Goyo. He had that impact grenade on the Aura door that enabled the play to happen. You might go, oh, this guy just got 4 kills. But no, it's a coordinated team play, a 3-2-1 timing, and the teamwork makes the dream work. Yes, Nep hit the shots, but he was enabled by somebody else. Ludovica, they need to speed up on their attacks. They cannot go up against the bomb site with almost no time left and not enough utility in the pockets to deal with the player positions. They only got 1 kill, really. That was Goofed, who swung outside the bomb site aggressively on the meeting door through the Toxic Babe. Other than that, it was a clean clear up for the rest of the defenders.
What do you reckon would have happened had they not impacted that Rayora? Reckon that was a Ludovica round?
I think that once the Toxic Babe expires, about 3 seconds, 4 seconds later, as well as the final Goyo fire that we witnessed, I think they just go for a default plant position. There was not a C4 downstairs, Smoke was someone who died swinging the door. It would have to come down to a gunfight somewhere else to win the round. So I would very much heavily favor Ludovica had Neptunes not made that play with Jake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, like Rayora, an exciting operator concept, but so situational, and then if you rely on that wall to be locked down, then obviously that's what happens. If Ludovica were expecting a potential impact, then that would have potentially been a free kill onto Goof, but yeah, not to be... Oh, sorry, Neptune. Neptune's actually on 10 kills now. I don't know when that happened.
Yeah. He's just shacking it out right now. Rayora is kind of like a Claymore in my mind, where you put a Claymore down for a flank, it's great, but relying on it is very inconsistent. It's great when it works, it sucks when it doesn't, and that door that creates you so much protection and ease of mind, it can disappear in an instant, and then all of a sudden, what you thought was safe really isn't. And it's such a quick play. Of course, impact grenades, not super common these days. You can't impact trick, heart breaching as easily, the explosive radius got reduced, C4 is more popular. That being said, though, there's a skylight drop. Ludovica up in their pace.
Yeah, and another early pick there. Karma, the first one to find it. Goof goes down. A lot of pressure there on Neptune on the clash, and they're all in. Ludovica have found almost all the kills they need. It's up to just Hunter left. He's now managed to take down Cairo. Jukena finally finished off, leaving it just up to Hunter in a 1 versus 2. That diffuser is just next to that vertical hole as well. Milo wants to go grab it, but he's worried about Hunter from below. Hunter is actually on the bomb site, so it's downstairs here in Piano. He's hoping that they don't know where he is. Really, the only way that he wins this is if he manages to stay undetected.
I like this play from Hunter, though, just playing nice and slow. Ludovica also playing this very respectfully, looking to drone him out and get that information.
Oh!
Attacker skull, figure out where he is.
They know.
Hunter, stay hidden. He's right there.
Yeah. Ironically, it was actually not the drone that revealed his position, but Box just hearing him through that vertical hole. I think, yeah, it was pretty well played. There's been a lot of lippiness in the chat tonight. Hey, Cairo saying, what the hell? Another chaotic round that ends us, guess what? At an even scoreline, 4-4. And this matchup between these two teams seems to replicate what happened in the regular season, which is that these are very tightly knit teams. It's going to be a long series ahead of us, I've no doubt.
So far, fast equals good for both teams on the attack. That's the thing that's been confirmed right now. That round was over at like the 1 minute 35 mark. That's when the 2v1 basically started. And, you know, with the final 55 seconds left, that's when Box got the final kill. So, again, I want to praise Luda for recognizing that slow struggle was not going to be the way forward, and they were not shy to speed things up when they had to. Speaking of all the comments in the chat in the in-game here, what do you reckon the average age is of this matchup? Because I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Are we talking super young? Because the desk was like, this guy's the oldest, this guy's the youngest.
Okay, so I have...
Because I saw a what the hell-y.
What the hell-y?
And that gives me an indication, you know?
Oh, well, Cairo, who's the one that said that, he's 22 years old, which is kind of on the oldest...
Okay, that's fair.
Kind of mid to older side of OCE players. In regions like EU, you tend to have older players because it's more possible to make a career out of Rainbow Six in regions like that. You know, like obviously Ludovica and Circular Spheres both orgless rosters, so sometimes players will retire because they feel like they are not able to make a living, so they have to move on. I've got Goofed at 23, which is funny because I always picked him to be like a young'un. Neptune 22. As for Ludovica, I got Cairo 22, Physics 21, Karma 21, Pinku 20. Milo, I'm not sure. I don't have his age, but I'm guessing around 23 for him. And I don't have some of the other
on
guys.
the other side.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, like in OCE, that's kind of on the older side because, like I said, we actually don't have.
That's crazy.
We don't have a lot of older players in the OCE region, and recently a lot of the talent coming through is 21 and under. You know, for example, I don't have the numbers on my head, but yeah, TSG, who unfortunately aren't playing today, they're a very young team. And as I get distracted focusing on how new and upcoming a lot of these players are, we've already had a couple of engagements and a disconnect. I didn't manage to see what happened there, but Ludovica are a player down. It's just Box and Karma. And unfortunately, this is probably the place where Circular Spheres can jump ahead a little bit.
Yeah, this could be a done deal. I also did not see what happened with the disconnect. I just looked over and it was like, okay, 4 versus 5. I assume it was a disconnect into a kill. Maybe he died and left, whatever, we'll figure that out. Still though, you gotta fight until the round is over. We've seen rounds like these being won already earlier, just a couple of rounds back. Karma and Box in a 2v4. But Circular Spheres, they're playing this smart. They're running back layer by layer all the way down towards the basement bomb site and just burning down the clock, establishing those crossfires. In a 4 versus 2, the best thing you can do is have 2 people work in a duo and just have a crossfire. That means if any fighting happens with those 2 people involved, they help each other. Both duos will do that together, meaning Ludovica shouldn't have any easy way back into this. Unless Circular Spheres, they overstep here and swing out too aggressive.
Oh, there you go. Scars pops his head
like
up.
That.
Yeah, that's exactly how you make it work. Karma's got the diffuser. He is going to be dropping into a crossfire here. The main player to worry about for him is the one at the yellow pillar, which I believe is Neptune. Or is that Hunter? Hard to tell from the outlines at the moment. I think it's Hunter. And he can just hold on here. He doesn't have to overswing. Karma is going to have to support. There's only so much that Lunchbox can do. Careful, Goof. Don't be swinging that. This is now very much possible, but Hunter swings out for one. And for a second, Circular Spheres lock the round in and steal ahead. It's 5-4 on the scoreline. Ludovica trailing behind.
I mean, you saw it right there. Hunter saved his teammate. That could have been a 2v1 in favor of the attackers. Again, out of nowhere, off one simple mistake from Circular Spheres. But in the end, it's the defender who clutches up. They get the round. They get that, again, 1 round at a time. We have not seen a bigger lead since round number 3. It's been 1-1, then 2-1, and then 2-2. It keeps going back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. And funnily enough, despite it being back and forth, up until that round just then, when Circular Spheres found the opening pick, every opening engagement has actually been won by Ludovica. 8 rounds in a row, they found the opening kill. It goes to show how quick and risky Circular Spheres were at the start of the round on their attacking side. They were often losing the first player, even if they came back to win the round, a trend that we talked about a lot. And now we're having a real brief tech pause while we sort out making sure everyone's back in the server. Who was it that dropped? I didn't manage to see. Was it Physics, I believe?
It was Milo.
Oh, Milo.
Milo rejoined at the end of the round, and then Physics and Cairo, they both died pretty early just to gunfights.
Right. It's so funny to see Milo back in the server. You know, he was a young talent back in the day and then made his way all the way up to Wildcard back when they were a top team in the region, and then retired, dropped off the face of the earth for about 2 years, and he decided to come back and form this team out of nowhere. It's actually funny, like, this year we're doing APL out of a brand new studio in Melbourne. Of course, unfortunately, Penga, you can't be here with us for that. But for the last 2 years, we've been doing it at Fortress, which is a venue in the city, which has, you know, like a restaurant and a bar and stuff like that. And, you know, the public can access part of the venue while we're doing our broadcast. And Milo one day just actually walked up to, like, the gate and just like knocked on and was like, "Hey, Dev," and I'm like, "Is that Milo? I haven't seen you in years." What? He tried to gate crash the broadcast, and then he was like, "Oh, I might come back.
That's amazing.
Might make my return," and then a couple months later, here he is.
Wow. So while most people's main quest may be Siege, he's side questing this game and doing other things in real life instead, just
I
coming back when he
assume
wants
so.
to, basically.
I follow him on Instagram. It's mostly just gym pics and stuff like that these days.
Okay.
Dude's getting all philosophical on his
that.
IG.
It's funny because obviously when you play at the professional level, returning is always going to be easier because the whole way that games work, especially Siege, once you crack the code of understanding at the highest level, you understand. It's like learning to read. Once you know how to read, you know how to read. So you can retire or take a break, you can come back. It's a lot easier than having a breakthrough as a first-time player. That's how somebody like Milo can be like, okay guys, I'm gonna go do this thing, come back in 2 years, and you can still hang at this level. Sure, mechanically, you gotta scrim some more, play some rank key, get back in there. But again, you have the knowledge of the game, which most players will never even get in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, is that double spawn peek from 2 different windows?
Yep.
That is cheeky. Jakenna and
cheeky.
I think it was Hunter down below. Yeah, that's a cheeky idea there. Last thing on Milo here, I just did look up his Instagram. It's 23, so he's 23 years old. Gamer, gym, and then the names of all his different motorcycles. And most of his pictures are just of him and his motorcycles. And some gym pics every now and then.
That's such a gamer thing.
Yeah.
Gym, motorcycles, and video games. Yes, sir. I've seen that one before.
Yeah, that's it. Back from retirement. Hopefully he can win a stage, make some money, and buy a new motorcycle.
That's the dream. Now, speaking of what you guys said earlier, right? So the first place gets a spot into EWC, which the desk mentioned is a big deal for players in this region because obviously, like you said, not everyone is full-time salaried. Imagine those that are, they're much lower paid than EU and Brazil, for example. So when you have a chance to qualify for a major an event that has a high prize pool, I mean, that can make a big difference with players like these.
Absolutely. Yeah, a huge difference. Even for these teams which are orgless and not getting paid anything. It's like Box has been taken out and he's throwing a bit of shade Jake's way. Oh, there you go, Karma. Sneak up behind Hunter, caught with his headset off, I guess. That's an easy kill. Even would have been on camera there. That's frustrating. I would have been a bit annoyed if I was Hunter there.
Yep. I checked for a second there because I saw Jake was typing in chat, but Jake was not Hunter, so I thought maybe he died because he was typing, but
maybe he
wasn't
died
the case,
because
that's
the player
worst
meant to
way
cover
die.
him was typing in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, okay, if that's the case, that's really, really bad, but it wasn't the 2 players that were involved in that area of the map.
It would have been very
I've had one instance before where oh, good night, honestly. What a great shot from Cairo.
Yeah, we love that. Also a really off angle there being used from Jakenna as well. The part of the long desk here destroyed. Don't always pre-aim that angle. I guess Cairo does. Sharp player, by the way, Cairo. Obviously being dropped from Chiefs, one of the top teams in the region. It's always a tough pill to swallow, but Cairo's been around the block a few times, and he knows how to play at a high level here in OCE. Another kill, the flashbang to go out from the Ying, the Candelas, and now the diffuser to be locked in from Physics. Good trade there from Milo. It's just Scars now in a 1v3 as that diffuser goes down. Ludovica looking to tie up things once again. Could we expect anything different? This game has been back and forth. No team managing to get a lead of more than 1 round. Now Scars has to try and find each one of these kills. He won't even find the first. Physics puts him down. And we're back at an even round count. It's breakpoint, Pengu, 5 rounds apiece.
It very much is. And both of these teams are actually trying to do the same thing. There's a bulletproof camera the entire round by that bomb site meeting door, top piece of stairs. And just like we saw a couple of rounds ago, the smoke swings out the bomb site door to try and go for a cheeky kill right before they execute. This time, there was no more toxic babes in pocket, so I like the aggressive play. But Ludovica, they were waiting for it. They had 3 people on the admin side with just a Ying on the bomb site window rappel. They had 3 people holding the same door. There was no chance that anyone can swing out and get a cheeky kill back. So Ludovica actually kind of baited it down, saying, hey, we want to go now, we want to go now, we want to go now. Circular Sphere, they make a move, they hold the move, and they get a free kill. So again, these teams already on this very first map, they're reading into each other, adapting, countering, and just kind of figuring out what the game plan is going to be from their opponents.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that these teams are quite good at countering to each other. Obviously, we have former teammates across both rosters. Yeah, like I've said before, Lunchbox and Physics previously playing for Circular Spheres. We're going for a little bit of a technical pause, so you'll see our beautiful faces again. But yeah, so it's going to be a tight game between the two. We've already seen that so far. They're going to be really good at reading each other, thanks to the former players from CS now on Ludovica. And yeah, I expect that this is probably going to go the distance on this map, and then we'll probably go to the next map, and then we'll probably still be close, and then maybe we'll go to a third map. I have a feeling this is going to be one of the longest series that we'll be watching today.
I wouldn't be surprised, not at all. I mean, we saw, as you said, we keep saying this. The first time they played each other earlier this stage, it was at max overtime on Cafe. I kind of want to see people going distance. I want to see teams being evenly matched. With that being said, though, we do have a very long day. If this goes every single OT for 3 maps in a row, it's going to be a long one. I started early. I will finish early. But for you, James, you're a little bit ahead of me, so you'll have a late night.
Well, the time right now is... Actually, my watch is broken. It's 3 p.m. Wait, is my... Oh, my watch is actually...
Watch that broke?
My watch... It broke when we were in Rio. It's actually kept time.
Yeah.
Strangely. It still says 3 p.m., but, I mean, you guys might be able to see this, but it's still... The face is kind of cooked, and every now and then it just freezes, and I have to reset the time. So, yeah. Don't break your watches when you're in Brazil, guys. I wouldn't recommend it. But, yeah, it could be a late one. Yeah, or anywhere else. So... We're meant to have 4 BO3s today. We already have had 1 match forfeit, which means that Chiefs will go straight on to play GG in the upper bracket semi-final. So we do have 1 less BO3 than we were going to have. However, we still have to give time for players to rest between this game, CS and Ludovica, and when the winner of this match goes and plays Enterprise as the following match. We do need to give the players a bit of a rest. So we'll have some extra content for you guys to watch during that break. And it does mean that it's still going to be a long day, especially if these matches end up being quite long. And I'll be honest, like this game looks like it's going to go the distance. Chiefs GG, our final game of the day, is absolutely going to go the distance. That's what many people do regard as the top 2 teams in the region. Certainly the top 2 teams previously, before Enterprise entered into the scene and started to kick up a bit of a fuss. I think if any game is going to be quicker today, Pengu, it's probably going to be whoever wins out of this match going against Enterprise as our second BO3. I wouldn't be surprised if Enterprise, who are sitting back watching this, just chilling out right now, managed to run away with that game.
I could totally see that happening as well. Speaking of GG, have they stopped blatantly trolling, by the way, or are they still a bit hit and miss? Because I saw during the stage, there are a lot of memes on Twitter about they're kind of shit and they're trolling and they got imports and they're losing all these things. What's the verdict right now? Mixed bag.
So did you co-stream any of the OCE days?
I did not. The time zone does not align.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the games that I watched, so I saw Chiefs GG play in the regular season. Chiefs did win that. GG didn't look incredible, but Croxon in particular does look incredible right now. He's been an incredible player. Depending on by what metric you look at, arguably the best player in the region right now. It's between him and Jigsaw, who are looking like top players at the moment. But the thing is, a lot of people put an asterisk on that game with the GG Chiefs because, of course, they're going to know that they'll be playing each other in the playoffs. And GG had already qualified for top 2, which means they wouldn't have to play in the quarterfinals. So I heard a lot of people... I mean, I even spoke to Wedables and Oda. I actually had them both in my co-stream while I was watching some of the other games, and I was kind of quizzing them. I did a little bit of a post-match interview as well. And Wedables was like... firstly, I appreciate that he's off the leash a little bit. Last year, Titan really had all those GG guys very tight-lipped, not talking about things like, for example, when they dropped Oda, who went and then made this Chiefs roster. Very much it was all business. It was all, we're not going to talk about what's been happening. Wedables is kind of, he just told me actually, he's like, look, I don't even care anymore. Like, they can tell me not to talk. I'm still going to talk. Like, I think it looks better for everyone if we're just open, because GG are kind of perceived in the OCE region as the villains. Obviously, we had the greatest team that OCE has ever had, arguably, in Team Bliss, and then Titan comes in. We had an imported coach. He has a very specific, very, in some ways, aggressive way of doing things. He's very much like no nonsense, which isn't very typical in Australian culture. We quite like our nonsense down here.
Way.
Yeah, and then, of course, we see one of the most beloved players in the region, Oda, dropped, and then it was all the drama that came out of that. Wettable said, oh, in my defense, we just played a map that we've played a million times already. We won't be playing that in playoffs. So it could be that the game later today will end up being very competitive. I wouldn't be surprised if GG wins it. But of course, we're still in the middle of Ludovica versus Circular Spheres, and we've got to go through a couple of more technical problems. We'll be back in just a minute, so don't go anywhere for the rest of Circular Spheres versus Ludovica.
thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 나만 아는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내맘 아는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 나만 아는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내맘 아는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. 처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 내 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 난 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 You know it's gonna be alright 소리라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know it's gonna be alright 네 앞에서 no way 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 매일 너를 닮은 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나를 알 긴 시간 어제와 내일도 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 이래를 되돌아볼 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부까지 feel so good 난 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너를 나의 매일 너를 닮은 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제는 know I shouldn't care, but I'm over. And maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blame it on some lame excuse. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something.
Welcome back, everybody, to the APL. That's right, we're here in the first series of the day for the Oceanic Playoffs. We're here in the studio. Well, at least one half of us are. I'm in the studio here in Melbourne, and Pengu is dialing in all the way from back home to reach us here, to reach your ears at home. Yeah, Pengu, it's been a back and forth game so far. We're currently 5-5.
Yes.
It's been a long stretch for Circular Spheres and Ludovica.
Yeah, it's really been one round at a time, 1-0, 1-1, 1-2, 2-2, all the way to where we are currently on 5-5. We've had some fast rounds, we've had a couple of slow rounds, only a few really, but the name of the game has been that both Circular Spheres and Ludovica have been so good at reading one another and adapting throughout each and every single round. We never really know what comes next. We've seen a plethora of different operators, and of course, we just saw that third operator ban recently, the Blitz and the Clash. It will be a triple shield on towards the attackers, and the only shield on defense and Clash being removed from play, which makes sense given that we're playing Consulate.
Yeah, quadruple shield ban, if you will. On top of the Azami and the Pulse, which Ludovica really loved using both themselves when they were on that defensive side. Now we're obviously deep into their attack, and they've been, as you said, much slower than Circular Spheres. Circular Spheres were basically rushing almost every single attack that we saw from them. Now they're on the defense. They're playing a little bit loose. Like, you look at this operator lineup, you got Vigil, you got Solus. These are operators that you typically would see roaming and trying to play anti-information, trying to delay these slow methodical takes from Ludovica.
Yeah, I think disruption is the name of the game right now. Try and again just like disrupt the plays, individuals. They don't get the kill, but they did get the exothermic charge. Good value, although I will say one exothermic boom is all you really need, and that will go through. So step one has been conquered for the attackers, but they got a long way to go. Ludovica, when we saw them play slow, that's when they weren't getting their success. When they played faster, that's when they were winning. This lineup right now is a mixture of both. The Lion, the Finger, the Thermite that has now done his breaching job, they can go very quickly if they want to, but the rest, we're talking the Sledge, the OCE, they want to do verticality. When I get that challenge shield deployed, they're going to be a bit slow to the punch. Not sure what the exact approach is right now. The breach downs, actually, they're just in lobby. They breached the basement wall. They're making good progress, actually. I mean, they can plant here momentarily. Yeah, they are.
What? How did this happen? They just got straight into the sun.
Piano window, just like that.
Jump straight in, Karma for 2. Now it's a post plant with, well, time ticking away for Circular Spheres to make this retake happen. It's Hunter and Scars as they regroup and start to make their way back into the site. However, we do have verticality here for the attackers to try and deny this plant from above. Scars trying to take the fight outside, but Box bests him. Now Hunter rounding that corner will finish off Karma. Finally, low HP though, and 3 players still to find. Milo up above with that sledge. Physics just covering from the east stairs, or from the yellow stairs rather. Hunter's just waiting for him to peek. Physics doesn't need to go anywhere. Box has got him, dead to rights. And Ludovica find that map point as we come back from that rehost at 6-5.
Kind of crazy what happens there. They reinforce the hatch in connector up, or in like CEO upstairs in the box. They kite claw it, and then no one is playing in piano room. All the attackers had to do there was breach the basement wall. They did that despite losing 1/3 my charge to C4, and then they jump out piano, or jump in rather, the piano window, walk into side, put down the other shield, and start planting. That's the round over. It's such a simple step 1 into step 2. There wasn't even a step 3. That was the end of the round. Circular Spheres probably thought they were gonna breach that basement wall, then go top floor, and then hit the bomb site. But they skipped that step. And it worked so well, even though it shouldn't. And that's the beauty of gap finding. You see where the defenders are playing at, and you read the bomb site setup, and you see a gap, an opening, an opportunity, or you create one. You can't just steal rounds away that simply sometimes.
Yeah. Did you see that mini jammer there in the garage on top of that? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where that's muting up. I don't know well enough. Perhaps
Just a drone hole, no?
Is it really just getting that drone hole?
Attackers are heading
It have
out to
drone hole and
Maybe a bit of the
the corner by the yellow door, maybe outside.
Interesting.
Yeah, like maybe a tiny bit of the staircase above. I'm actually not sure.
Makes me think of the Falco mute spots back in the old Consulate.
Oh my god, you know the lore,
Dude,
you know the lore.
that was one of my. That was when I became a fan of your team back in the day. Actually, when I saw you guys sub in Falco for his mute spots on Consulate to beat
The
Black
six-man
Dragons.
roster.
Yeah, the 6-man roster to beat Nesk in his debut at Pro League Finals. Nesk and Zig together when they were doing that big drone hunt strat. Oh, mate, that was when I became a Pengu fan right there. Actually, a Falco fan.
The Falco fan, yeah. I just happened to be on his team. That's how it happened. They very quickly after that, we played one tournament, one season with the 6-man roster, and then there were rules made against it in the future.
Yeah,
they meant to drop the player. So
yeah, no, I
it was
actually
a one-season thing.
I ran before they changed mute and they changed Consulate. I ran that strat every single round of ranked that I played on Consulate.
So
Garage
good.
defense, I loved it. Like, and in ranked, no one ever knew. They just have their drones in lobby and be like, "Why is my drone getting muted?"
Yeah,
they didn't
Why
realize.
is it jammed?
Yeah, there's a mute jammer on the floor below on top of a table. So cheeky. I miss those mute jammers. Looks like there's a set piece being prepped here by Ludovica. Karma to find the opening kill. Smokes go in, and it's a Thermite of Physics to look for a plant opportunity.
Missed.
Yeah, that smoke is not in the correct position.
Ooh.
Neptune takes a bit of damage. Physics, though, has lost his life. It's going to force Cairo to frag out, but he is going to be able to do that. Moving in from the backside, he's found a double kill. It's just Jakenna and Scars, both of which are upstairs. Scars actually denied that plant from above. And now Ludovica, all they got to do is get in that building. They might not know that the garage is free right now. But Cairo, he's snuck deep into the A-bomb site. And all they have to do is catch these players from Circular Spheres as they try and make their way back. But Milo loses his life. Should have been aware that Scars was above. Karma's going for that refrag. He finds it. All up to Jakenna. He finds the first of three. About to get swung, though. And Cairo finds another huge round. And with that, Ludovica stormed through Consulate. It was back and forth right up until it became breakpoint. And then they ran away with it. It's a 7-5 victory on Circular Spheres as map pick.
They had to go through that rehost and waiting just to then stomp the last 2 rounds so confidently. I don't know how Cairo got in that backstab, but he fully carried that round, getting so much pressure and presence inside the site itself, turning the attention of all those defenders, and the 3K in the round as well. I mean, that was the easiest round, and it was the final round.
Yeah, Cairo is a very talented player. He's been on so many top teams in the region. Most recently, as we said, he went to Montreal with the Chiefs before getting dropped. I think he is just such a valuable player. I was speaking a little bit to Wedables and Oda about Cairo. And the thing is, like, as a viewer, you watch Cairo and you're like, he's always in really big clutch situations. He always has a lot of impact players like that. He's the kind of player that you back to win his ones. He's also a very creative player. He's got a deep understanding of strategy. And I expect that he'll always be on a top level team. Even if he's getting dropped from rosters like Chiefs, he's always going to make it through. And of course, next up, we have the second map, and CS will have a chance to fight back. So we'll be there in just a moment. Stick around for the rest of CS vs Ludovica.
단단하게 올라가 see my altitude 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you will lose if I wasn't me I get it I will hit me too I can do it better I can do it faster ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can go much longer I am so much stronger ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지 Look in the mirror say you're a winner 주문을 걸어봐 yeah In a bad mood 바꿔버려 in a hurry 꼬꾸라 바람 기분 털어버려 I wanna get through the weather feeling get better 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can do it better I can do it faster ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can go much longer I am so much stronger ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it better I can do it faster ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can go much longer I am so much stronger ready 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐 yeah
Attackers need to protect it.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, listen time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road this bad time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. I had a feeling why am I not surprised? Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes. I'm turning gold. Why you so cold to me? Some of the words get harder to find. Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right. I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over it. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say oh. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over it. Maybe it's all in my head.
Welcome back, everybody, to Secular Spheres versus Ludovica. It's map number 2 of the series here in the upper bracket of the Oceanic Playoffs here in the APL. I'm Dev, and Pengu, do you come in? Can you read me?
Chichi Pingu in over. Also, my favorite map over. Very excited over.
Oh, yeah. Well, welcome to the Clubhouse League, by the way. OCE has an addiction, and it is this map. It has been played, as far as last I checked, it was twice the number of times as the next highest picked map in this region. OCE loves their club. Ludovica have picked it. Obviously, they just won the first map. A Consulate, Circular Spheres has picked 7-5. And here we are, map number 2. It's time to see whether CS can bounce back. But I think there might be a little bit of momentum building here for Ludovica. They might just run away with it.
There certainly might be, and so operator ban phase on maps like Clubhouse, Lair, that is very oriented around heart destruction. We often see teams go for the classic Bandit Kaid. Now, on one side of the coin, I love this for Ludovica because they can simplify the first step of the round now. They can always get open the walls, the hatches, you name it. They're chilling. The only downside of doing this is you're gonna leave open a lot of powerful operators on defense. Whether it's the Asami or the Mirror or the Warden or whichever, they're gonna have more utility to deal with. So, Ludovica, they were playing a pretty good fast-paced Consulate on the attacking side at the end there. I kind of want to see them slow things down now, because they can't get through any wall and hatch like I mentioned, but they have to get into the right positions afterwards with numbers advantage. This map of Clubhouse is all about executing, getting to the bomb site, doing a 3-2-1 countdown, and then playing together. If they can do that, they will come out victorious here once more.
Well, Ludovica on the attacking side. A lot of map to take on club. All the way down in the basements where the bomb site sits. It's a full map clear. Am I right in saying there's not much of a roam going on? It looks like we do have...
There is not.
There's just someone loitering here on the main stairs. I believe that's Goofed. And we got Scars and Jakena sitting on the blue stairs just to shoot drones and fall back. But it's a very conservative defense here from CS.
I see the new meta of Clubhouse basement defense is you often play on that platform on the bottom of the staircase, because people call it ambi spot. There is Warden and Goof like we saw earlier. He was in that position. He's now run back towards the bomb site, likely because there's no Jaeger or Mine to assist him if he were to play in that staircase. This also means that Circular Spheres have given up the entire map now towards the attackers. They have only defenders in the basement portion of the map, and there's still half the round to go. So again, if Ludovic can get into execute position and do it cleanly, they should be good to go. 2 X-Kairos go out, Impact gets traded. Guess what? 2 X-Kairos go out, Impact gets traded. He missed it this time. He hit the soft floor, I guess, instead. This means that the next set of 2 X-Kairo pellets should open this up unless the C4 is good. Not quite. That could have been so good, though.
Oh, meanwhile, Karma has found the opening pick. Hunter goes down here in Dirt Tunnel. Blackbeard just soloing all this control. A nade to go out as well. Great work so far here from Karma, the lone player in this position. He's actually going to fall, though, to Goofed. I thought he might have found that kill, but Goofed locking down the position, very well supported by Jakena with those Kiba barriers coming in. Big clutch move. Cairo going to retake this position as the Kiba barriers come out again. He might be able to find an angle once the smoke subsides. Might be able to see Goofed in that position. Time is ticking away, though. And Ludovic are at a numbers deficit. 25 seconds to play. And Cairo is actually going to completely back out of Dirt Tunnel. This is far too late in the round to be going for such an ambitious rotation. Circular Spheres should have this one on lock. It's going to be desperate from Luda as they look to try and make their way down. Oh, this is awkward. Straight in. Milo does find the opening kill on that church side. He does fall immediately, and the rest of the team is traded on out. And it's a solid lock for Circular Spheres.
Yeah, the round gets that much harder when you lose the Blackbeard. The reason why I said is with Siege X's release, whenever you drop down a hatch or jump out a window like that has quite a distance, you're going to be forced into a hip fire. You cannot, ADS zoom in, drop the hatch, take a gunfight. You're going to be hip firing against your opponents that are the defenders. Ideally, they're in a perfect world. Blackbeard can go dirt, get that opening kill, then perhaps rotate back towards the kitchen hatch. He can drop with diffuser relatively safely as he has a shield covering him. He chose to go for a second gunfight instead, lost that fight, and now you're playing that 4v4, but no one can actually drop down the hatch now. No one can really get inside the bomb site. You're gonna be flash dropping or smoke dropping against the Warden on AKs. That's just not gonna work. So Ludovica, great at getting an opening. Then they kind of went for too many things at once perhaps and kind of fell apart. Circular Spheres though, the downside of winning bomb sites on this map, like most other maps, is that eventually you gotta go to a weaker bomb site, right? Most teams, they go basement or gym first, and they go the one that they did in second. Eventually you gotta play CCTV a bar. That's where attackers should get a relatively easy victory. So things will only get harder as the defenders keep winning rounds.
That's right. And when we do go to CCTV, we have Grim and Capital unbanned here by Circular Sphere. So Ludovica will have those very powerful operators available to go for a Rafters take on Garage should they decide to do that. A lot of very power operators that can make things very difficult for the defenders on that specific bomb site. For now, as you said, it's Jim. And we see the Clash come into play. Now, Ludovica, previously, I believe, if I recall correctly, on Consulate, they used their third ban to go for Clash on Consulate.
I believe so.
Yeah, this time around, obviously, we haven't got to that third ban yet. Scars has picked the Clash. Currently sitting, actually, inside of Lounge and going up the red stairs here. Try and hold on to Cash and CCTV for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Hibana Trick has come on through, and it works to a T.
That's the new meta when you got the ace bang coming into play. You can do 4 pillets top center and 4 pillets bottom center on one wall, and it makes the same trick as Maverick. It softens the reinforced steel, basically. You still gotta rotate over like a soft destroyer, a bog, a sledge, whatever. You only really have the Ash right now, or the second shotgun from Milo on the striker. So the wall is soft, but it's not really open. It's a little bit awkward. We'll fix that later. Ludovica, they're making progress because Circular Spheres, they keep falling back towards the bomb site, just like before. No roamers in basement. Now, they started Cash, a couple of jammers, but the second there was like 1 minute 50 in the round, they just willingly give this up and go back towards bomb site. 5v5, Goff finds a kill, now 5v4. They're looking mad comfortable.
Yeah, Milo dying there on that hatch, and Logi is going to be really tough for Ludovica to fight back from. As you said as well, that's Striker's secondary shotgun taken down as well. Karma still has 2 breaching rounds on the Ash left, but there's a lot of value you can get out of those. Countering the mirror windows, for example, he's just used 1. We're not likely to get a full breach here. Meanwhile, Cairo's actually found a kill. A double for Cairo. He's deep into sight. He's found his backstab on that hit barn, and it's going to enable a plant, but Goof might be able to deny it. He's coming in from Con. He should actually be able to shoot Physics. Meanwhile, Cairo's gone down. Eventually, Scars is the one to deny that planter, leaving just Lunchbox here. He's got a lot to do as well. On the balcony, jumps straight inside to Con. Oh, nice wallbang onto Goofed. He's got to worry about Scars behind him. Hunter is going hunting. Wants to find Hunter. He goes all the way back down the main stairs. Take out that Banshee and worry about Scars, who's back upstairs. No more. Oh, he's got that shield still for him as well. This is not an easy position to be in for Lunchbox. Might be able to land enough shots though to kill Scars. I don't think he's got the time. And it's going to be a very tough end round for poor Neptune as Circular Spheres get the ball rolling here on Clubhouse.
I can see why you wanna bend the clash against Scars here. I mean, he's playing it so well, just playing that not too close, not too far away, always applying pressure. Again, the win condition there, Circular Spheres. The gun goes downstairs, Hunter, while letting Scars just kind of play with his food upstairs as a clash operator. You're not gonna have time to plant. You're not gonna have the position to plant either. So good understanding of how to play that 2v1 and leverage the right operators in that situation. And yeah, the one saving grace of that round was Cairo once more finding that backstab gap, but there was no safe plant position, there were no reinforced wall in gym, it was all opened up, and unfortunately, the smoke grenade that Thermite tossed on out kind of missed, so he was seen from connector, and then he died to the clash. Unlucky.
And tactical timeout following up. 2 rounds lost by Ludovica. What to chat about here?
I mean, I'd argue that you can wait one more round, see that final operator ban in the first half, and then call the tech timeout. There must be something massively in the mental, or the communication, or the leadership that is not going the right way that they want to address right now. Because you shouldn't be afraid of going down 0-3 if it means you can get the perfect read on the operators and then go to a 3-3. It has to be some fundamental issues right now that is urgently in need of a fix.
I mean, this is Clubhouse attack. If you end up going 2-4, it's not the end of the world. You can come back on defense, but they are really committed to making sure that they lock in this 3rd round as we go to CCTV. It's a bit of a gamble. It feels like an early time to take the tactical timeout, but it's a decision they've made. Time to roll with it. Now, Circular Spheres on their defense have brought a little bit of a different strategy. They've decided to really heavily fortify this lounge position with the castle and even a deployable shield to try and maintain control of underneath the bomb site.
Attackers are moving out to locate
I quite like this. Obviously, when you see the bandit and the Kaid ban, usually when you play this bomb site at CCTV, the biggest win condition is you lock down those walls. You protect the bandit, you protect the Kaid, you make the attackers unable to break it. With those operators banned, you have to go to plan B. Either you're holding master bedroom really heavily, you're holding catwalk rafters really heavily, or you're holding downstairs and lounge, or a mixture of all 3, of course, because you need to play for map space to hold on for as long as possible and create all these different issues on the map that the attackers have to problem solve, since they're going to have a really easy time problem solving the main breach. So again, really good read here from Circular Spheres, but can they execute it? They're on a very weak bomb site, in relatively weak positions, and they're quite spread apart, with the exception of the bomb site players.
Well, already we've got a lot of breach happening here from Ludovica. The main CCTV wall opened up very early on. Garage left unreinforced as that investment was used elsewhere for the master extension. That gets opened up real quick, and that's a very critical early kill there from Milo. This sledge pick was perfect with so many walls left soft. He can mince open as many as possible. Now, Physics has found Jakena, leaving Circular Spheres in a very unenviable position. On the back of that tactical timeout, it looks like Ludovica are absolutely dominating this round of attack.
Yeah, classic CCTV is so unplayable. These walls being soft, it is bringing a lot of pain. Scars, 1 HP, double fire, no keeper almost. Just kind of getting destroyed right now. He is alive somehow, though. But can he get out of this position? Can he find 2 kills? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's bare minimum here. In order to have a big impact, he would need to get a big 2K and waste a lot of time to leave Hunter in a clutchable position. There's no way he could possibly escape, and he can't make a lot of moves as well. If he's the first one to make a move, he's likely to be cut down by that player outside the breach. Hunter is just waiting for a player on the breach to overextend. It looks like Ludovica may actually be pivoting to ignore Scars on the rafters, and they should know that Hunter is here at top red as well.
I don't hate that. And again, it's all about numbers advantage. You send 2, 3, 4 attackers against one defender, you will come out victorious. You got flashbangs. You got Capital Smoke still. They can cut off and separate these angles. Hunter on the box, Scarf Green, has to play aggro here, has to go for a swing.
Oh, and Karma does find him. Meanwhile, Scars cut down by Box outside of the breach. It's a very dominant round from Ludovica, only dropping a single player on the back of their tactical timeout. They finally find their very first round.
So the fundamentals fixed, the mental restored, and things seemingly working a lot better. But that is that tertiary bomb set of CCTV that is gonna be just statistically and strategically the easiest bomb site to win. And you're not gonna see it again until potentially the final round of the first half. So see if they can get it done. Blackbeard goes through, Asami goes through, furthering, making CC Rafters very difficult to play, making German Basement a bit more difficult as well. It's gonna be, again, probably favoring the attackers a little bit more now. The only downside, when we're going to this basement bomb site, because the Blackbeard is banned, you might need to bring the Blitz or the Fuse or an OCE, just again to have a shield to get in dirt, to drop down a hatch, to get a foothold in the map itself. Last time it was Blitz. Oh, sorry, last time it was Blackbeard, that's banned. Now, right now, Karma is hovering Blitz for now.
Yeah, and the well, we've got some replays from last round, by the looks of it. Yeah, that Blackbeard I feel like was the perfect operator, especially because of the grenades. We saw how impactful that was.
Yeah.
Really relied on that Asami having a big impact in that previous time that we saw this basement attack. Karma's actually going to switch off. I think this is the right call. I think that you've kind of done that heavy dirt push with the Blackbeard once previously, and without the key ingredient to do that, being the Blackbeard as it's banned, I don't think that you can substitute a kind of half-assed solution with that Blitz. Go for something completely different. That's what we've done here. Interesting to see the Sledge, though, on a basement attack. Not an operator that we see picked a lot for this basement anymore. You're much more vulnerable to C4s, and we already have the Buck as well. So it's double soft breach here for Ludovica.
Yeah.
And some road hunting capability in the Deimos. Yeah, what is the vision?
I think they're expecting a pretty heavy top floor roam with like the Solace and the mid jammers that were put top floor as well. So double soft, which means they can go office, break it the phone to kitchen, they can get the walls open upstairs, the hatches, etc. It's a good for roam clear. And if they want a set of grenades, that's what they gotta do, because they're bringing can openers on the Deimos who just died, so Deimos didn't have the grenades. So either you gotta play like Sledge or Finka, whichever, to substitute that instead. With Deimos dying early, and that being Cairo, this already looks like such a difficult round to win. You can't track the roamers, you lost your, one set of your can openers as well.
Oh, we got the Grim
it's a tough
still.
one. Again, playing from the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I want to agree with you. We've lost I think the big thing is losing the death marks, because that's what you need to try and hunt down these roamers. I think there is still enough hard breach to get this going for Luda. We've still got Hibana, and we've got one set of tin can openers on the Grim, but it's going to be hard, especially as Cairo has previously been a real important backstab fragger for Ludovica.
You see it right here at the top of the scrambling. Where's the roamer? Is he pool table? Is he strip? Where is he? So walking around, doing better droning, but it's buying so much time. They gotta dry peek every single angle because, again, there could be a roamer if only you had the Deimos. And now to add further insult to injury, Goyo is on the board. So while time is looking kind of rough right now, add the fire on top. Add the C4 plant deny, add the soldiers who can figure out if there's a flank drone somewhere or a claymore. They have so many different ways to win this.
Yeah.
Time, plant deny, a swing, a flank, and again, Ludovica, it just falls apart way too early in the round, losing that Deimos.
Yeah, and now losing Milo as well on the Buck. There's so many things that you would have wanted to go right here for Luda that just have not panned out. Even a Dokkaebi would have been nice to try and make that roam clear a little bit expedited, but now they're in a 3 versus 5, only just opening up the kitchen hatch. A potential kill goes begging there for Box, as Goof survives that spray. Jackenna holding onto his position, and there isn't seemingly a way to clear it in terms of explosives to clear out that deployable shield. There's no pressure from dirt as well. The Grim Bees will reveal it, but it doesn't really make a difference. Scars to find his third round, or third kill of the round, rather. And it's desperate times now for Ludovica. A first kill is found. The flashbang goes out. Doesn't matter. A 4K for Scars, closed out by Hunter. A dominant basement defense for Circular Spheres. And they extend this lead once again.
Scar is having such a great time. First, the gym defense on the Clash, just doing so much work. Now here's Souls and Basement getting 4 kills, just swinging left, right, and center. Again, they make it look so easy. And it's all because Ludovica, they lose their plan A, they gotta scramble and figure out and find a plan B, which never comes to light. So perhaps it's a matter of slowing down the game. Deimos died in the first 20 or 30 seconds. When the previous rounds, same story as well. We die very early, it looks kinda rough, and we gotta go to plan B. Circle of Spheres, they don't really necessarily play an aggressive setup. Sure, they're roaming top floor with like 1 player in the beginning, they had 1 player in bar as well, but then when they get 1 spawn advantage, if they kill like 5 or 6 drones, if enough time goes away, or if they get the kill, they will always just fall back towards the bomb side. So it really comes down to the early engagements. That's going to define so much on this map.
And my concern here is that Ludovica took a little bit of a gamble when it came to that second round of operator bans. They had 1 last defender they could ban on out. And I think the 2 obvious ones that would have been in that conversation are the Azami and the Clash. Now, the Azami was really powerful on the basement bomb site at holding on to just underneath the kitchen hatch and making sure that they could fortify that position at the AKs. But the Clash was arguably the most important operator here on this gym defense. Now, Ludovica banned the Azami, but in doing so, they also lost the Blackbeard. They lost their ability to push where that Azami would have been playing, which was AKs. And instead, a single deployable shield did the job of the entire Azami. Ludovica didn't play in to that Azami ban, and now, as a result, they're going to be playing Jim with Clash in play. And it feels like there was a bit of a mismatch there from Ludovica. And if they're not able to win this round, they're really going to feel the punishment for it.
Just to further add to it, dealing with the keeper barriers is just shooting your guns, DMRs, self-destruction. Dealing with Clash, even though you got Sophia, it's not gonna be easy. Great shot from Karma, they'll open things up, leaving Clash mostly alone. He has to peel back now. And for once here, Ludovica in a numbers advantage.
One of the first times we've seen a good start to a round from Ludovica here on Clubhouse. And it came down to being really pacey on that execute onto Cash and CCTV. Last time, it was much slower and Circular Spheres peeled back slowly as well. This time, Circular Spheres got caught a little bit too far forward and Karma found that opening kill. Now, Ludovica have to see what they can do about that next layer of defense, which is the Clash holding onto Logi and these mirror windows in the objective.
This will be a tough one though. Big thing for Ludovica. Office control is going to be so important because with the mirror windows open, it is the backbone of the bomb site. And with the frost traps being below those window jump-ins, that's going to mean you can't really shoot a player as you're jumping in. So I don't see a world where a plan can happen or a successful attack can happen unless they approach office. And right now, there's 4 people on the windows. This worries me slightly. It seems like a very risky play.
You know what the concern is here for Luda as well, is they've used both of their Ash charges already without taking down these mirror windows, and they've used both of the concussions from the Zephyr without taking down the Clash. That's the util that was meant to be brought to deal with these heavy power operators from CS already taken down. Now Goofed able to find the first kill from that mirror window as the player jumps in to go plant. Physics out of the game. Ludovica need to pick up that diffuser. They need to get in the side, but how are they going to do that while Goofed is still holding on to that mirror window? We need something a little bit creative. It's desperation, sprays, and a jump in. Still Goofed holding on to that mirror window position. He's the ultimate operator, the ultimate player. Oh no, it's a bit of a double up. Cairo has to go big. He's taken down his teammate as well. It's now a 3 versus 2 after the team down. Inja onto Milo. The Clash gets active. And now Scars and Goof together have to hold down the fort. Cairo's planting. Milo's been picked on up. He's the one who's got to cover. Goof has found him. Goof is going to do it all. Cairo gets off the plant, but it doesn't matter. It's a big 4K for Goof. And CS find their 4th round on Clubhouse.
What is going on in this round? I mean, there's so many small things, and you said it so perfectly. The Ash self-destruction doesn't get the mirror windows. Sophia's stun doesn't deal with the Clash. There's no smokes on Thermite to smoke off the mirror window. They jump in, they raw dog the angle, it goes sideways, and then you're thinking, okay, how will they now save this losing position? Maybe they take office, they backstab main stairs. No. They double send it in gym window and it somehow works. The team injure happens, they revive into the plant, Goof pushing forward, getting every single kill in the round, and somehow denies the victory from Ludovica. It's a ridiculous turn of events, and it all comes down to one small decision not being made, and that is, hey guys, how do we deal with that mirror window in office? It was not answered, and instead they get massively punished.
Yeah, I mean, not a single set of smokes on the lineup from Ludovica. I don't know where Karma used both of his Ash charges, but neither of which were dedicated to mirror windows. There's no doubt that the operators at Ludovica really needed to ban there were either the Clash or the mirror, and unfortunately for them, they went with that Azami. They didn't find a round based on banning that Azami, and now they're looking down the barrel of potentially a 5-1 half, unless if they can repeat success here on CCTV.
It only gets worse though. Now there's no Asami. The Capital has been brought into play. Good read though from Neptunes. There is a dock. You can just tank the fire and spam the dock stims, and you will technically live the first one. You will also die to the second one. Most likely, at least. We'll see how it happens. But for Luda, again, just that early stage. Get the first kill. Keep that manpower. Don't throw it away easily. Try and trade your bodies. Just go step by step. It's a similar setup, right? The castle downstairs, 2 players catwalk, and that's really the most of it. There's the people they're playing side up are.
Oh, potential for a kill here. Jakena downstairs, and he's read perfectly by Karma. That's a big kill. I was thinking, the thing is, the way that Ludovica gets baited in here is if they go inside the building and feed these roamers like Jakena, that's how they'll lose. Ooh. But instead, they're able to bait out a couple of these kills. Now, all they've got to worry about is 2 players on rafters and 1 on site. Now, there's 2 ways they can play this. They can focus up and really try and take rafters here with the Capital, with the Nomad, with the nades and the flashes that they've brought to the table, or they can just go for a complete pivot. I think they've got plenty of util to make this one work. Milo and Cairo down below. Out goes the fire. Neptune starting to really take a lot of damage. Nade goes out. He stims himself as well, so he survives the fire. Survives the second fire as well, but not once the nade comes through to finish him off. Now Scars is the only player on the rafters. His position somewhat revealed now as well. And Ludovica in the 5v2 advantage, droning out onto Scars. He should be a dead man. It's just a matter of time before Ludovica finally put his position in the grave. He's holding on as best he can. Hunter's already low HP, trying to support, but there's not much left for CS to do other than wait for Ludovica to finally curb stomp them into oblivion.
Yeah, I think you leave him like last time, right? Go connector. We've seen this literally happen the exact same way before. They go con, they breach the wall, they're walking up the door, they leave Scar stuck on rafters because he's quote-unquote useless on the position. Hello, a rotate, a kill. And a trade.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Hunter did expose himself to Karma, but Ludovica now in a 4v1. Scars, hell of a game, by the way. 10 kills, but Karma will find a bullet right between his eyes. And a very much needed round there from Ludovica to finish off the half at a 2-4 split as they move on to their defense.
Only winning CCTV attacks is not a good look, but thankfully defense and attack play out very differently. So there's nothing here that tells us that Ludovica won't be able to change these around on the side swap. Orbiter bans, we talked a lot about it earlier on. The right decisions, the wrong decisions, the struggles. Now we'll see on the flip side, what do the teams deem will be a problem? Kaid immediately from the defenders, Hibana on the attack. So both playing around Heart Destruction or Walt and I, Maverick and the Mira. So Bandit right now gets a lot of value. Often teams they will go Kaid into Bandit. Now you can trick the walls. Mira is the second follow-up, which means you can play Bandit now and trick CCTV, Gym, and even if you're roaming top floor on a basement defense as well. This means problem-solving skills for Circular Spheres will often start with verticality, right? A grenade or a Capital, EMP, Sophia downstairs, so they'll do verticality. That's how they'll deal with the upstairs attacks. However, for a Bandit on the basement, it's almost impossible to clear out the Bandit batteries on the triple church wall if they fully reinforce it off. The only real way is EMPs.
Yeah.
The benefit, I guess, is they have Monty open, they got Dokumi, they got Grim, they have these powerful operators, but they will have to struggle with that breaching.
Yeah, that's right. Ludovica have really targeted the hard breach game. It's not often that we see teams invest 2 bans into hard breaches when the shield meta is so prevalent. And what you've done here is you've left Montaigne open for Hunter, who's one of the best Montaigne players in the region. And when you leave that operator open, which happens very rarely, he's definitely going to play it. He's definitely going to use it to push some positions that usually you're just not capable of pushing without that Montaigne. It opens up a lot of new avenues for circular spheres to take that usually just would not be an option at all. And so Ludovica have to be aware, yeah, they might win the hard breach game, but they're likely going to be brute forced on other avenues like Dirt Tunnel or Blue or perhaps even down the main hallway or Modo. Circular Spheres have a lot of options. They've also very early in the round snuck Jakenna into this flank watch position, and as Box tries to come back to sight, he might be caught. Meanwhile, Kara is actually read him to perfection, and Box has won his fight off site. So it might not even matter. Circular Spheres have already lost 2 players in the first 45 seconds into the round just to this roam game.
Changing max.
Such a good aggressive play.
Oh, no.
Box stuck. Oh, never mind. He's not stuck in there. You're stuck with him. He gets a second kill. Finally, the Monty comes in. But is it too late, James? Is it 2v5? Box can run down the staircase. There's no cutoff.
Yeah.
Monty gets the kill.
Yeah, Hunter is able to finally get that kill and find the first of the roamers. I think that everyone else from Ludovica has gone back downstairs. Indeed, they have. But at 2 versus 4, yeah, it's not great. And you'd know better than anyone, Pengu, right? What you need when you're roam clearing is that Monty being the first one in the building. You can't afford to have all these other players dry peeking and taking these risks. The Monty is the one that can take ground without taking any risks. So he should be the first one marching on forward with the players to support behind him.
You see triple wall being reinforced all the way through. Bandit batteries pre-placed. So even if this wasn't a 2v4, they would, again, as I said, struggle very much with the wall, most likely. Thankfully, Hunter and Monty brought the can openers, the secondary Harpy's destruction. They can get at least 2 of the hatches. That's something to work with. Then they have flashbangs on Bog on Scars, who's 10-3. He's doing a great job in the fragging department. There is still a way in this round. If Ludovica oversteps their peak, and Scars can find one of them, then you're down to a 2-3. That's doable. And there's still 45 seconds to play. There's plenty of time. A C4 pre-ripped above the keeper barricade, waiting for a sound cue to drop it on in. It's a Monty though, so it shouldn't get the kill.
I was going to go for it regardless. And that will blow a little bit of damage onto the Monty. Meanwhile, Scars has been taken down by Physics. Hunter's now going shield on back, looking for some kills, trying to take gunfights with the pistol. He's fighting into a triple crossfire with the keeper barrier up. This isn't going to work. He spots out the Warden's head for a brief second. And he's going to go for a kill now. Shield on back, and Kara takes him down. Kara started the round, and he will be the one to close it as well. And with that, Ludovica looking pretty untouchable at the start of their defense.
Yeah. It's again, like Consulate, a lot of these rounds get defined very early on, and again, generally speaking, the attackers can benefit from slowing down the game, or if they want to play fast, make sure you play together. Put in the right operator in the right position, like we said. The Monty goes in first. You literally cannot dodge the bullets. That's just how Monty works. So you have a big shield in front of you. You can start yellow pinging, stressing, applying pressure to the enemy. And then when you have all the guns around Monty, holding the run backs, they're behind him, assisting, that's when the game is going well. When Monty goes in as one of the last attackers in the round, the issue that happens is all the people that are holding the run backs, they die. And that means Box could have basically run down the staircase for free. Monty thankfully got the kill at the very end, but they've lost so many bodies. So it's very important that the sequence order of things is accurate for the attackers. They've gone off the Monty right now to Sophia instead, likely because they gotta deal with the bandit first. This is where you're gonna get a little bit conflicted. One issue is gonna be the roam. Another is gonna be the bomb site. A third will be simply getting the wall opened up. Sophia is the #1 counter to this problem. In this case, if they're penetrating a CCTV wall, you go in blue window downstairs, you'll Sophia open the soft floor and break the bandit battery, and you'll swap to your Sophia stuns, and Sophia stun the bandit from stopping him from doing the bandit trigger animation.
Well,
now they droned it, they saw bandit wasn't there.
Yeah, Milo's quite a far way away.
Unless they rotate him.
Oh, this is risky.
Tuber out. So they can freeze the wall now. Bandit can rotate on over and still get it done. I'm looking at Bandit right now. He's in bedroom still.
Yeah,
Bandit is not rotating.
Yeah.
They're just stalling for time instead.
Physics is counting this really well, though. He's timing it to perfection to get the most duration out of these Tuber gadgets, the Zoto canisters, making sure that the wall is frozen for as long as possible. It just delays that step one and slows down the Circular Sphere's attack a little bit. Eventually, wall opens up, but a minute down, it's valuable time that's been burnt by that Tuber pick.
If the Tuber had done it a little bit earlier, you can actually rotate the bandit over during the freeze and then deny the walls. Because this is the problem. They've shown there's going to be a CCTV attack. And yet the bandit is still in master bedroom, likely because he has a shotgun. He's a bit limited in what fights he can take, but they are giving up a lot of map space now, relatively for free. And the only thing the bandit triggering is going to be the jacuzzi wall. And that is valuable. It's not for nothing, but it's definitely not the most amount of value you could have gotten out of bandit Tuber, because you're playing a whole operator to freeze the walls without triggering anything.
Yeah, it does feel like there could have been a lot more done there by Ludovica to try and delay the hard breach on that side of the map, even having some batteries available just to slow down the clear onto Cache itself. After CCTV opened, there was immediately an ace to open up Cache and force the clash back.
Yeah.
But here, this is where we finally get to see the bandit coming into power on this round. Goofed is outside and ready to go for a big exothermic charge, but obviously we have primed and ready. It's Milo in position. Scars are going to get aggressive meanwhile on this clash. And the point of contention, of course, will be Logi.
Reloading mag.
As it should be. Logi is so important on this bomb site, but the windows, similar story. Two people outside. They can actually now shoot the bandit batteries because the defenders broke the castle barricade with a melee punch.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge
Establishing
mistake there from
crossfire,
Milo. He
helping
immediately
each other.
dies as well. What on earth is going on? That is a critical mistake from Ludovica. It might lead to them losing the round as well. They're going to have to fight back quickly. Hunter's forcing down that diffuser. Cairo low on HP as Scars storms in through Logi to take ground away from Ludovica. It looked to be a very solid start to the round here from the defensive side, but as soon as that castle barricade fell, so did the whole defense, and Circular Steers stormed the bomb site.
Yeah, and this goes back to what happened earlier on. Having bandit on CCTV to deny either the Selma charges or Therma charges and stall for more time, that would have proven the better case scenario in that given round. This security, or the jacuzzi breach rather, didn't even matter. The defenders themselves broke the castle barricade with a melee punch to try and help each other, but they died instead from the, Blackbeard walking in from master bedroom door from connector. It just falls apart very, very quickly. I do like this switch up though. Circular Spheres, they said, we see a win condition, we're gonna go for it, and they played together. Now Ludovica, they will change the bomb site, and this CCTV bomb site does play a lot better before that potential third operator ban. So I really like this. Germ is statistically a better bomb site. CC works better if you have a bandit. So right now you're going CC, and if Circular Spheres then bans the bandit, you've gotten your CC round attempt, hopefully a victory for them, and then they can play Germ base in the future and really start getting a round advantage. So strategically, very sound here in terms of the bomb site choice.
Attackers are heading out.
Yeah, I do like going CC here, but I'm just still a bit hung up on what happened last round. Like, yes, obviously they could have had the bandit a little bit more active on the roam before falling back to site, but I still feel like that was quite a big throw from Moloska. Going for destroying that castle barricade, it meant that he didn't have anywhere to play, because immediately as soon as he destroyed it, they shot the bandit batteries off, they breached the wall behind him, and then he's trapped between the breach outside with the shotgun, no way to fight it, and of course ended up dying to the Blackbeard at master door because he was forced out of position. So, and there was also still 35 seconds left, so it was not late enough in the round to pop that castle barricade in my mind. I think that was a bit of a throw from Ludovica, and I think they're probably going to have to wear that as we are quickly approaching map point here for Circular Spheres on what's meant to be a map that favors Ludovica. They really need to come up clutch here on their defensive CCTV to make up for the errors of last round.
6 frag grenades and a fuse. 6 can openers.
They want things to go boom.
Yeah, this is one explosive lineup. Every single operator can make something go boom one way or another. Now there's a Jaeger, but what's that gonna do against 6 frag grenades?
Oh,
so they're gonna nade this, they're gonna fuse charge one side, breach the other. Bandit is gonna trick both. Yep. Okay. So we're missing a second grenade.
Yeah.
Blackbeard tossed one, then waited, then tossed one,
Oh.
and now we got them tricked instead.
I think he tossed both, but there's an ADS which chewed up one of them. But as you said, there are 6
Oh,
grenades.
right, ADS caught one in first.
Exactly. We need more grenades over there because, as you said, that was a pivotal way. That was the solution to the Bandit. Meanwhile, we have a bit of a flank here from Ludovica, who's now slipped on away. Circular Spheres are chasing ghosts on the master side of the map. And still no breach on that main wall. Cairo has it on lock thanks to that Bandit. And I think Ludovica have proven that they have read this ban phase well. And they have a way to make this work on the least favored bomb site of the 3 main bomb sites chosen here on Clubhouse. That said, Jekena is so tempted to go for something a little bit aggressive. He's inching towards the site with a breach here into Cash.
Gotta just go for it. Diffuser in the pocket off the fuse, not the BB.
Oh, here it
goes
is.
in deep here, that's risky.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for the Blackbeard, though, as Cairo finds him, just waits for the ADS and takes his head clean off. Meanwhile, Karma has fallen, but Lunchbox is still on for his flank. He's playing very patiently. He loses his fight, though, and that might open the gates here for Goofed on the side. Hunter forcing down that diffuser, still at a numbers disadvantage. Hunter feeling the pressure, getting shot out constantly. Cairo has an absolutely nuclear round on the Bandit. A big 3K to close out the execute. And with that, Ludovica continue to be breathing here. They need a few more defenses, though, to lock out this series.
Going back to the Blackbeard nade incident, if you only have 1 grenade, what you can do is you need 2 people on the breach itself. Fuse was fusing 1 wall, and then he was can opening the second wall. If you fuse 1 wall and a second player, the Grim for example, who also had can openers, if he was opening the opposite wall, you will get the fuse charge going off or the can opener. Bandit cannot physically trick both of them. But there was only 1 guy breach, there was only 1 guy grenading, and that 1 ADS just kind of saved that situation for the defenders. So that's kind of where the round mostly fell apart.
Yeah, between...
As expected.
Well, oh, sorry, I was going to say,
Sorry,
like, that was a 3-person job there. You either needed 2 people breaching and 1 person naded, or two people nading and 1 person breaching. And yeah, Circus Spheres just tried to get away with only using 2 people, and unfortunately, it's just not going to cut it against that setup when Cairo is playing it so well.
But now they've solved the problem, right? Because as expected, now they banned the Bandit. That means when and if we see CCTV again, it's going to be a much weaker version. When we're seeing Basement right now, they cannot stop Triple Wall from being opened up besides having jammers, which is more easy to deal with, right? EMPs, etc. And then when you go to Gym, same story. That Bandit who was on Jacuzzi Wall is not going to be a problem. So with this singular operator ban, the Bandit Kite combination now, it's gonna make the attackers much more favored. What did Ludovica ban? They banned the Ying, which yes, it's being played, but you have Warden most of the rounds, and you're still leaving Monty open. So I feel like now we could see a favoritism towards Circular Spheres really start to ramp up.
Yeah, that's right. I think as we get deeper into the map, this operator ban phase really does favor CS. Ludovica really targeted the hard breach at the start of this ban phase, but now that both Kaid and Bandit are banned, it's pretty much nullified. And most importantly, that Monty is still in play here for Hunter. We just need to see him use it a little bit more actively, because previously on this basement, it was just a quick round thanks to the roam game being won by Ludovica in the first 30 seconds of the round. I don't know how Scars got injured, but he's taken Box out. Must have been a trade where he managed to only get injured, but he got the headshot and killed Box. He should be revived, and that's definitely a player you want to keep alive. Keep in mind, Scars has 15 kills so far. Cairo actually gets aggressive. He must have known that it was an injure, and he managed to finish off Scars. That must be so frustrating for Scars. Thankfully, Goofed is able to trade, so it is worth it here for Circular Spheres. They retain that numbers advantage.
It was like Cairo and Scars are 2 players on different sides right now. They're both playing the same game, aggressive, getting kills. Miller's upstairs gets a kill, on Milo rather. Miller's not quite a player, more of a host these days. But holding on to Office is great here. You're gonna hit the bomb site?
Yeah. Desperate now after losing that player who was trying to open up the kitchen hatch, but Karma allowed to play inside of the hallway, gets an off angle, takes down Goof. Oh, Physics is an awkward spot. He's trapped between 2 players. He needs some support. Karma tries to come into support. Physics just needs to lock in and just stay. Karma, actually Jake takes him down with the explosive from the Zephyr, and now him and Hunter together can take control of the back of Arsenal. It's a 2v2. Karma's got 1 Kiba, but what a shot from Jekena! It's a 1v1. It's Karma versus Hunter. That Monty, the last remaining attacker. As Karma needs to figure out how he's going to play this against that Montaigne case. Going down. He's heard it. And he's taken down Jakenna. It's a 1v1 in close range for Hunter, but he can't land the shots. A big kill there for Ludovica, who are staying alive on this defensive side of Club.
They're so good at clutching up for Ludovica when they need to make a play. Like, they recognize, okay, box is down, we didn't get a full player trade, we lost a player, Scars got injured, we need to make a play somewhere else. Well, that somewhere else happened to be very much nearby. Cairo, flanking kitchen, gets the kill, tries to get away, doesn't. Then Milo upstairs gets the kill trade vertically instead. They respond from Circular Spheres. They're gonna insta drop 2 people down the blue hatch with Monty in dirt. They don't care about the office player. They don't care about, the main stairs. They're gonna just try and make a fast-paced play, because if they get there first, they will attack 3 versus 2 since they knew that the mute was top floor. It almost worked out. It comes down to an injury on Sophia into a 1v1 with a Monty on very low HP. Nice try from both teams, and again, they keep adapting against one another.
Yeah, and big round from Jakenna as well. He's had a very slow series. He was on a donut for a lot of this game, but that was a big round for him to come through, even though he did end up losing it. Also really important that Ludovica won that round. Not only would it be map point for Circular Spheres, but I'm going to be honest, Pengu, I think Cairo might be on tilt a little bit. We talked about how he's a really incredible individual player. He's a very smart player, but I have heard that part of the reason why he hasn't stayed on teams like Chiefs for very long, why he hasn't stayed on these very top teams and has to kind of drop down and be the more experienced player on these middle pack teams, is because sometimes when things get dire, Cairo can panic a little bit. He can be changing his mind last minute. Maybe a bit of tilt sets in. In that moment, he was blaming the game audio, but I'm pretty confident that he was just confused about what happened. He said there was no res audio, but actually the res never happened. There was just another player there in position to cut him off. So I think he maybe misinterpreted what happened, blamed the game, was getting on tilt a little bit. So I think it's really important that Ludovica won that round. That's a critical mistake from Physics, though. Missing that Tubarao, that essentially nullifies 2 of the Tubaraos and gives quite a duration of time to CS for that clear.
It does, but also just think about the Tubarao pick right now. Playing Tubarao as an isolated individual operator is only really super good if you use him as a mute jammer. You get Demo's tracked. If you freeze the floor beneath you, it acts as a jammer. It will nullify the tracker. Same against the Blitz, it counters Blitz, Flashbang, etc. You're playing Tubarao to just simply throw them at a wall. There's no wall deny. There's no Goyo or smoke for follow-up time denial to Shanka. So it seems like a bit of a very isolated operator pick. It doesn't really play into the overarching strategy of the rest of the 4 operators. So now you're very much weakened. Yes, you have the castle barricades on the windows, but those will go next. Viper, you can just go outside, use the gadget, katonk, and they're gone in 2 seconds, basically. Or you can punch them, go and 6 them, it doesn't matter, there they go. And now, for the defenders, what do you have as a win con? You have to just land your shots and get kills, because strategically, you will get suffocated in this round.
And Box is the first one to fall off angle here for Karma. He's going to use his Kiva to try and enable a little bit of aggression. Like you said, they need some aggression. Luda need to win some unfavored gunfights to bring this back, because CS are in the driver's seat of this round. And they have been for a lot of this attacking half as well. They've looked really solid on their attack. That's an ill-advised peek from Karma. He knew he had to get desperate, but he loses the fight. And now Circular Spheres with a 2-player advantage. Things are just looking even better. Oh, the timing here.
Oh,
did he not see that Cairo was coming up the stairs? Scars will find the kill regardless. 16 to his name in the 11 rounds we've played so far. It's just Physics and Milo to try and hold on here. And Physics will fall. It's a 1v5 for the ex-retiree, and he just eventually finds that kill onto Hunter. Goofed locks him out as the plank goes down, and Circular Spheres are just 1 round away from returning the favor and taking Ludovica's map away from them.
1 round away, and what's even worse, Ludovica had to choose between going either back to gym and fix their strat, or go to CCTV without a bandit, or bring out bar, which is almost never played in tier 1 competition in the past 2 or so years. And right now, James, they're not doing the first two things. They're actually sticking bar all the way through to fight for overtime.
Wow.
That's
This is
ridiculous.
It's so risky as well. I mean, you're right. With no bandit, you can't possibly win on gym. I mean, Ludovica already kind of suck with their gym defenses. And going to CCTV with no bandit is a bit of a death wish as well, at best of times. I mean, it doesn't matter that there's no Hibana or Maverick or Ying. There's a million other ingredients. You can already see the Capitao and the Monty brought out. Those are two incredible operators for taking rafters. So it really forced Ludovica in taking the risk and going here to bar stage. But guess what? The Monty is so powerful here as well. This bomb site is just objectively weak. And unless if Ludovica are winning their gunfights and playing aggressively and making it work, I don't think they're going to have a lot of success either on this tertiary bomb site. So Circular Spheres, they are moments away from what should be replying to Ludovica with a map win of their own and sending us the distance.
Yeah.
Located by attackers.
It very much is Ludovica just being in the worst case scenario with the operator bans, with the bomb site rotation, with the rounds that they lost they shouldn't have. I mean, had they won that gym defense, they go overtime and the bomb sites reset if they were to stay on that side. That's all great for them. Because they lost that one round, or that one gym round before that, now they're stuck in this spot instead. Now, how do you typically attack this bomb site back when it was played? Like this. You go top floor, you'll breach either master or CCTV side, or both, meaning either you take full top floor control or you take half top floor control. Once you do that, you will then go downstairs, and of course, if you breach the jacuzzi side, you're gonna go, strip pool table into bar. If you breach CC side, you go CC into connector into the stage bar, main door area, so to speak. Basically, you're gonna be pushing the defenders from top floor down and in towards the side. Again, you're suffocating them. They have nowhere to play. They have no real way to deny the plant. And because you got the Muncie, like you pointed out, they have a really easy way to go for a plant attempt. And they've even doubled down with the Blackbeard on top.
And when a site can't become a bunker like Bar here, you need to get aggressive. You need to win some engagements. But how do you win engagements when they're playing two shield operators? And you got the Monty and the Blackbeard, and that's a big kill as well. With Karma going down, Scars is forcing that diffuser behind the Monty. You're not going to be able to make a retake happen here. The plant has gone down with no contest. Physics is on for a flank and he's taken down Scars. It's two shield players and Neptune left alive for Circular Spheres. As Ludovica have the numbers advantage, Nep, he reveals his position. He's still outside the building and he should be able to hold on. He can cover the diffuser from outside as well, but Hunt is gone down too. It's Jakenna and Neptune who have to cover it, and the Keeper barrier locks his line of sight. It's locked both of these attackers away from the bomb site. Can the defenders manage to get on this diffuser early enough? Box is going to have to stick it now. Neptune is left all alone. Every single player is throwing, but Box has not enough time. He needed to stick it, but he got off. Jakenna's going to chuck a lol in the chat because the game is done. There's nothing left to be done for Ludovica. Circular Spheres have struck out, and it's all the way to Lair for map number 3.
It looks so winnable for both teams. The free plant, okay, sure the attackers have it. The retake is so good, they get kill after kill after kill. But the post plant outside stock works out so good for them. And again, time runs out. There are 6 seconds. He got off the plant. You can't get back onto it. And that's the round. It came down to bomb site rotations, operator ban, and wall deny. That bandit ban really locked things in.
Yeah. And the Monty as well, not banned once. You've got to put some respect on Hunter. He's a really good Monty. He doesn't always play the most aggressively, but in that last round there, we saw the power of when you let CS have that Montaigne. I mean, Circular Spheres have pushed us all the way to a third map, which I didn't really think was going to be possible, but as we came to expect from the regular season, these two teams are very well matched. They know each other very well. We got former teammates across both of the rosters, and, well, Ludovica, they've been pushed the distance. It's going to map 3. Lair is where we will end up, where we will determine this series who will go on to face Enterprise, the #1 team in the region, and who will go down into the lower bracket. CS versus Ludovica, map 3 coming up after this.
My name's Anastasios Tomatatsis, also known as Oda. I play for the Chiefs in Australia. Yeah, so sport played a big role in my life. Growing up, I actually started off with soccer. I was a big runner, high jump, discus, shot put, all of that. But then after that, I kind of transitioned into footy. Footy for me is the NRL. It's kind of like rugby union, just a few different rules. Yeah, so where I grew up was a pretty big footy spot, I'd say, like touch footy or NRL. Everyone would kind of get around the local team, which was the Knights. But as I was born in Sydney, I supported the Rabbitohs. So we would kind of just travel out to Sydney to see our games. Kind of have an idol, Greg Inglis. He kind of played my position. He was one of the big players I looked up to. He was just a machine on the Rabbitohs. Footy was a pretty big thing in school and out of school. Training 2 times a week, games on Saturdays. And then knowing I was good, I just wanted to compete at a high level. And I liked the fact that, playing that sport in school could actually get me places. So in my local area, there was one NRL club and we were just the smallest kids in the comp. So we'd have to travel far. I think the furthest we travelled was Scone, which was like 3 hours from where I lived. Just a bit of country footy. So yeah, we were kind of like one of the smallest teams in the comp, but we were always up there in the top 2. I feel like our team was kind of just like a little family because there was not much going on in our area, but everyone knew each other. So I feel like we just had a good bond. Like the other clubs would have like teams poached from everywhere and they would kind of try to form new teams, but everyone in my team was just local and we all knew each other. Yeah, I think in sports it's good to have a really good bond. I feel like if you're kind of forcing it, you won't reach your potential. I feel like in my esports career, playing Siege with a bunch of players, I didn't really find much success until we really had that bond together. I feel like, when I was back in Bliss the first time, that team had like a really good bond, strong bond. We were just mates having a laugh, but like no one hated each other. We weren't forcing each other to be there. And then that kind of carried on to my successful team with Bliss. When we started making majors, that friendship grew stronger. And I feel like that made my team stronger. I'd say one of my favorite memories during sport would have to be when I played my first year of rugby union. My NRL club kind of like lost its player base. So we kind of transitioned over to rugby union. And we actually made our rugby union team the best team in the comp and we won the grand final that year.
How good would you say you were?
I was the best. When I transitioned over, I was the leading try scorer on the wing. And I think me and the rugby league boys made a big difference coming over to union. Yeah, so sport played a big role in my younger development, just kind of being good at something and being competitive. I felt like I was missing something I was really good at, and then once I found like rugby league, I feel like that's really what made me push forward as being competitive in something. So I stopped playing sport because of COVID. Yeah, so COVID hit and it's actually when I finished my school year. So it was kind of a big transition period of not being able to go outside and being active, and then it kind of got me more involved in playing video games. I feel like sport gave me a passion in the first place for something competitive, and it kind of transitioned over to esports.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on. testify the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. 'Cause every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, listen time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road this bad time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show.
かないキラリきらめく夜のムーンライトかける街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にムーンライトセピア色に映る私そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう弱さも涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のメイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は投げないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわSipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, how love me. Look about the killing it, winning at a two. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 팔아버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell 'em Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to map number 3, Circular Spheres taking on Ludovica. We've been pushed the distance by CS Pengu as Ludovica won the first map, and then Circular Spheres replied in kind, taking down Luda on Clubhouse. So we've traded maps so far, and we end up on Lair for the third and final map.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The thing is, on the first 2 maps, I feel like I had a slight idea of what to expect. I have now entered unknown territory for this matchup. I have no idea what to expect at this point in time. But what I do want to kind of already say now, great job to both teams. Get rid of those shields. The Clash and the Monty did great work in that last game on Clubhouse. Both of those are gone. Ludovica getting rid of the Warden as well, opening up potential for a Blitz, which was then counterbanned at the same time, or a Ying, or a Glass. Things might get freaky if Ludovica wants to take us there.
Yeah, very much so. Last map, it was not all about the shield bans, and we saw it really come into power, especially with the Circular Spheres side. They know how to use those shields all too well. Now it's Luda on that attacking side, and they're bringing that Blackbeard straight out of the gate, one of the only shields left remaining. As for Ludovica, they're the ones who I think really have to put pedal to the metal here, because they were in prime position after winning Consulate, and they looked a little bit silly on Clubhouse. Really, some bad reads. Even down to the final round, they kind of screwed themselves a little bit with the operator veto, and coming down to those last couple rounds on defense, they really struggled to find a safe place to sit. They ended up going bar, it didn't work. They need to come out of the gates strong here on Lair, and they're on the attacking side, which means that it's them who have to muster the courage to make the first move, and they almost do that. Karma almost finding his kill early on a player rotating. It's nice to see we've already got boots in the building here for Ludovica. Sometimes you see players very slow to take control, slow to make progress, but pivotally here we've got Milo on the buck down below. He can put a lot of pressure on these site players, with the rest of the team looking to pinch from upstairs.
Looking really good so far indeed, and I love having verticality from below, either a Deimos or in this case a Buck. A lot of teams don't do it, but it can provide you with so much value, especially if CS aren't gonna go for an aggressive flank. We see the silhouettes, they're all top floor right now. That means Milo downstairs has free control to do whatever he needs. Gotta see Kyron on Blackbeard, walk on in, get the information to the Buck on where those defenders are playing from, so he can do the damage from below. That's gonna be the next step. They get the wall opened up. The wall is soft, doesn't matter. We're just gonna pop it one way or another. Nate goes out. Doesn't seem to land though. Goyo stays in the corner.
And the big thing here is that between Kyra and Milo, they should be able to take down Hunter. Never mind.
Oh no.
Hunter wins his 1v1 against the Buck downstairs, and now this is the problem for Ludovica. You need that vertical pressure from down below, and honestly, ideally someone else goes and takes Buck's position, even without the skeleton key. We need someone to do that, and that's exactly what Physics has done before he dies in the exact same position that Hunter just found the kill onto Milo from. Now things are not looking too hot for Ludovica. Without vertical players, 2 players in deficit. A big entry here from Karma, but immediately traded on back. It's desperate times for Ludovica, down to just box, hidden in a box with 3 players from Circular Spheres crossfiring his entries. Not much to be done here for the next 30 seconds other than bait and hope for a kill.
It's actually crazy how different this round could have been if either Buck or the Flores got the kill from downstairs. Just one Jaeger stuck in a corner on a yellow ping, gets 2 kills, and with that, again, we're back to plan B or plan C. We can't kill the guy in the corner. Now we gotta walk in and take really uncomfortable gunfights against Crossfire, the Goyo fire being popped later on. It's a complete disaster. It started so well, and then it just fell off.
Yeah. Hunter was the pivotal player in that round, no doubt about it. Didn't do anything crazy other than just not die vertically and find 2 kills from his position, just hold on to the ground. So yeah, credit to CS. It just came down to that. And unfortunately, Ludovica, they did everything else right, but if you fail at that critical point, the entire strat revolved around clearing those positions vertically. So we'll see if they can fix those issues for future rounds, but for now, CS going downstairs, and they're bringing Goofed on that mirror. Now, Pengu, we saw how good he was on that mirror on Clubhouse. He knows how to play those positions so well. It completely locked Ludovica out of a lot of those side executes on the gym and bedroom bomb side.
10 seconds to go.
It did, and Ludovica also struggled just dealing with the mirror and the gadgetry itself. It was like a round where they spent the Sophia charges, or sorry, the Ash charges on the wrong things, so they couldn't shatter the mirror windows, and then they didn't spend the Sophia stuns on the Clash correctly either, and it was a bit of a disaster on that gym attack. For this round, mirror's gonna be, both of the mirror windows will be downstairs on the bomb side. There is no Ash in play either here for Ludovica. The benefit is there is a hatch, there is soft destroyable 4. We should be able to get at least one of those 2 mirror windows with the verticality. And with this lineup, Jackal and Deimos with the Ram and Dokkaebi, we are talking roam clear galore. They want full map control, break the floor apart, and then work it down one layer at a time. And CS don't have a super aggressive roam themselves. This is good, because they're not gonna get screwed over by those anti-roaming gadgets of Jackal and Deimos, but also secondly, it means they might be expecting this exact thing, and they will be prepared for a counter-attack elsewhere.
The critical thing here is that Ludovica, because they have invested so much into roam clear, they have to make sure that this is quick and successful, because that's where their operator specialty is. And if it's not quick and successful, then it was such a big waste, and they're not going to have the time or the util to execute on site. Here comes the first engagement. Scars spotted. A couple of bullets from Karma. He himself is actually taking damage already. What is that, Karma? A huge mistake. You can't just be mid-gunfight and then look away. Milo's able to trade. If you can double down for a second, which he is, it might be redeemable here for Ludovica. But half the round done. It's a 2 versus 3. Circular Spheres have such a dominant advantage, and Neptune is still on for his roam. He's found a second one. Physics is down, and the round is pretty much done and dusted.
I say they weren't roaming. I was wrong. You're just playing this very particular area with 2 people inside a weapons armory and 1 person on the staircase itself. That's all they needed. They're playing in the one room that has no verticality from above, rendering the Ram, the Deimos, and the Jackal mostly useless. It's genius, really. Had they been anywhere else, soft destruction would have been a problem. And this bait right here is nice. A play C4 off sound cue. Can he land it though? He's baiting it out. Default cam is up, by the way.
He does win it. Yeah, you're right. Ooh. That could have been a call from the default cam to detonate that nitro cell. Unfortunately, timing's not there. 1v2 for poor old Milo now. This is possible. He's got the time to work with. Smoke is actually a pretty good way at dealing with that mirror window, but he is going to have to rotate. Too dangerous to drop straight down the hatch. And it's going to be difficult now. He's pretty much got only one doorway that he can enter from. The time is ticking away. As the smoke subsides, he will be once again exposed. Oh no, and unfortunately for him, the second smoke is going to get burnt. He's also on camera as well. Gooft has a nitro cell. He could easily toss on out and finish this round right here. Nitro goes out, and indeed, it will kill Milo. Ooh. And that's the round done for Ludovica. Solid round from Circular Spheres, and yeah, ironically, it came down to the very thing that Ludovica should have been prepared for, which was the roam game.
Also goes to show, right, how effective the operator bans are when it comes to shields on attack. Had you had a Muncie there, or a Blitz, or a Blackbeard even, which is open to be fair, you can walk in and take those gunfights a lot more comfortably. The second thing is, I don't think Ludovica knew they were roaming in those positions until they arrived there, essentially. Had they known, they could have gone for the backstab. Where we saw the Valkyrie playing inside of lockers, the doors were closed, the default cam was up, attackers hadn't entered that area until Jackal was specifically hunting down the Valkyrie in the 1 versus 3. So they were all pushing from this side right here into the meat grinder, and that's where the crossfire was. And then you had Neb, of course, find 2 kills alone elsewhere. It's a good roam. They played in the right spots on the map, then they got a strong bumps with those mirror windows or runic gates afterwards. So as long as the roamers go 1 for 1 or 2 for 2, basically even numbers, I think that's a huge win for CS, regardless of how it happens. But it happens so effortlessly, so flawlessly, it just made the round look completely over after that first kill.
It's a concern when Ludovica have the right read, but still get everything wrong. Because last map on Clubhouse, it was a lot of rounds where Ludovica had the wrong read. You know, bringing the wrong operators to the table, bringing the right operators, but putting them in the wrong locations. This time, you know, Ludovica, in theory, did everything right, and then they just lost player after player. I mean, you brought all of the anti-roam utility, and you lost to a very loose, not very thorough roam from Circular Spheres. It wasn't like that was some big brain strat. It wasn't even any particularly gnarly shots landed by CS. It was just poorly played from Ludovica, enabling a loose roam to be successful for CS. Now, Luda already 2 rounds down. They need to come into action here on their attacking side And this is where you want to do it, on the tertiary bomb site. It's in theory going to be easier than any of the rounds we've seen so far from Luda. Let's see if they can make good on that.
In theory, it's easier. I think in practice, it's actually on Lair a bit deceptive. I think this bomb site is harder to attack than most people give it credit for, because it kind of works out on like border ventilation, right? As long as defenders have control upstairs, they can deny more or less every single plant spot if they have information on it. That means the attackers gotta roam here on the top floor or have some sort of sneak way to plant on the bomb site. A glass with smokes could be that because of the warning ban. That could work. That's not what they're going for. They're Brava hacking the bomb site, looking for the Fenrir, the Banshees, the bulletproof cameras. This is great. But again, if you cannot clear top floor, you have to go straight for side. They can spam yings, they can spam smokes, but they can still get shot through those pieces of utility. So they might just conflip it here and say, we hope we don't get smoke banged. But if they do, that might be the round.
Oh, but this is the kill that they need.
Start.
Karma finding the opening. It might enable an entry here. In goes the Glaz. In amongst the smoke. It's time for plant denial now. From above, will they find
That's
Cairo
good.
planting in the smoke? The plant will go down. There's no information here for the defense. Doesn't matter about taking the top floor if the smoke will obscure that plant location. Now Box gets in the fight, finds one, traded back. The vertical kills finally start coming out for CS, but it is too little and it is too late. 3 versus 4 now as Ludovic got hold in the post plant, looking solid. Goof needs to find his kill. Karma a second, Karma a third. Karma for the 4K! Big round from Ludovica. And from Karma as well with the F90, the Aussie on the Aussie operator. Actually, I think these Kiwis, I think Karma is a Kiwi, ironically. The one operator is Australian. It's a New Zealand player who's playing it. Almost so perfect there. But Ludovica, they're going to be very happy about that round.
It's nice executed. I mean, the first kill they get, the bomb site anchor player, it's so perfect, right? The second they get that, they just rush it in, and I think everyone played their roles correctly. The Glass is smoking and covering. The Ying is spamming Candelans upstairs just to disrupt and blind the people who are trying to look down through that verticality. The only thing that I thought they had taken care of was actually the bulletproof camera. Early in that round, we saw a Brava drone hacking things on the bomb site. The Fenrir mine, I think a Banshee perhaps. I also thought it was going to hack the bulletproof camera. Apparently that didn't happen, and we did see at the tail end of the plant a red ping come out, which made it kind of scary. CS had more or less perfect information, but they were blinded upstairs and unable to navigate into the right spot to deny that planter. That could have been a super risky round, but again, because Luda played it so well in their individual roles, it ended up being very successful.
Very much the case. Ludovica finally back into it, but it's only one round, and it was a pretty tight one as well. It wouldn't have taken much for CS to deny that plan, and then once the smoke subsides, that's pretty much Ludovica's one-and-done strat finish. So I'm still a bit worried about what we saw in the first 2 rounds from Ludovica. There's a long way to go to proving that they can make this happen and take the series and go and face Enterprise. Up next, of course, the winner of this match will go and face the #1 team in the region right now, which to many people's surprise... Yeah, exactly. Most people would be very surprised to see not Chiefs and not Gaming Gladiators, but Enterprise, the #1 team in the region, of course, formed primarily from the remnants of previously dropped players from Gaming Gladiators, Fisher Guy, Tuhan, even their old coach, Mingoran. So... yeah, definitely a big, tall order to take. Whoever wins this game's got a big game afterwards. For now, though, focus up. This has been quite a tough series for both teams. I think a lot of people expected Ludovica to take this series quite handily, and in my mind, we were wrong about that.
That we have. With that being said, 7-5, 7-5. I'm surprised we have yet to see overtime, because both of the first 2 maps certainly could have gone there. Something about the 6-5 scoreline, teams just really start showing up and just ended outright. This round, however, a slower pace, Ludovica. I liked it. Bandit trick comes out, I think he missed the wall. No, actually, I hit the summon. Okay, I thought the summon was on the opposite side, actually. Interesting. So bandit tricking, just like on Clubhouse, being a thorn in their side. Further slowing things down. Karma, killing up the killing. 6 and 2 so far on the Deimos currently.
This is the thing last year. When we saw Karma playing in OCE League for the very first time. If I'm not wrong, it was on Panic Esports, a team that was very much at the bottom of the table. Like, you know, they could barely win a game. But Karma was a shining light. He was a player that everyone's like, okay, this guy's going to get picked up by a big team. And, well, as I say that, he just absolutely bots out and dies to Scars. Thanks very much, Karma, for that one. Scars has gone big for a double. Talk about players that have been looking hot recently. 15 kills previously in this series on a single map, and now he goes down. It's a 3v3 as Ludovica hold on to their ground that they have taken. Hunter's in an awkward position, and, well, meanwhile, Neptune has actually managed to sneak up ahead and find 2 kills. It's all up to Physics now. He's locked Hunter into a corner. There's not much to be done about it. Hunter can just sit here and QE peek, not expose himself too much. Pretty much an unwinnable position now for poor Physics, who's got to walk into a 3-way crossfire to do anything.
That's a tough one. Finally gets the first kill. Jade trades it back instead, though, and with that, also the round. 3-1 in favor of defense, in favor of CS. Again, nothing to be too worried about if you're supporting Ludovica right now. Lair is a defender-sided map, that I will say. And given the operator bans right now, I also do think that CS has done a great job at just targeting what Ludovica are good at. The shield, the glass, also punishing back on the Warden ban, because that's where glass gets really, really strong. I'm curious if there's going to be a second strategic approach here in the last 2 rounds. If they're going to bring out another niche operator. They played Raora last round. Didn't really see it come into fruition because the round kind of just fell apart and people started dying out of nowhere. They're hovering the nuke now onto Twitch. I feel like they must have something else on the attack they can bring that's not just Ying and Glass, with that Glass ban stopping that combo from working.
Well, Cairo seems pretty keen on sticking this Raora here.
Yeah. Or not. Oh,
it's still haunting me that
swap it instead.
Yeah, okay, it's onto the demos. It's still haunting me that we saw Karma pop off, and for a second I got excited thinking, oh, it's a, Aussie. Oh, never mind, he's the New Zealand player. And then we've got a New Zealand operator being brought out. Finally, Raora from New Zealand. And this time it's Physics who's playing it, so it's not even the New Zealand players. Just like, guys, do this for me. Just do it for the story. Just do it for the memes, please. But not to be the case. We do have the Raora as a, our little cheeky X Factor operator coming on through from Ludovica. Ooh, almost an early kill. Onto Box there. Outside the building, Jukana making an aggressive peek hole outside of the garage wall. I'm still not entirely sure what the plan is here from Ludovica to use the Raora. I assume the Twitch pick is to target Goyo and Mira, both of which were brought the last time CS defended the basement.
Yeah, so typically with Raora, you want to basically do what you did last time without dying, of course. You want to roam clear, and then where Jackal walked into the bomb site door and went for a plant next to the mirror window, you can close off all the doors and basically give you less angles to worry about. The issue is the mirror window is still there, and there's no Ashen play. So this Twitch really has to try and find some value. The roam is there from Hunter. This time it's a Blackbeard, though. This is good. They get the information. Blackbeard is very safe. Tosses a grenade. Scars is there for backup. Can they respond?
Bit of damage exchange both directions. Hunter needs to peek in time. Oh, but this is awkward. Ooh. Sneaking up very deep. That's Karma. Very dangerous player. M4 in hand. Out goes a nade. Hunter now starting to feel a lot of pressure. Neptune goes for a swing nade. Or rather, C4 comes out.
Injured.
And it does get the injure onto Cairo. The Paragon skin, no less, for Nep as well. It's not a good look here for Ludovica, who've lost both Cairo and Karma. Cairo just needs to be finished off, and I don't think he's in a safe, resable position. This roam game from CS on the basement is proving to be so difficult for Ludovica to pick apart. Eventually, Milo does take down Neptune. Meanwhile, Box is going to get the rares onto the Blackbeard of Cairo, and straight after that, also find the kill, or at least the injure onto Hunter, who will drop down the hatch and likely get saved here. This smoke, actually, unfortunately for Physics, is stopping him from being able to convert this kill down on the hatch.
Oh, he's safe now, I think, as well. Yeah, you're right.
They're going to get the res.
Oh my god, that's unlucky. He stuck around for a long time, though. I mean, Nep and Hunter both could have taken that one kill and fallen off. They didn't know they downed the Blackbeard, sadly for them. But again, BB on 20 HP will die to his, he'll die rather, to a singular bullet. They got the mirror window. The good thing is, though, Raora is still alive. 2 smokes and pocket of the Twitch as well. So now you can close off these
Oh, no, you
doors
can't.
like this. You can't do it through the beams
Oh,
though. You gotta
what?
go down the staircase.
What?
You can't do it like that.
What are you doing, Hunter?
What?
He snakes underneath the door as it comes up. The barricade from the Riora ineffectual. As the Bandit got aggressive, he finds 2 before he's traded on back. Now Ludovica trying to force his plan down, but the gate has once again been open and Scar says hello. Box now with it all to do. He'll find the first. He won't find a damn thing. Circular spheres are flying here on Lair. Another chaotic end to the round, but one where they come up on top. 4-1 is the scoreline, and Ludovica are struggling to find their way onto the scoreboard here on Lair.
Not the proning Bandit through the Raora door getting 2 kills, one of them being the plant cover and then the planter shortly after. Mind you, Bandit was the injured player Hunter who has 20 health. That's 1 bullet, he'll be dead. He gets the entire round for his team with that mini play. Fun fact how Raora works, it's still a relatively new operator. It doesn't work through steel beams, it doesn't work vertically. Basically, you gotta have true line of sight to a door, which means if the Raora had gone where the Blackbeard was planting, then you can use the gadget on the door straight across. But you cannot do it up or down through verticality. It looks like you can because there's like a pretty big opening, but you cannot. The gadget just doesn't work.
It's good to know because a lot of other gadgets you can use through the beams, you know, Zephyr,
Yes.
Ash, grenades, even
Everything pretty
Gridlock,
much.
right? Like you'd think that those track
Yeah,
stingers
you
are
throw
pretty
it down.
large.
Ace, Selmas, yeah.
Yeah, but no, unfortunately not the Riora. Perhaps just something that hasn't been, I guess, coded into the game. You'd think that that would be a nice little buff one day if they're able to implement that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's intuitive. You'd think it would be possible. And it definitely did stall out physics a little bit here. He actually died switching back to his weapon away from the gadget. And that's what enabled Hunter to go for that. Very cheeky play, proning underneath the door. It's funny because the Riora, obviously, it opens up quite quickly when it's opened by an attacker. But when opened by a defender, it's very slow. And it forces a defender who wants to get through quickly to go prone, which usually you would not expect to be finding a kill in a situation like that. Yeah, credit to Hunter and credit to Circular Spheres. They're looking really locked in on this defensive half, and there's one last chance here for Ludovica to find an attack round, make this look a little bit more doable, but I'm not optimistic for them. This has been such a challenge from the word go.
Yeah, they don't have those like niche operators the same. I mean, yes, they're bringing out the Ying once more, but they don't have the cover of planting like the glass. I do like the Maverick though as a substitute to just getting rid of the bandits on the wall. Jaeger shotgun being brought out as well. I mean, that's going to be either really great or really terrible because shotguns and Thief is always a bit of a 50-50. If you get a staircase gunfight, it's phenomenal. If you don't get the kill anywhere. Bandit runs away. The presence of the Maverick.
Yeah, I like that play from Ludovica. They were pretending to be opening up the wall with some kind of hard breach, like the Ace or the Thermite. Karma's had another kill on this Gridlock, by the way. Yeah, so they still EMP'd the wall to encourage Hunter to go for another shot there with the Bandit batteries. Hunter's actually found a kill on the Karma. Hunter's having a hell of a game, by the way. So good on this Bandit, playing it so well. Jake is adding Karma in the all chat, wondering if he's just taking risks or whether he has information. Eventually, Hunter will go down. Ooh, 2 kills here for Ludovica, putting Neptune and Goof in an awkward position. That's a big jump out. Surely Goof is going to get traded, though, on the return to try and get back inside, but Neptune might be able to make this doable. If he brings himself back into position, Goof is still outside the building, but he's got that diffuser. He's going to go for a big rotate. He's faking here. He's doubling back with these 2 players. Surely Ludovica can lock in and take down Goof when they have essentially wall hacks onto his position. Eventually he goes down.
Oh my
Leaving it up to just Neptune now, and the diffuser back within Ludovica's grasp.
That could have been such a heroic effort, or play rather. It was a good effort. Trying to escape in that dire position. Nep has the full bomb site control. Ying 2 Candelas, 4 smokes combined. It's still either team's round right now. Look at this, the cheeky play in the Maverick goes. He pre-fires it!
Banger shot there from Nep.
What now?
Oh, he spots the player. It's Milo v Neptune. The flashes come through. It does blind him for a brief moment. Back out again. Another Candela in hand here for Milo. And he tosses it on out. It's going to roll. Neptune will be full blind, but he managed to escape into the other room. And now Milo has to decide, how he plays this. He doesn't have the diffuser. Neptune is going to wait for a sound. Does he have a smoke to try and mask? He's going to bait it. He throws a smoke into the other room to make it look like he's planting, but on the shoulder peek, Neptune sees Milo, and he gets the read. He knows Milo isn't planting, at least not yet. Now time is back on Neptune's side. He goes deep, Milo! Neptune's going to take him on down. A massive clutch for Nep. CS are styling on Ludovica. It's a 5-1 first half.
It's so well played. The read in that situation on the pre-fire, on the Maverick holes, trying to mind control the Ying into making the wrong play, just playing the position, playing the sound, not sweating it, not stressing it, not being too worried. It felt like Nep was in full control despite being down a player in that 1 versus 2. A 5-1 half is ridiculous. It's very, very good. Yes, it's defender-sided, but still, this is exactly where you want to be if you're CS. All you need is a singular round and attack, and you are guaranteed overtime if Ludovica wins 5 rounds. If you get your second round, that's it. You take it in regulation. You can now play risky, you can play fast-paced, you can try and do some funky stuff because you have rounds to lose. The one thing I do not want to see now from CS, I don't want to see them start getting afraid of winning. There's playing to win, and there's playing to lose. And when you got this 5-1 lead, you go, guys, let's just play safe. Let's just win these rounds and be done with it. No, you need to stay true to yourself and keep playing crazy. If you see an opening, go for it. If you see a play, do not hesitate. Do not be afraid. Just keep going.
Yeah. And when you got players, I mean, most of this roster, Neptune, Goofed, Scars, and Chikena, all known to be fraggers. Like, that's what they're typically known for. They can play aggressively. Then you've got Hunter, who's known for being a really talented shield player. Chuck him on a shield and tell everyone, okay, let's take risks, let's play fast, let's play together, let's play aggressively. Let's really take the fight to Ludovica. And as you're saying, like, if you're going to lose a round, you may as well lose it playing very aggressively, because once the scoreline gets closer, you can play more typically. But right now, what's more likely to catch Ludovica off guard and shatter them a little bit, especially as perhaps the arguments start breaking out. Guys, how do we just lose that 2v1? How are we losing from our advantages? That's when Ludovica start to fall apart. So you start playing aggressive, you embrace the chaos. It's what we know Circular Spheres want to do. I want them to start playing like that right now. And already with the Blitz pick from Hunter, with the Blackbearded Goofed, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
The only thing that can be dangerous, though, they might bait themselves into thinking they can go for a plant. And this Cairo onto Shanga is not going to let that happen. He's using the gadget right now, so CS should hear that and know that, okay, Tashanga is on the board. There's a smoke as well. One, either you go really fast and you gotta burn your utility, force out the fire, force out the smokes, then go for a plant. Or two, you don't go for a plant at all. You try and go for kills instead. Map control on the bomb site, put the Tashanga in a bad spot, then you can go for a plant. So I don't want to see default stuff right now. Plenty of time to go. We're seeing Hunter right now with Goof kind of rotating, saying, okay guys, how do we IGL this? How do we call what to do next? They gotta use this last Selma charge successfully. It's gotta breach this bomb site wall. Perhaps Blackbeard can walk up, block the angle, make sure it stays alive.
I don't know how that happened, but Chikena's lost his life and
It's
given
gone.
Cairo his first kill, as you said. Yet the last Selma is completely gone now. Not a lot of hard breach here brought by Circular Spheres, and they are going to feel that really now that they've essentially breached nothing of value on this round. If they wanted to pivot and go for an Arc 6 room attack, they're going to have to fight against those mirror windows. They still have 2 shields up, but not a lot of pressure around different aspects of the map. They're all funneling in from this one position. They need a hero play, and they need it soon.
Yep. Grim Beast, one in pocket. Nade, last one as well.
Oh,
They're
no,
still fighting the staircase. It's not
Oh!
gonna work. Cairo steps up massively.
He had a donut before this round, and now he's found a big 3. It's a 4K for Cairo to finally get him on the scoreboard and get Ludovica back into the fight. Circular Spheres, they've gone back into their shell. They're playing too timidly, and they're going to lose their first attack because of it.
They are, but you gotta praise Ludovica as well. They chose to play the slow game. They're playing double plant now, smoke and Tashanga, combined with the mirror windows as well as the C4. They're basically pretty much saying, we're gonna just turtle up, we're gonna play passive, we know what we want to achieve. Slow down the timer, deny the planter. Circle of Spheres, they have to problem solve the situation correctly. And they knew there was a Tashanka early on. They knew there was a smoke early on. And surely they must have heard or seen the mirror window as well. And yet, they still went for the default attempt and a single C4 took down the last Selma charge. And with that, the only real way in towards the bomb site. And then, plan B, you gotta go crazy. You gotta go fast. You gotta get those kills. Cairo wins 4 individual gunfights as Tashanka against 2 shields, by the way. Now, I said this before. There are rounds to lose. Those are one of them. Okay? You can still afford more. It's 5-2.
Seconds left.
Yeah, I agree, except that if CS are going to lose, I want them to lose like pushing rather than lose like that. You know, it was quite a sad way to lose, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they were kind of staying there, not doing much. And, you know, one of the problems there was a lack of hard breach or a lack of successful hard breach. This time we only have tin can openers on Goof. That's the only hard breach we have available for the entire CS roster. It's a basement attack, though. And maybe you're not going to lean into hard breach at all. Maybe you're just going to get aggressive. You've got, again, the Blackbeard and the Blitz, the 2 most aggressive shield operators. I want them in early, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Hunter at the tip of the spear for Circular Spheres. He makes his way forward with that Blitz. A smoke goes down, but from the side, Physics is there. Traded by Neptune. Chikena joins the fray as well. Box coming back. He sees that Blackbeard, though. He's trying to take the fight against Chikena as him and Karma look to try and pick up the pieces of this defense. And one by one, they fall. It's an aggressive attack for Circular Spheres. On the verge of the bomb site, they dominate Ludovica, and it's just Box left in a 1 versus 4, and Chikena is well and truly distracting him on this Blackbeard. Box will find him 1v3 now as he retakes the bomb site, and Chikena gets lippy in the all chat. It's a 1v3 for poor Lunchbox, one of the youngest players in the server, and he's got to retake. When Circular Spheres have that diffuser down, I just don't see a world where Box makes this happen.
It should be impossible, right? And perhaps there's a bit of tilt settling in. Box chasing the Blackbeard the entire time. Top of the bomb site is falling. He's moonwalking. The fire on the door. Gets the kill. Great shot with 15 seconds left, James. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, there's just no time, right? Both of these players are playing hide away, playing tuck away, and just waiting for that timer to whittle on down. And that is the round done. And with it, it's match and series point in favor of Circular Spheres. It's a 6-2 advantage with 4 match points set before them. Ludovica have a mountain to climb, and I think that they're all out of rope.
I love when a good plan comes together. I mean, Basement Lair is such a hard map to attack. We all know it from even ranked and casual. It's just not easy to get inside the building. But Circular Spheres, they owned the map from like the 20-second mark from the beginning of that. They were upstairs, they were downstairs, they're in the middle of the site, they're smoking, they're getting kills, they're trading each other. It's perfect. And again, when you're up in like a 5-2 or 5-1 scoreline, it's exactly that kind of pace you need to try and set. Because, as you said yourself, what's the worst that can happen? You can either lose a round by trying or by not trying. They're trying very hard in that round, and they get very well rewarded. Now, the same thing applies here. Now it's 6-2. You just gotta do it again.
Yeah. And, I mean, from the all chat, you can see Circular Spheres are really targeting one of their former players, Lunchbox. Yeah, calling him Harry, his first name. They're tight like that. Ludovica have picked up Lunchbox so recently that Circular Spheres is still listed as his team on Wikipedia. So Wikipedia need to get on that and update these rosters. But yeah, obviously there's a lot of history between these teams, a lot of camaraderie, but also a bit of rivalry. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that most people would have picked Ludovica to be the better team. When you've got experience from players like Cairo, when you've got up-and-coming talent like Karma and Lunchbox, when you've got experience on a player like Milo, but it's a combination of some of these really informed gunners like Scars and Neptune in tandem with a player like Hunter, who's such a good backbone of this CS roster. They're proving to be better than even some of the more experienced players and some of the most experienced players in this region.
An obstacle to overcome now. Tertiary bomb site. You kind of have to go here. Regardless of what happens. Jake is just in the building again. They own the bomb site. Hello?
Yeah, it's very aggressive. Smoke straight down as well to fake a plant, trying to bait the rest of Ludovica to come hunting for them. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work out. Ludovico has seemingly read it, and they do find both Nep and Goofed. Still advantage for Ludovica, just by one player. They still have control of this top floor. Ooh, the Warden knows exactly what he sees there. That's Karma. He spotted a player inching towards the bomb site. There's actually no one in sight now. It'd be very vulnerable to be in the bomb site for an attacker with control up above. Held very firmly by this defensive roster. Oh! That's a lot of damage.
The Warden sees the smoke. You can't really just smoke and plant, you know, that's the big difference. Ludovica, they banned the Warden. They wait for that play. Circle of Spheres didn't go for that. So now, you pretty much have to go above. Or again, find some crazy kill vertically. But look at Scars. If he times this correctly with a distraction downstairs, perhaps they can take down the smoke here. But I think he knows.
I don't think he does.
Maybe
Oh,
not.
but the shoulder peek will give Kyra the info he needs. No freebie for Scars today. Ludovica are playing this very well, very patiently. However,
Hold
Hunter
up.
has snuck in deep. He's got a very cheeky plant spot, but what is that? An angle and a half from Milo. Just sees the feet of Hunter as the plant's about to be confirmed. Ludovica will deny it, and further that number's in their favor. Now that diffuser is locked down in that position, and this pressure from above from Karma is going to make it impossible to get safe. It's just Tekena now. Kyra will take down the final two players, and Ludovica are back into the game. 6-3, still 3 more match points to stave off.
Round by round, Ludovica will build this comeback. And as long as they can mentally stay in this, that's the big thing right now, the mental, because they've had a couple of rounds that probably they should have lost the way they did, or they threw, or whatever. But that's all in the past. It's always about this upcoming present round and nothing else. One step at a time. Final operator band set here. What's the gonna be? It's gonna be a Warden to play Smokes, Valkyrie actually. Interesting, I didn't see that one coming. And then Blitz to just target the shields. How do you feel about Blitz versus Blackbeard here, James? Because I feel like it's a bit of a toss-up, right? They do the same kind of thing in different ways. BB gives you the grenades, but Blitz gives you the flashbang instead. Like, what do you think?
I think it's personally
Any thoughts?
a player target. I would want to get rid of a shield that Hunter's going to play and let Goofed play the Blackbeard. Hunter is such a good shield player, and I think he's going to be a little bit more unpredictable. A lot of people that don't usually play shield operators will happily play the Blackbeard because it feels a bit more like a normal rifle holding operator because you can just aim down sights. And often we see Blackbeards actually die because they get baited into over ADSing as opposed to like a Blitz or something, a Blitz or a Monty, which Hunter would be more likely to play. So I think this is the right call here from Ludovica. You've got rid of Hunter's 2 shields. You're forcing him onto a gun. That said, he's a very good operator with that gun. A player that I'm actually worried about right now, if I'm Ludovica, is Neptune. Or Nep, as he's called these days. This guy has actually hit 30 kills across the series so far to only 15 deaths. So that's a 2.0 KD. He's 6-0 for entries, and that gives him a 1.1 KPR. He's had a whole lot of 2Ks and 3Ks, and he's been the main planter for that roster as well. So Neptune is in peak form right now, which is impressive considering he's a player who's been around the block a few times and always been in kind of these mid to low teams in the OCE region. He's one that I'm really worried about. What is he going to be capable of in the fragging department, especially as things get dire and Circular Spheres need to start playmaking? I'm going to be worried about what Neptune's capable of.
Take a breather, take it nice and slow. Map out the landscape right now. Make sure there's no roamers in some silly corner going for a cheeky kill.
What is that?
Again, it's always... Oh, there it is. It's a run out.
He was detected for ages as well. Where on earth was that kill? Was Goof droning or something? By the way, that's the Blackbeard that you were so worried about, Pengu. Completely done with.
That's a huge kill. I mean, it's that or the glass. That's like the 2 highest value targets for this particular round. And again, you're just putting Circular Spheres on the back end. Oh, there we go. The verticality doesn't quite land. A little bit of damage done. That's really it. And when you lose a player like this early on the attack, you have one person less that can cover Jake downstairs. There are drones though. Goofed is on various drones and bunks downstairs and security watching both of those flanks. We need to see the bug again get value from beneath. That's gonna be the win con now that Blackbeard is dead.
Yeah, but we need the Buck to have some kind of support as well. Karma's actually standing on top of a Kiva barrier that protects his position, playing as Malusi. We need some lateral pressure though from Circular Spheres to try and unlock the potential of Jekena on that Bach. Speaking of lateral pressure, it looks like it's the Glaz to try and make something work, but he doesn't realize he's sharing a room with Milo, who swings for a second kill onto Hunter as well. Good time to come to life here for Moloska. A big one for Karma, who gets aggressive. It's all up to Nep now. Singled him out as the top fragger in the game, but he's not going to be able to achieve a lot here. He'll find an exit frag, maybe a second one, but there's nothing to be said. The round is over. Ludovica are bringing it back. A second kill. Box goes down. Harry, if you're tight with him like that. 1v3 now, and I mean, this is just about exit frags, isn't it? Ludovica are doing a good job of keeping their cool on this defensive side despite that early match point setup.
And there's the thing, the mental is going to shift. For every round that CS they lose, it's always that, oh no, we're not doing it, we're throwing this game away. And the closer Ludovica gets, is okay guys, come on, we got this, one more round, come on, one more round. And that can have a massive shift in these rounds. I mean, look at the play that Box made. You're down 3-6. And you're jumping out the window, going for a ridiculous run out. That's exactly what you need to be doing and not be afraid of making that play happen.
Yeah, it's confidence that we need to see from the team that is facing down several match points. Obviously, this is map number 3. It's been a pretty long and arduous series. There's been a couple of technical breaks. It was a full 12 rounds of regulation out of the first 2 maps. And here on the third map, it looks like we might get the same. We'll definitely get at least 12 rounds out of this one now that it's 6-4, of course. Oh, sorry, actually, that's not true. If Circular Spheres win this next one, could be 7-4. We could get 11 rounds.
You just leaked the script, didn't you? Guaranteed 12 rounds.
I said could. Guaranteed 12 rounds would be nice.
Oh, okay.
Circular Spheres,
okay, very nice.
They're the ones who've just taken their tactical timeout. This is them on screen right now. They're having a chance to chat between them. What do we want to go for this round? We're on the attack. We've just lost 2 attacks in a row to both Bunks and Master, which means that we know it's more likely than not going to go back downstairs to the basement, which is the bomb site that they won previously. So what are they going to do for it?
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Let's
being
see.
defused by attackers.
Operator-wise, I mean, this is very stable, very classic. You got the mirror windows, you got the Goyo canisters, and you got traps. I like this a lot. One of the weaknesses of this basement bomb site, let's say in a 5v5 or a 4v4 setting, right? There are a lot of ways in. The hatches, the doors, the backstabs. A lot of teams will bring maybe like a Elysian or a Goyo, and that's great and all. But if you don't bring either a Melusi or a Fenrir or actual camera information like a Valkyrie or Maestro, there are just a lot of gaps to be made here. So right now, they got sound cues, they got stall deny, they got plant deny, they got the keeper for safety. They got a really good thing going on.
Yeah.
If they can also have a little bit of a roaming presence right now, you know, kill a couple of drones, then fall back, that's the cherry on top. Because then they're really burning down the timer as much as possible. If you have 0 roaming presence, then CS, assuming they have decent drone work, can just rush into the building, and then those Goyo canisters are not going to have that same kind of value because they'll have a lot of time to counteract it.
Pressure's on Ludovica, but the pressure is starting to mount as well on CS. How many match points can you fumble? Early Goyo cleared as well, thanks to that nade. Now, last time CS attacked this bomb site, they had both the Blackbeard and the Blitz, and they rushed and planted only a minute into the round. Of course, it's going to be quite a different story this time. Hunter's Blitz has been taken away from him, and so we have to pivot.
Yeah.
It looks to be a bit of a slower attack. A bit of a map clear, likely the Sledge to open up the floor. But with so much good site util, the mirror windows, the Azami's Kibas, and as you said, the entry denial of the Melusi, Goyo, and the Fenrir, quite a dangerous combo. It's going to be difficult when the round starts to dwindle down, especially with C4s like that. Killing Scars, that is the vertical player here from Circular Spheres. Are they going to be able to have enough to execute onto this site when it's stacked with so much util?
Box is doing so much work right now. I mean, he's getting the opening kill while his team is down in rounds. He's pretty much saying, guys, we got this. Don't worry about it. 5 versus 4, just like last time. It is so valuable for the mental. Can openers are out though. Jake and BP watching over those angles. Goyo Fire already popped. And that 1C4 that got the kill was the only one they could have used for a plant deny. There is still a world here where they can plant lightly with the Blackbeard, with the shield in his back, but they would need perfect coverage with a man down. It's that, or they gotta go fishing first for a kill to then try and get the plant later on. They got 60 seconds, plenty of time, because there was no roaming presence, and those Scorpio fires already being dealt with.
Well, at least Jake has spotted Cairo. He's somewhat isolated. That Blackbeard can't do a lot more than just stare him down. Dangerous to take a gunfight. Karma through the smoke.
Oh.
Neptune's down. It might be what Ludovica needs to push this deeper. Cairo wins his against that Blackbeard. Dropping into the side. It's Hunter. He's been spotted. He's been swung and he's taken down. Up to Goof now, and Goofed alone in a 1 versus 5. And it looks like Ludovica will continue to push this deeper. That is a big kill though onto Cairo for Goofed. But as he is still all alone with 25 seconds left to play, I don't think he's got what it takes to pull off another kill or another couple of kills that he would need to bring this closer. And Ludovica do lock down the site. It's another round. We are going the distance in regulation. Ludovica facing down, match point against them over and over again, but they have pushed us all the way to just being 1 round from overtime.
One more. Hold on, just 1 more round. If Box can go 3 for 3 in opening kills in a row, that is gonna be key. Because again, it has such a big mental effect. And again, when you're losing the way that you are at Circle of Spheres, and you've been losing so many rounds in a row, you're gonna start being a little bit now different in your risk assessment. You're not gonna take the same kind of risk because we lost it last time, and now they do need to win this upcoming round. Of course, you can go into overtime, but you really want to try and avoid it as long as you can, of course. So, Box, can you do it? Capcan traps being brought out as well. If you go too fast, don't check that doorway. That's a free kill as well. Circle of Spheres have been kind of dancing around with a lot of smoke grenades, some Twitch, some Brava. I feel like the only operator they've been clutching on is the Blackbeard. And that's a great operator to play. Get in the map, get information, whatever. But Blackbeard is like the first person to die very often. Or he's in a position where he's droning or holding an angle, and then his teammates die around him instead. We haven't really seen the Blackbeard and the team together be unified in success since the Blitzban.
All right, I've just got confirmation from Production Pengu that should we head to overtime, Ludovica are on that defensive side. Now, keep in mind, should we head to overtime, we will have had 10 out of 12 rounds of this map be won by the defensive side. So that's even more of a reason why Ludovica will be hoping their most, as best they can, to push it to overtime. And why CS really need to get it done right now. Because if they don't win this round of attack, they're going to have to play 2 rounds of attack of the 3 in overtime, putting the pressure massively on their shoulders and the advantage heavily over to Ludovica. There is no time like the present here for Circular Spheres to get another attack round across the line and finally send Ludovica down to the lower bracket.
And they're doing this on the tertiary bomb site. Every single time we've seen both teams attack it, they've been going directly more or less towards the site itself and trying to go for a plant. We haven't seen a full top floor clear, verticality of the sort. And Jake, who's the buck, is actually downstairs, where the rest of CS are attacking upstairs. So trying to do like a 1-2 punch, distract upstairs, find the gap for Jake. There is one player in that bomb site. Melee's the captain. He's found the gap now. Does he get the kill? Oh, he's on the other side of the wall, actually. So side is clear. It's all vertical.
Yeah, but they do know about him. They started shooting a few shots his direction. Goofed has also taken a hell of a lot of damage. Here's Sneaky Beaky, like from Karma. Finds his kill. Hunted down. Straight through the flashes. It's baited.
Ooh.
And the defense finds the kill. Ludovica are coming up in spades. Goofed, he's taking more and more damage. Box will take down Jakenna. It's all up to the Blackbeard. 1 kill is all he'll find. Desperate for more. So much time left for him to work with, but Ludovica have left him in the dust. They've run away back onto the bomb site, scathed away with the advantage that they have garnered for themselves. And now the Blackbeard has so much of a marathon left to run here against Ludovica. 40 seconds remain. A drone thrown out, dropping into the bomb site. Scar in hand as Goof looks for a kill. He peeks, he sees that bulletproof camera revealing his position, and guess what? It's a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Ludovica have gone straight back upstairs to deny vertically. All they have to do now is shoot down the Blackbeard as the plank goes down, and Ludovica have pushed us the distance. Yeah, that's right. It's map 3, and we're going to overtime.
4 rounds in a row, and it hasn't really been that close. Ludovica on defense has turned up so strong. And like you said, they're gonna stay there on the first round in overtime. Which means absolute worst case, they can just ride the defensive wave, win this defense, lose their attack, win their defense, and they'll win 8-7 by a single round. Circular Spheres need to come out on a win here on one of their attacking rounds. They need to. They've won a single one, the basement rush, again, when the blitz was available. And ever since they haven't had a proper shield to play with, they've had no other way to problem solve the rounds. Either it's time for a fuse shield, or it's time for something else. The Blackbeard isn't working, Goofed isn't getting any value, they're not getting any opening kills, and they're never really getting to the bomb site with any sort of real manpower.
And Hunter's KD is getting worse and worse as we get deeper into this half as well. I mean, he's a great player and he can play rifles pretty well, but when he's not got a clear vision of the attack, when he doesn't have that blitz, yeah, he's going to suffer. You mentioned the fuse shield. We're actually going to see Hunter seemingly re-picking onto the fuse at the last minute. It's going to be a double shield play here from Circular Spheres. Hunter on the fuse, and of course, Goofed as well on the Blackbeard. Is this the difference that CS need? I sure hope it makes the difference now. It's been 4 rounds in a row of Ludovica charging through on their defensive side. Circular Spheres with no response, with no conversion of the match points that they had garnered for themselves. And now Ludovica, they're in the driver's seat. They've got confidence. They've got air, wind in their sails. Now it's up to CS to make this comeback happen and get this done in overtime.
Whether the fuse shield is the right answer strategically doesn't matter. It's the right answer mentally for Circular Spheres. They need Hunter on an operator that can give them the overview to make the right call and progress the map correctly. Right now, he's on drone duty. He's droning every single room for Goofed. Now he's gonna get off it and leave the spawn. They gotta wait and they gotta leapfrog it. He drones, then he comes up. Now Blackbeard is the drone instead, waiting for Hunter to join him. The Clash is the biggest shield counter in the game though. When you sap the shields, they'll get guard broken and swing the shield to the side. This Clash will be a problem. You gotta go around her or below her. Oh, a lot of damage.
Hunter wants to go deep on this. He actually is going to push for it. Look at him go. Further and further, Jakenna comes to support, but Box takes down the Blackbeard of Goof behind, who seemingly loses his gunfight, and it's allowed for Milo to rotate over with that Clash as well. As you said, the guard break comes into effect here. This is the danger. Hunter cannot expose himself to the Clash. He'll lose control of his shield and be vulnerable for Box to take him on down. Here comes the pressure. We need to see this from Hunter. We need to see something big, but he gets knifed by Box. Can we see now shield play needed from Milo? Jake and Neptune together will team up and take him down. Finally, an advantage for CS on the attacking side. All the shields in the round, attack and defense, have died. And it's a 3v2 in favor of Circular Spheres on the attacking side. Kara and Physics now trying to hold down the fort. But they've lost all of their friends. They've lost a lot of their ground. Cairo is still loitering on this top floor. He's alone. He's on an island. And he's got 3 angry CS players ready to finally put that nail in the coffin and finally get another attack round win.
If all the attackers goes downstairs, Cairo could run back up that staircase and use the verticality against them when they go for a plant. However, if they just stay downstairs on the bomb side, there's only 25 seconds left. One toxic babe in pocket. This time pressure might make CS make the wrong decision, and they can't break the hatch open right now. They don't have soft breach on the Ace, and Twitch DMR is too far away. Time will be an issue.
There might be a numbers advantage here for CS, but they are all separated, and this can be desperate from Jakenna. He's about to move into the waiting arms of Cairo, but Cairo will make the first move and lose his fight. Jakenna to take down Cairo, but Physics to finish off Scars, and the fuse is going down, but Physics! Oh my god, Physics! What the hell are you doing? It's a massive clutch up for Physics! An absolute devastation for Circular Spheres! On the verge of getting an attack round win across the line, but Physics clutches up huge for Ludovica.
They were so close to finally winning the attack. And they arguably should have won it. They had the 3v2, they had the upstairs control, and then 2 things really end up hurting them. They spent 20 seconds trying to open a singular soft hatch because the only way to do it was to get the Twitch over there to DMR shoot it open. That took a lot of time. They dropped down the hatch to go for the plant, and the defenders are spread apart. opposite sides of the bomb site. They cannot help each other. Physics steps up, wins 2 separate gunfights. The cover was there.
Denies the
on
plan
one
through the
portion, but
wall,
not the
by the
second.
way.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a heartbreaking way to lose what was your best attacking round in 5 rounds.
I think you got to be chalk
And
now
now-
if you're Circular Spheres.
Yeah, I mean, now they're in defense, right? Happy days. But the issue is, even if you win here, you go back on attack with a broken mental the round after.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, you need like a flawless win right now just to get the mental back up into shape.
I think even with a flawless round of defense won here by CS, the damage might already be dealt by Ludovica. And Luda are going to be, well, I mean, stressed. Sure, they thought they would have lost that defense round. Physics will be fired up. They need to come up big here. And also, you know, after the previous map where CS were really targeting Lunchbox in the all chat, Box is feeling a lot more confident now. He's 12-9. He's actually gone over onto the OCE, which is a shield that we haven't talked very much about. Very much out of meta these days. Doesn't get a lot of game time, as she's the only shield that doesn't have the functionality of being like other shield operators where she can sprint with her shield and knife with her shield and aim down sights with her shield. How do you play this?
There, how do you?
Oh, okay,
There's a
Milo.
black in the building. He's dead.
That's not how you
What?
play it, that's for sure. Neptune back up to 15 kills again, absolutely fragging out. Good for Milo. Now that's a trade that I would take if I was Circular Spheres. You get rid of that Blackbeard, and I mean, Goofed, yeah, he's lost a bit of gadgetry, but he hasn't been in peak form in this game. A lot of work still to be done here for Ludovica. They're not looking too confident on their attacking side, as we've come to expect from both of these teams.
It's definitely a worthy trade. That is for sure. The OCE is still alive. A good swing from the Scars. Aggressively lashes out, gets the kill. A risky one with 3 toxic babes in pocket, but it pays off. And Ludovica are
He's
stuck
dead.
outside the building. Jam on the wall. He's dead. Yep, there it is. Stuck in the window vault prompting.
Well,
It is not a flawless, James.
Very
This is
nearly.
second best.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now Lunchbox in a 1v4, no diffuser to speak of, and he doesn't win that fight against Jekena, his former teammate. Lunchbox now just doing his best to try and push forward, but let's be honest, this is a done deal for CS. We are going to see a 15th round here between these two teams, and if anything, if I'm Ludovica, I might just tell Box, like, okay, man, like, you know, give it your best, but like we're going to talk strat for the next round because we need to lock in on this final round of defense here. And Circular Spheres, I mean, kind of the same story. Obviously, they need to make sure that they actually do win this defensive round, but they're the ones who are going to have the responsibility and the pressure on their shoulders to win a round of attack in overtime, which has not yet been done. And of course, as we've said, only 2 rounds of attack have been won by either team to 12 rounds of defense so far in this map.
Trying to get an exit frag here of a Box. 13 kills to his name.
Jekena.
Mind you, Cairo was actually 0 and 5 on the side swap. He's now 9 and 10. Oh my god.
Sorry, Jekena is just
What have I
trolling.
just witnessed?
Easy.
Ease, Jake.
Easy. All right.
Alright. A consolation kill. Fair enough.
Yep, saves the AWP for next round. And with that, it's full overtime here. Circular Spheres have pushed us the full distance, but a lot of weight on their shoulders now to find a round of attack when, as we said, it's been 2 rounds of attack to 12 rounds of defense won here on Lair. Pressure on their shoulders, no doubt about it. Where do Ludovica take us for this defensive round? It's going to be the top floor. How does Circular Spheres deal with it? Remains to be seen.
Operator bans, of course, they will swap in overtime. So whatever you banned in regulation will carry over on both sides. So for Circular Spheres, that means there is a ban on the wall deny operators. That will, of course, mean that they can, with ease, or should with ease, be able to open up the walls that they want to have.
But they really want that
Ludovica,
blitz. That's what they're missing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that is what they're missing, and it's gone. They won't get it. There is no Monty, there is no Blitz, there is no Ying. Gotta look for something else. And Goofed on the Blackbeard, I think it might be a bit of a comfort zone for him, perhaps. I feel like it has been a bit of a bait most of the rounds. Not him baiting his team, but Blackbeard on paper is a very strong operator, S tier in pro play. However, we haven't seen Blackbeard be very high in value for many rounds at this point, and they keep forcing it every single time. The Fuse actually got much further on the map than the Blackbeard did last time around, despite the Fuse also dying.
Honestly, give Hunter the Blackbeard if he wants it. Get goofed on something else.
Yeah, it might be time for that, yeah.
Like, give Hunter whatever shield he wants, whether it's the Fuse or the Blackbeard, but I think just get goofed on something else. I don't think there's much point here in him playing the Blackbeard. I think, in a way, it has kind of baited himself and the team a little bit. I'd rather him on pretty much any other operator that he feels comfortable entering on if they want him to be on entry. Obviously, Neptune's the player who's been in peak form at the moment in terms of the fragging capability. You know, double the kills of Jackenna, 10 more than Goofed, but he's playing a very drone-centric operator. Like, who's getting the boots in the building here for Circular Spheres?
It's a good point, actually. It would have to be the Deimos, but if you lose Deimos in a gunfight, you lose the whole point of the gadget, which is that active usage, so I mean, it is a tough one.
Needs to be Goofed
Not
here.
just who goes in. Yeah, but it had to be Goofed, obviously, in this case, but Goofed, whenever he goes in, he dies. That's my problem. He goes in and just like nothing happens. So send somebody else in. My problem isn't who gets in the building. My issue is, how do you intend to plant or pick apart the bomb site? There's no Capital, there's no Grim, there's no Bok below. So that means you have to get active with the Deimos, but guess what? There are mute jammers. There are keeper barriers, 4 in pocket you can toss on the floor to save yourself as well. It doesn't feel like Circular Spheres have the right tools for the job. It might just come down to taking those 50-50 gunfights and having to win. But look at this, Jake is on 1 HP now from the verticality. He's struggling already.
Yeah. That's the problem, right? Ludovica, they've seen this all before. They've read it 100 times over. The mute jammer not only countering the Deimos, but also countering the Twitch, and now the Deimos is put to rest completely. A desperate nade and flash to try and make its way through, but a swing from the hallway. This is where we need to see Goofed have a big impact, but Neptune's going to fall. Goofed can't find his kills. He falls as well. Kara's gone big. It's all up to Hunter. No shield to speak of. It's just the Type 89 on the Hibana in a 1v5. Ludovica have weathered the storm. Oh, the fact that they were 5-1 down in the first half and they came all the way back, pushed us to overtime, and finally finished off Circular Spheres. Push the distance, but Ludovica come out on top. They have a date with Enterprise up next, here in the upper bracket of the OCE playoffs.
Oh my god, 7-5, 7-5, and finally in overtime, but in the most heartbreaking way possible. Attackers can't buy a round, and the one attacking round that CS should have gotten, it was a 2 versus 3 clutch, and they lose. Complete disaster and a heartbreak for those guys. Oh.
Yeah. A very, very rough game to be a Circular Spheres fan after that. Temptation over and over, but it is done and dusted. Ludovica come out on top, and we'll break it down on the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Dev. I think that when we're looking back at this match, time might be the only factor, Michael. We are currently sitting at a god almighty lengthy series, and it's the very first opening best of 3, not of the region, not just of APL, but of this new format that we've got, and it's gone the absolute distance.
I don't like seeing forfeits, Rob, but this might be the one day of the year that I'm kind of glad we do have one. Otherwise, it would be a very long one. I mean, what a banger between these two, and what a comeback from Ludovica. Only the single round win, round number 3 in the first half, and then absolutely crawling their way back. Pushed max OT, credit to Circular Spheres, tried their very best to hold on. But some of the key players on their team just weren't able to fire in this series, and the biggest, most notable one, and I hate to start on a negative, but it's Goofed. Guess what his entry was? Just have a punt. Because we know how good he has been this stage.
Entry?
Yeah.
His entry is
well,
what
I mentioned in the
with, right?
well, that's exactly right. I mentioned it in the pre-show.
Take a guess
he
what it was
struggled. It
today.
was a 2-6 entry coming into the playoffs.
Well, if we're going off 2-6, we're going into best of 3.
0-6.
Yeah, something like 0-6.
0-12.
Oh! Holy crap!
Bang!
And you flip that. And
hey!
Wait. Even better. Flip that number.
Yep. 12-0.
Guess who?
Lunchbox.
Lunchbox.
Oh, Jake! The script is written.
Did I not do my homework? I tell you what, I think
he doesn't have a handshake for that one,
that's
mate.
a really good work. I started it off in the pre-show. He finishes it off in the post-show, and Ludovica finished it off in the best of 3.
I'm still gobsmacked at that. Like, the two of you, your brains are joined. It's almost like you finish each other's...
It's funny because I think going into the third map, my concern was, are we seeing Lunchbox get a little bit exposed? Best of 3, high pressure, but he turned it on in that last map.
Absolutely.
14 and 9, big on the entries.
93% cost. That is an insane number across a best of 3. Cost. That is impact in nearly every round to some extent. That's insane.
Was that across... No, just in the last map, right?
No. Entire series where he went 42-27.
Oh, my God. That is absolutely mental.
Obscene.
I think, I guess now for teams that are watching this matchup, for viewers that are watching this matchup, I posed the question to you just before, like literally before we started, which is it that the competitive integrity of the games is getting a little bit better? Lair?
No, he got it wrong.
Oh, it was
really?
the last
Did I?
map.
Yeah, he got it wrong. It didn't update properly.
I don't know. I'm seeing 42-27 and a 93% cost, so I'm going off that. But if you've got updated numbers...
No, I've got the...
I've got it refreshed as 69%.
I've got it at 90.
I don't know. It could honestly be... I'll blame Des.
Honestly, it could be 93%.
Thanks, Derry. Thanks, mate. Love. Derry, you got to sort your stuff out, mate, because we're just sitting here with these stats. We've got nothing else to go off. But, Guz, the question I asked you at the very start of the day, which is the region becoming more competitive or is the quality of Siege raising? Can you, I guess, realistically answer that, at least for this match?
That's a tough one. I think in this particular game, we probably saw a pretty good brand from CS. Luda, at least in my opinion, probably made more overall mistakes. We saw many rounds where Luda were in pretty commanding positions and then let it slide. And I really thought that a team like them potentially having a more fragile mental would actually probably collapse. I think Clubhouse especially, we saw some pretty crazy moments on that map especially. We saw like the TK Cairo onto Milo, like that frustration looks like it was starting to set in. But they were able to let that subside. Map 3, a perfect example.
Yep.
A very tight competitive match. And Luda showing that they do have mental fortitude, which going forward in the rest of the bracket, BO3s is going to be critical.
Well, 6-2 down, they bring it back and then they push it into overtime only to win it out. My big question was how were they going to react with Cairo and Lunchbox? And, well, you saw it. Speaking of Lunchbox, it's time to welcome him in for the interview. Let's have a chat with the young gunner. Lunchy boy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Well, first and foremost, it's lovely to see you. And you're looking as young as ever, might I say. But one thing that stuck out very obviously to us when we saw the player cams here and there, you're jumping around a lot at the end of rounds. Were you boys up and about for that game?
I don't know about the boys. I'm always passionate, so we lose a round, bit angry, win a round, bit happy. Like, you know the drill.
Now, Box, I've been copying a lot of flack for glazing you over the last couple of months, especially at the start of this stage. I think it's all warranted, though. I think you've been absolutely sensational. What's been the biggest motivator for you coming into this year, and maybe any reasons that you could give as to why we've seen such a quick improvement in your game?
I just don't think I worked on the last team I was on. I was dropped by CS, and I just don't think I fit into there, which is fair enough, but like under this new team, Cairo, Milo, all this experience, like it's crazy. Like they're all so good. They're basically teaching me how to play the game. Like I just love it. Like it's good. I feel like I'm at home. I feel like I'm playing well as well. So it's good.
I just want to ask, Box, were you guys expecting this to be a tough match going in? Did you guys play to your expectations, personally going in, like 3 maps against CS? How do you feel walking away?
Obviously they're good. I'm mates with all of them. They're all crazy, but we wanted the 7-2, 7-2. That was our scoreline we gave ourselves. As soon as we lost 3 rounds on the first round, the whole mental was chalked for the rest of the official.
I mean, what's it with, I guess for your team, there's a lot of outside noise. I know Rob's been kind of talking about Cairo, for instance, historically has been someone that can play to those emotions. Is that very much still a factor with your roster, that you kind of play on those emotions, both good and bad? Like when you're winning, you obviously then kind of play off of that for the positive, but then if things aren't going well, do you kind of sink into your chairs a bit?
I mean, you guys were watching. We were 5-1 down, right? And there weren't a lot of comms happening. I'm pretty sure at the half, our coach Twent, he was like, "Lads, let's get loud. We're still in it. We're not out till we're out." And round by round, we took it round by round, and the OT defense came to save us. No one can attack on Lair.
That's so true, mate. No one can. Evidently not. I got like a two-part question, but I'll ask the first part. You have been notoriously known as a bit of a shit poster. That's why when you went on to Circular Spheres, I don't think anyone batted an eyelid at it. In fact, many would have thought you were at home there. What do you think for yourself moving forward? I guess what do you want people to know outwardly facing to the audience? Because you have been known alongside Jay Kenner and all those boys to have a bit of a laugh, but now you're kind of, it sounds like you're taking a little bit more of a serious turn. So is that kind of what you want your, I'm not going to say legacy, we're not going to talk about that, but is that what you want your outward personality to kind of show?
I mean, lots of people know me. Like, I like to have fun. I would say I have a bit of a like stupid personality. I get rounded a bit, but like the goal here is like always to make EWC. Like that's what we're trying to do. So sure. Like in the game, don't care what I say outside the server, but in the server, like we're serious as.
It's lovely. And you also, just very quickly, a follow-on from that, you're talking about playing with like a lot of, I guess, experienced players. You've got Cairo, you've got Milo, who hasn't been around forever, but apparently can jump straight back into the server and do the same thing. You got President as an analyst, or is he?
I thought he was coach. I don't know what he does.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. We love to hear that. And you've also got Twen, who's been through all of this many, many years ago, trying to break through. What's your key takeaway been since you've joined the roster?
Honestly, I don't even know. They're all just good. Like, I honestly don't know how to answer that. Like, I've just slotted in. I didn't slot in my old team, I've slotted in here. That's like the best way I'd describe it.
Very quickly, Box, we'll let you go after this one, I promise, because obviously you've got a game coming up soon, but I did want to actually get your thoughts very quickly. Is it a positive or a negative in the fact that you've now got to go play again, back-to-back, another best of three? Or is it like, you can find the negatives, but the positive is you guys are also kind of amped up, ready to go. It's almost like a scrim block.
Oh, it's definitely a negative. Like, we finished that. I literally went, like, before I joined the interview, I was like, oh, like, how long do I have? They were like, oh, yeah, like 2 minutes or something. I literally had to, like, go walk around the house. Like, my heart's pumping, like, adrenaline, like... Yeah, so definitely not good. Definitely would want a bit more of a break.
Well, Jake, do you want to throw the interview then?
No, honestly, Box, it's been sensational to watch you. We'll give you now your...
Never mind, we'll give you the room, mate. What would you like to say before we let you go? Robert!
It's a bit late. We are still LFO. Shout out my team. They're so good.
Yeah, wonderful. Love your work, Lunchbox. Hopefully we see you back in the interview a little bit later.
See you in 3 hours.
I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, mate.
See ya.
What a
you stitched me up there, big boy.
I did. I thought that was a good play.
I really like that from you, though, because you haven't done something like that for a long time.
No, we had to keep you on your toes. Look, a couple of takeaways for Lunchbox at the very least. There you go up against Enterprise in literally an hour's time. It's not a quick turnaround.
Less than an hour.
Yeah, less than an hour now. The hour time, just for all the viewers at home, of course, we have an hour end-to-end. The way that works is the second you finish playing, there's an hour break until we have to start the next game. That is not a lot of time, but in retrospect, like Xenox is kind of saying, you're going into it warm. What's your takeaways as we look to this matchup?
I mean, it's going to be tough, as Lunchbox kind of alluded to, both physically and mentally, quite a demanding match, especially considering not only Max OT final map, but having to forge through a 5-1 deficit as well, right? We'll see how they go in this matchup. A bit concerning for me to hear that maybe the comms started to go down a little bit when they're trailing. They did get saved a little bit in terms of their defense, but who knows? We'll kind of have to see what EP have to show today.
I think you can certainly say there are negatives.
Sure.
I think you'd be very disingenuous if you were to say, nah, it's all good, keep going playing. These guys are gamers, they play. But, you've just played a grueling best of three. If they had a 1-2-0 quite quickly, then maybe I'd be less on that. But that's a grueling best of three right down to the wire. OT, last map. You get a pretty quick turnaround. Go get something to eat. You don't really have a lot of time to focus on the game. You got to strategize. You got to do your vetoes. There's a lot that has to happen. But what I will say is, you're also off the back of a win. And a win where you were a bit flat. And you got going at the end, you can bring that into the next game. And that's what I hope Ludovica can do against Enterprise. But Enterprise, they've been a team so far this stage, throughout the group stage, that they're the number one seed for a reason. They're going to be very difficult to beat. And they would have also sitting back, just chilling, watching and seeing what Ludovica's been up to.
Certainly so. I'm actually looking forward to breaking down Enterprise, as they have had a fantastic group stage, but it's playoffs time. Unfortunately, we do have to go to an extended break because we need to give the team some time to recoup, to say the very least. Go grab yourself some food, grab yourself a drink, maybe do a Jake. We'll go outside, we'll get some fresh air. We'll be back after this.
I'm Andres Kiriakou, aka Cairo. I play for Ludovica in the Oceanic region. I first started gaming when I was around 4 to 5 years old. My parents got me a PS2. They got me games like Spyro, Ratchet and Clank, all these problem-solving sort of games. What I specifically enjoyed in these games was connecting with the character and following him on a journey throughout the game and problem-solving along the way. I grew up in Port Kembla. It's a city 1 hour south of Sydney. It was a pretty small town. It's nothing like Sydney. Sydney's really loud and, you know, there's a lot of cars going along the roads, but in Port Kembla it's very, very quiet. We've got the beach. Yeah, we're very chilled out. I have a younger brother. He's 6 years younger than me. Back in the day when I was a bit smaller, I used to pick on him a little bit, like older brothers do. Although I used to take the piss out of my younger brother, he used to sit on my lap and I used to guide him through the games as well because he did have a passion for it as well. But now he's one of my closest friends. You know, he supports me and I support him every single day, essentially. My relationship with my parents was, we were very close. We are very close. You know, they back me in everything I do. They support me. They watch everything that I play Pro League, so they watch all these games. And yeah, my dad would sit behind me and play Spyro and Ratchet and Clank with me and help me problem solve because they were pretty hard puzzles to solve. And yeah, he would just use his adult brain and help me, essentially. Like any other kid growing up in Australia, we used to play tackle footy and lunch and recess while the teachers weren't looking. I essentially was very active and I used to win all the swimming carnivals, the athletics carnivals, and make it to the next and the next level after that. So I was very active. I competed in soccer, all the athletics carnivals, and it didn't matter what I was competing in, I always wanted to be number one. And my dad always told me, Kiriaku's never quit. The passion that I had in my childhood of always coming number one is definitely stayed with me to this day. I want to be number one. My friends were sort of maturing and shifting towards shooter games, so one day playing basketball I got recommended this game called Rainbow Six Siege. Sounded a bit weird in title. I thought it was a different kind of game to what it was, so my friend, you know, showed me in recess on his phone. You know, this caught my eye straight away and yeah, he convinced me to buy it. What I noticed with Siege was the immediate tactical aspect of it. It had many different operators and different ways to play the game. You have to have comms in order to play the game, essentially. You can't just solo play, run and gun. It's sort of forcing you to teamwork and do things methodically. As with everything else in my life, I just wanted to be the best. So playing ranked, I wanted to be at the top.
Can't you see? 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까? 몸에 안겨볼까? Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard, no. 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해. Honestly, 'cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면, baby, can't you see? 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까? 몸에 안겨볼까? Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. I know it's gonna be alright. You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 mayday 너를 닮은 needy no It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나로 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부까지 feel so good 난 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 mayday 너를 닮은 needy no It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제는 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 mayday 너를 닮은 needy no It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please for me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 전날. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please for me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 전날. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, thinking about you. I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, thinking about you. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la, I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion. All that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Testify the potion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, listen time.
たわ。一番最悪な彼氏が最悪考えてみたら毎日頑張れ頑張れついてて好きじゃなかったんだけど一番本当はそれ言われたんだ。
もうやめた週末の雨に持て余したからがまた求めてること不意に響いた電話に戸惑うから目を閉じるもう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト影る街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にくないセピア色に映る嵐そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛弱さも涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のメイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は泣けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないSipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, how love me. Broke about the killing it, winning at a two. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger.
맞았으니까 Then you got me sinking low 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타면 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만이 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright Can't take all this hot and cold Love shouldn't be this hard no 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 나 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know it's gonna be alright 네 앞에서 no way 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can feel 뭐라고 해봐라 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너를 나의 매일 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나를 알긴 긴 시간 어제와 내일도 지나 어디까지 갈까 한길지 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 되돌아볼 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부까지 feel so good 나 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너를 나의 매일 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제는 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 말 영원한 your generation 너를 나의 매일 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation
possible, like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over it. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say oh. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these sides are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over it. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. Maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something. I've been thinking, 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 I've been thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설레미잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lovers. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하얀 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lovers. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속작 속작. My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설레미잖아.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. Just drop like just la 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 la. Just drop like la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. Just drop like just drop like just la 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 la.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion. All that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, listen to
と強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらない
最低な方言見えますね。クソすぎる。恋愛の話。頑張るのが辛かったけど一番最悪な彼氏が最悪考えてみたら毎日頑張れるの別に出てるだけじゃなかったんだけど一番それ言われたんだ。
月のグラスグラスにいるなびく場にどこで踏み外した熱いギター踊るワンピース悪口はもうやめた週末の雨に持て余したからがまた求めてること不意に響いた電話に戸惑うから目を閉じるもう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト影る街に一人歌うどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にムーンライトセピア色に映る嵐そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう弱さも涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のメイリキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は投げないゆらりゆらめく夜はメイビー明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわSipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Look about the killing it, winning at a two. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 볼트 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 팔아버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger till I'm seen
낮았으니까 Then you got me sinking low 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타면
When I was 15, my parents suggested that I join the Army Cadets. I had a long think about it, and at the end of the day, it was pretty easy to me since I like shooting games and shooting movies. Army Cadets was a big part of my early teenage years. I spent time there and learnt from people how to lead, tactical maneuvers. I taught the recruits as a corporal as well, you know, having them under my wing. My two favorite things about the Army Cadets was definitely shooting guns and going on week-long camps. In these camps, we would set objectives that we had to do during the days, while the corporals and lance corporals had to lead the recruits around. We did a shooting competition with many regiments coming down, and I essentially got like one of the highest scores. Fun fact is the gun that I was actually shooting was an AUG style, which IQ uses, not the commando, the AUG, the worst weapon. At the start of these camps, we wouldn't bring any food. We would rely on ration packs. They're a day-long meal that you would have. We had to create our own fires to boil the water to put in our food, which is pretty neat. So yeah, we have all these survival skills taught to us. The skills that I learned from the Army Cadets was definitely being a leader. To this day, I use my knowledge of how to talk to people and be a role model for people, in Siege in my current teams. I'm the captain of Ludovica, and this is something that's come natural to me. When I was essentially about to turn 18, you're not allowed to continue Army Cadets. You have to go to the next level, which is the actual army. So I had a difficult choice to make. Essentially, I was going to commit my life to that, or go the normal route, which was uni, school. So yeah, I chose the job over the army, but to this day, it still interests me. After I finish my Siege career, I'll definitely reconsider going back into it. Seeing the tactical nature and the competitive nature drove me to try to become a competitive player. The tactical maneuvers and problem solving that I use in my cadets, I could suddenly use it in Siege. Suddenly my two worlds collided. I'm Andres Kiriakou, aka Cairo.
Wake up! Sorry, I probably shouldn't have done that for anyone who wasn't paying attention.
That scared me.
Yeah, look, sometimes you've got to do it. Welcome back to the APL playoffs. An extended break, but of course needed for Ludovica. Cairo speaking on his life a little bit and a bit more of the impact and how things have kind of transpired for him. What I will say, lovely gentleman in person. He can be a bit toxic online sometimes. But no, look, he had a very in-depth conversation with us back in May, I think, just about everything going on, all the different changes that have come in his life. Army Cadet seems pretty damn in line with Siege, Guz. Gives you a little bit of tactical insight. And look, he has been leading, to be fair, leading from the front. He's done well in the KD department. He's done well as a leader. Do you think that you can see the, I guess, the connection between the two?
I mean, for sure, right? Siege obviously would have transferable skills with his experience, and we see that inside of the server. Played pretty well so far this afternoon as well. I guess maybe leaning into that a little bit more, what's his endurance going to be like, right? And the team as a whole, they've just played quite a lengthy best of 3 the day for them now, going on 3-4 hours, maybe adding on whatever preparations they had today as well. So it's been intense for them. And coming up is a difficult opponent as well. They don't really get much respite.
No, they don't. They go up against Enterprise. But before we get there, let's have a look at the bracket very quickly just to discuss if you have missed it. We have already technically had 2 games find their results. However, Chiefs got a 3-2-0 after, unfortunately, TSG had to forfeit due to unavailability. So they're now pushed down into the lower bracket where they will wait the loser, I believe it is, of this next matchup that we're looking at. However, Ludovica in a very close series with Circular Spheres. I think we all expected it to be a little close, Jake, but maybe not as close as it was. 7-5, 7-5, 8-7 is how that was determined.
I thought it was going to be pretty close. Their group stage game was an 8-7. So that probably gives you a little bit of, an idea as to how close those two teams are. But for obviously how close it ended up actually being, yeah, it really did play the part. And credit to Ludovica because they looked down and out on that last map. They very much looked like they were going to wave the white flag and to, get themselves back from a 6-2 deficit, force OT, win that out. I think that's going to prove them in good stead.
Yep.
We obviously got to speak to Lunchbox prior to the break and get his thoughts on now basically going into straight another best of 3 against especially Enterprise, who have all of the number 1 statistics at the end of the group stage. Well, the main 2 in terms of attacker win rate and defensive win rate, they're number 1 in both.
Well, I mean, it makes sense when you finish first in the group overall. You'd hope that you were pulling numbers. Just a quick flag. Of course, we are in day 1, not day 2. Let me just say that right now. But, guys, this matchup in particular, it could hold weight. However, with the way Enterprise have been playing, the way they smash through groups, what hope do Ludovica have in this one?
Yeah, I think just naturally, irrespective of what took place earlier, Enterprise go in firm favourites.
Yep.
I'm probably increasingly concerned for Ludovica now based on their performance against CS. Like, don't get it twisted. CS are a pretty solid roster, but in this kind of BO3 format, I probably expected Ludovica to maybe excel a little bit more, even themselves. I mean, maybe half jokingly, but sort of setting the expectation within the team 7-2, 7-2. Now, it extended to a max OT map 3. Given the fatigue factor, given that they made pretty critical mistakes in a couple of those rounds while still winning the match, will be punished even more so by Enterprise. So I think EP already firm favourites at the beginning of the day, and now based on what we've seen go in as pretty expected winners in this game. Do I foresee a dominant 2-0? I'm not quite sure, but a win nonetheless.
No, it should be. Let's have a look at Enterprise and start to dive in to the roster that finished first. Much to, I guess, the surprise of a few teams and people at home, because obviously Chiefs, GG, huge names in the region, but here Enterprise have stood up very strong. The big talking point at the very start of this stage was the fact that we saw Fisho Guy come in as a bit of a, I don't know. I don't know what I expected from Fisho, but Jake, he came into this roster and in many ways has probably become the figurehead for everything.
Yeah, I mean, Fisho Guy is a player that's got immense experience. He's a quality hard support, and he's the kind of guy that you can eventually envision being even a coach role. But clearly still has a bit of playing within him. Now, I do want to reiterate that it is supposed to be, I'm pretty certain, Relays instead of Killerman here on this roster.
Correct.
Player, essentially, the one replacing Killerman. Now, we're not entirely across the reasons why, but coming into the playoffs, it looks like Player will be replacing Killerman, which that in itself is a loss. Killerman clearly, if you have a look at some of his statistics so far, ended up having a pretty decent group stage. I think, touching on him, I guess, in this brief moment, because we're not really going to see him anymore from here, a bit of a maligned player where at one point it looked like he was bound for superstardom in the Oceanic region and then cooled off into the next stage and hasn't really then been able to get back to that best. But I thought he had a very, very good group stage. Of course, when you're on a roster as stacked as this, it's easy to do that. But Relays is the one I actually wanted to talk about. Unfortunately, he's not on this graphic, but I'll mention his numbers here. 125 EPS puts him firmly. He's top 4 in the league.
Yep.
And he's got a plus 26 KD, 5-1 on entry.
Jeez.
He has been, it's definitely been his best stage, I think we've seen statistically, and a big reason why this roster's obviously done so well. And Bappin, the other one to touch on as well, having a really, really, really good stage. Maybe his entry stats aren't quite as up to par as someone like a Relays, but I always looked at Bappin and I thought, is he just here for a bit of banter, a bit of fun on some of those lesser teams? Now he's joined a serious roster and he's really stepped up. So he's been very impressive. Relays very impressive. And Tuhan's been a bit quiet. That might be an even more secret weapon for them in the playoffs. If Tuhan gets to his best, this team very much can finish first in this region. I want to reiterate that.
Absolutely.
Said it in the pre-show. It's very hard to split Enterprise. It's very hard to split GG and Chiefs. But for Enterprise, they're firmly in the conversation. And shout out to Solid Queen as well, who's very much looking for a 7-0-7-0 tonight.
Look, one thing that has to be said is when the GG roster imploded, Fisho left, we had Oda jump onto Chiefs. The only people that benefited from that was everyone else, the entire region, all the viewers at home, because now we have rosters that are viable, that are competitive against each other. And this is a really good look at a roster that came from nowhere. There were no expectations other than, there's some big names on it. And then all of a sudden, they kick down that door. Speaking of kicking down doors, Guz. Ludovica definitely
Milo, what? He looks
Oh
like
my God!
he looks like a terrifying bouncer. I would not want to see him out the front of the club.
He's kicking down your door. But as
to be fair,
as a whole,
he's been pretty ominous in this stage, right, guys? Like we mentioned going into the day that he was definitely a player to keep an eye on. And actually played well in that opening game against CS. Second rated on the team, 112 EPS, so stacking numbers. I did get overly excited for Lunchbox at the conclusion of that series. Unfortunately, the stats duplicated from the last map, so I was hyping him up and thinking he was, the next big thing. But still played well. 8-3 entry, positive from him, and a good outing as well.
But it was Karma that was really good.
Yeah, exactly right. To mention as well, plus 8 KD and a plus 7 entry in that earlier game, consistently performing, and had a couple of 1v2, or had one 1v2 as well in that series.
And you kind of look at the graphics here. So this is all of the stats clearly before we had our earlier game in the playoffs to begin. So for Karma, a bit of a slow group stage to come out, a 121 EPS, plus 7 entry, plus 8 KD, a 74 cost, and a 0.9 KPR, which is kills per round, which is absolutely insane. The highest in that match that went 3 maps. He was outstanding. And it really goes to show for this Ludovica roster that it's not just one person. Lunchbox was absolutely amazing on Lair, but the first 2 maps, he wasn't quite the box that we had seen in the group stage. We know what Cairo can do in terms of his peak, and if he can reach that, he's that extra weapon. So, and Physics is the kind of player that can play the more hard breach support role for the roster and let everyone else, frag out, and Milo to a degree. But I did want to also reiterate for Relay's 3rd EPS coming into playoffs. Absolutely amazing. So
I think overall there's been a couple of names that have really popped back up. Not popped back up, but I guess popped into the limelight that we wouldn't have expected.
Who are the 2 players above him?
Lunchbox and
Goofed.
Oh, it's not. Is it actually Goofed?
No, it's Jigsaw and Croxon.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? I thought Lunchbox was ahead of him.
No, Lunchbox is 5th.
I thought you were saying...
If you had been listening to me in the pre-show of the first series, you would have...
I thought you were saying he was second.
That was 6 hours ago, mate.
Look, at the end of the day, these 2 players, both on their respective teams, have done incredible things. Prior to this year, I don't think many people would have known either of these players to the exact extent that they have shown. Lunchbox especially, just because he's a new gunner, and obviously people would know him from his Twitter antics. But Relays has been a hidden gem, a diamond in the rough, Michael, that has completely changed and pivoted the conversation, especially around Enterprise as well, who are coming into this as, I'm just going to lean into it, heavy favourites.
Yeah, he's been super reliable on that entry game with the +4, playing a lot of Ash as well, so has a bit of utility in terms of that versatility. And then even defensively, he's playing actually a little bit more of an anchor-centric role, right? He's top 3 at the moment, the Mirror, Azami, and Jaeger. So you think about posting him up in power positions, that's going to test the clear of Ludovica, right? Who have well-rounded numbers, but can they actually piece that together in terms of a cohesive game plan? A team that is fatigued after playing for 3 hours, right? Like they need to be a well-oiled machine if they are to be competitive.
Jake, as we look at this series, where are we going for maps?
Well, I mean,
you throw the bus at him.
No, the biggest thing is obviously we've just seen Ludovica play on Consulate Clubhouse Lair.
Yeah.
So if you're kind of looking at that, if you're Enterprise, you've got that immediately to say, okay, well, we probably don't want to go to the maps in which that Ludovica did end up winning, which was Consulate and Lair. So Lair obviously ends up being a map that, in this instance for Enterprise, you probably look at, well, it hasn't really been played this stage. If we don't want to play it and they've just won on it, you get rid of it. So it looks like Bank is going to get picked first up. That's by Ludovica, which I think that's a good map for them. And then obviously Inter Chalet for Enterprise will end up on Consulate as decided, which is honestly very good for Ludovica.
Yeah.
You're going to a map that you won earlier already today as a decider potentially. But I will say I think Enterprise win this in 2-0 fashion. That's my early prediction.
Guz?
I feel quite torn between a 2-0 and a 2-1. Fairly confident EP will get the win. I just think based on the fact that Ludovica, I think the fatigue factor is just going to be so influential in this match. So I expect competition, but
Killerman is a big loss.
Probably a 2-0.
Killerman is a big loss.
A huge loss.
Right?
How much has that changed with our dynamic? If that
the
has
thing.
like completely changed and like they're having to do role switches and stuff, I could see maybe a world in which it extends to 3.
I think that you're bringing in, though, a player who's been around the block.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. He can
Absolutely.
slot into a roster that's obviously firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
And as good as Killerman was this stage, he was also below statistically Bappin and Relay, so you haven't lost your best player or your second best player. So I think there's still enough there in terms of firepower for Enterprise. Enterprise, and the fact that for Ludovica, you've just already played a best of 3. If they're to win this, they need to win it 2-0 themselves. Otherwise, you go to that third map, it's been a long day.
It has been a massive day. I think the only thing that I look at Killerman with respects to the conversation of role changes, he's obviously the entry for this roster. How do they now go about adapting to spearheading? Now, if it was any other roster, I'd say let's look out for that. But I'll be honest,
You got Tuhan.
You've got Fisher who's leading
You've
the
got
roster.
Bappen, and you got Relays. You're
Like,
fine.
I think Relays Bappen will be fine as like a second entry combo.
There's enough frag power. I said actually during the group stage in the coast stream, I said it's literally a team with 4 fraggers and Fisher.
Yeah, well, but that's what you want with Fisher. You want players that are just going to be free to do what they need to, because Fisher notoriously has been incredible at micromanaging.
Well, you just elevate Tuhan up.
Yeah.
You just say player places the 4th man, places that more of that soft support.
Yep.
And then you get Tuhan more into a little bit more of a frag role.
Guess we got a little bit of time to fill here, Michael, so we can just have a little bit more of a yap of, I guess, expectations, mainly for Enterprise in the entire bracket. Not just this matchup, but in particular Enterprise. What are we expecting from them? Do you actually think that they will go toe-to-toe and do what they did in group stages?
It's a very hard question to answer at this point in time because we haven't seen their eventual competition in the GG Chiefs winner in the upcoming match. Of course, they'll be taking on them if they are to win this in that upper bracket final.
Yep.
Based on group stage, I think it will be close, though.
Well, it is time for us to get underway with our second best of 3 of the night. Dev and Pengu to run you through the action.
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm going to be honest, Pengu. It's been a long day so far. We're only into the second BO3. I was starting to fall asleep, so thank goodness that Rob opened up the segment with a big wake up. Now, I don't know if you are aware of the Wiggles, Pengu. I'm guessing you probably don't have that. You never heard of the Wiggles before? Well, we are doing the OCE.
Is it a band or?
Kind of. They're an Australian like kids TV show, and they do play music. So I guess they are a band. And
okay, kind of, yeah.
they would always say, one of the Wiggles there's like 4 people, right, in the Wiggles. They would always say, "Wake up, Jeff." And they had this one guy called Jeff with the purple shirt. He'd always fall asleep. And I don't know, I was really getting that vibes there from Rob. So if there are any Jeffs at home right now who have fallen asleep, you better wake up because we're getting into our second BO3 of the day. That's right, we're into the upper bracket semi-finals, Pengu. That means the winner of this match goes straight to the upper bracket final, which means that they would be only one game away from the grand final of the OCE League here for Blastar 6 in the APL. In Stage 1 2025. And of course, that would lead to an invite to EWC, the Esports World Cup, which is, of course, what all these teams are gunning for, a chance to head overseas and play with the best teams in the world. Enterprise, of course, have been the #1 team so far in OCE, but Ludovica are primed and ready after a very long BO3 earlier today.
Yeah, definitely gotta watch out for fatigue as mentioned on the desk because, as you said, they've been going on for a very long time. Starting things off here, first of all, we're in Bank, super excited, haven't seen this map in a while as from a casting perspective. Second of all, Enterprise and Defense have opted to go for double ranged Heartbreach on their first 2 rotations, and I love this. Because the issue that Bank has in Siege X release, you can't jump out the CEO windows anymore because you'll be forced into the hipfire animation. You can't ADS as you're falling down, right? By banning Ace and Hibana, you pretty much guarantee that the attackers cannot breach open the elevator wall, also known as Kanto, where Bandit is right now. That means you will actually have a much more fortified bomb site now, and it makes this bomb site actually playable. Whereas if you have Ace or Hibana open, then basement's kinda nice, open area's kinda nice, but the rest sucks. So Enterprise with this starting here, yes, it's double ranged Heartbreach, but it does give them a 3rd strong bomb site for the first rotation.
That's good. Change things up a little bit. Start an unusual bomb site pick on the top floor. That's what we expect out of the #1 team from the regular stage. Brand new team from, it was about February this year, February or March. Enterprise was formed by the remnants of a lot of the dropped players from GG. So Fisher Guy and Tuhan dropped out of that GG roster to make way for those European imports. Player formerly a substitute for Chiefs. Relays, one of the most exciting prospects of last year in terms of rookies, and Bappen, a very strong fragger who's made his way onto top teams in the last year. This is a very well-rounded roster. But you've got 2 players here who it is their first big team. Are they able to hang here when it comes to the upper bracket, win this game, and they're straight to the upper bracket final? Let's see how they go on their defense as Ludovica start to shape up their attack.
They made a small hole above the janitor wall. They can now fire and or smoke through it. Don't be cold and glass in the rappel. Will this be it? We'll just go for this. It's a fake for now. Holding angles.
Big opener from Cairo. And also the plant going down. Bappen might have found one, but it's not enough. Physics is forcing down that diffuser. Big nitro from Tuhan. Slows down the round and puts a stop to Ludovica's push, forces desperations from Karma as he repels inside. Spotted by Relays on that clash, however. Milo is so separated from the rest of the team on this big repel, he's not able to achieve a lot. Meanwhile, Box has been forced inside the building. Still this clash on Overwatch. Relays watching where Enterprise are needing to hold on to the bomb site. And Ludovica, they're in a bit of a desperate position at the moment. Still, Milo is so separated, and now Tuhan has found Box, which is the planter on site. Things are not looking too hot here for Ludovica. Enterprise can just continue being patient, waiting for them to get the information from Relays. Another big swing, very aggressive retake as Bappen swings, Karma goes down. All up to Milo now, and the Clash knows exactly where he is. It was a cheeky attempt at a round, but now guess what? The Clash is just going to stare him on down. Relays goes for a swing. Milo takes him out. Two more needed to be found. Almost spots the angle there onto Tuhan, who does spray him on down. And a good kickoff to the campaign for the playoffs for EP.
Good teamwork there, covering each other. The C4 that they had denies the planter. Relays getting a lot of value on the Clash. She was pretty much walking around from janitors into meeting into CEO, saying, hey, there's the glass in CEO, there's a guy repelling parking, and the third guy's by the double windows. So Clash, Relays, just figures out where all the pieces are, and then the entire team together will say, okay, let's deal with the glass. Two guys swing that guy. Let's deal with the Capital. Three guys. Even the Clash actively swings that player as well. And while that happened, it was while Dokkaebi went off the parking rappel up to the roof to drop down that skylight. So again, we see already here really good value coming through. Ludovica. I'm gonna try and set this very early, right? They banned Valkyrie and the Mira. In that first round, we saw a really good Clash usage. Now we're going basement. We're not seeing a Kaid, but we are seeing a Tubarão. There is a world where Ludovica will be forced into banning either the Clash, or the Kaid, or the Tubarão, and they're always going to have to deal with what's remaining. They might lock themselves into a position where Enterprise can abuse one of these very strong utility operators and just make it a living nightmare for Ludovica for the rounds to come. That's to be seen though. It's only been one round so far, but it's a good look.
Well, if I'm not wrong, Pengu, it was Ludovica who struggled a little bit with the operator bans on Clubhouse against Circular Spheres earlier today.
Exactly.
There were a couple of different operators. It was the Clash and the Azami and the Mira, and they couldn't decide. They ended up going with the Azami, and it really did not help them much. Like, they still failed at clearing where the Azami previously played, and then they really struggled against the Clash and the Mira. So Ludovica definitely have to think a lot between rounds about those bans. For me, I'm looking at Enterprise, and this is really where they truly get tested. They're on a 5-game win streak at the moment from the group stage. The only match they lost was to Outlaws, who didn't even make top 6. Enterprise 7-1 GG and 7-5 Chiefs. They even 7-5 Ludovica.
Oh, wow.
So they really dominated even some of the best teams in this region. But it's one thing to do it in a BO1 and another to do it in playoffs in a BO3. So this is where we truly see what they're made of.
Did the drone miss him twice? Did it miss him twice? It drove in and it drove out. He hears the footstep though, so sounds like, oh, he trades!
Worthwhile.
That's incredible.
Yeah, Relays is certainly not going to be too upset about that one. He found a big kill, taking down Milo, the Buck. Ooh. Looks like Tui is a little bit trapped here. He's going to try and escape using those Keeper barriers. 2 Keeper barriers will protect him a little bit longer. Oh, there you go. Hello. Spots out that shield of physics. Karma will take him on down from the elevator hallway, and that's exactly what Ludovica needed. That's finally a numbers advantage.
So 2 separate roamers hiding in 2 separate corners. One person trades and one person dies. In the end, not really worth it, was it? And we gotta see though, with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, Goyo on the board, Toxic Babes, Tubarão. This could be a time round for Ludovica. They've been slow early today in that previous best of 3, but they can also go really fast when they want to. The big benefactor, Fuse, a really high value potential. If the Fuse canister goes off, it can pop all those Goyo fires by the bomb site. But right now, they're spending those Tubarão canisters to just delay the inevitable reach.
Yeah, strangely though, that Fuse charge on the A hatch, it actually didn't destroy the Goyos that are in position to deny
No,
that
it's still
late round
frozen, I
plant.
think. No. Wait, no, you're right. It wasn't frozen.
I think it detonated at least partially. He managed to shoot them
Interesting.
off anyway once the hatch was open. So at least that is now,
5 seconds left, though.
Yeah, you're right. Now, time is going to be the enemy here of Ludovica. Enterprise might have just enough in the tank here. Still a 1 C4 available for player. And, of course, 2 gases left for Fisho. First one goes on out. Physics needs to get this plant on down. But meanwhile, Cairo is getting aggressive. Player trying his best to hold on to his position in Gold Vault. He's the last one standing. It's him up against the world. Cairo and Karma trying to lock him on down as Physics gets that plant confirmed. It's going to be a challenging retake for him. This C4 needed to come through 5 seconds prior, and he would have won the rounds. Unfortunately, though, for Player, a little bit too slow on that read. And now Cairo and Karma have to be found before he can disable that diffuser.
Helisphere Tuber as well. Can use that now. Both players are 1 HP, but the issue is now Ludovica, they're rotating 1 player up on the hatch above. So even if player wins this gunfight, he's got 1 more to find.
And Karma's going to take him on down. A good end round from Ludovica. When things got desperate, when the timer was ticking down, the Vulcan fire was roaring, they needed someone to step up, and that's what we saw from Cairo. Big backstab down the main stairs. We've seen that time and time again from Cairo. He always seems to come up clutch and go for a backstab when his team needs it.
Very small thing in hindsight. Had he used that final two-barrel canister before the hatch got opened up, it would have bought them another up towards 12 seconds. And it's a big deal because the Twitch drone that destroyed both the Goyo canisters by the default plant location, I believe it came from the hatch as well. So if that hatch stays closed, the Twitch drone doesn't get the Goyo fire, and all of a sudden the time would literally be 0 while there is still fire all over the bomb site. But because that last two-barrel canister wasn't used, they had 6 seconds left in the round where all the fire was gone. So they sprint to the Toxic Babes, and they get into a quote-unquote safe plant position. There was a C4 in the pocket of player for a good while. It came out a little bit too late, like you mentioned. And then this. If the collateral lined up there with those 3 players with the DMR, that could have been an incredible clutch. But sadly, they were just 1 pixel shy of each other and didn't quite line up.
Yeah. And now for Ludovica, well, they've got their first round on the board on the attacking side, but as far as attack-defense-sided maps go, Bang tends to fall into the category of being one of the most powerful on the attacking side, especially now, as you said, the change to jumping out, meaning that it's much harder to jump out on that top floor. The top floor bomb site and Bank as a whole tends to be one of the more attacker side in the competitive pool. So I really would be hoping, if I'm a Ludovica, to gun for 3 rounds here. 2 is probably not enough. So it's nice that they finally have 1 on the board, but this bomb site in particular, going to kitchen staff room, open area, it's a very challenging one. There's a lot of map to take before you can execute onto it, and a lot of very powerful power positions you can play on site. So let's see how they deal. Enterprise starting to peel on back. 200 drops below.
Some people might look at this and go, why would you fall back already at only 60 seconds into the round? But it's because of what James said. It's a very big map. You start top floor, and the second the pressure is, getting too much, just drop down. Now you got the entire primary first floor, and you got the basement as well. The main stairs, the server stairs, go for a flank, play around that position. And Ludovica, they gotta do verticality across 2 different rooms for Teller's Archives and for the bomb site itself inside of stock. They gotta get the hatches, unless all of them have been opened up, which I believe the defenders did themselves, and then they gotta still hit the bomb site. So giving up top floor in 60 seconds is perfectly fine. They're pretty much on the expected outcome. The downside here for the defenders, Cairo is on the Monty, and this guy can just storm through the building and speed things up even more and apply a lot of pressure and yellow pings for the buck. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know how Physics managed to get that, but a good shot onto Bappen. It's numbers in favor of Ludovica on the attacking side. As you said, we still have that Monty of Cairo, and he's very close to that bomb site as well. The Sens, the Blackbeard, the Monty, this is a real slew of util to brute force the objective.
There's that deep angle from Janitors, exposing Relays' position. He knows about it, wants a challenge, maybe wants the hatch, get some damage, gets the kill actually, well done. But a drop down confirms the trade.
Yeah, this is a good move there from Cairo. He snuck into the bomb site by moving in from Archives into admin with that Monty through the rotate hole created by the defensive side. Now it's a retake up the stairs by player as Tuhan with this SMG-11 is struggling to deal with shield players in abundance pushing towards him. But guess what? Sneaking upstairs, it's player. He's found one subbing in today. Instead of Killer Man, we've got Enterprise with a new look, and player is the playmaker. He's found one. He needs to find a whole lot more than that as Physics is forcing that diffuser down. Tuhan is biding his time. He's got the drop on the Blackbeard player, but guess what? It's a shield and you can't take him down so easily. Player is now too late to deny the plant and forced into a 1 versus 3, and his flank amounts to very little. It's another good round of attack for Ludovica.
Good use of all the operators, right? The Blackbeard did a great job, the Sense did a great job, the Bach and the Muncie, everyone getting so much value doing the right things that they need to get done. I really hope that we're gonna see the staircases used more for Enterprise. Yes, they retook back upstairs, got the head skill on the Muncie, but if they had a player on the server staircase, that could have been the big change in that round. That could have denied the Sense, killed the guy planting, and also you can try and 2v1 the Sophia, whichever operator was in the attack, on the bottom skylight. Because right now from Enterprise, it's a lot of 1 versus 1 versus 1s against Munty, against Blackbeard. That's not what we want to see. Try and get those crossfires, try and get the teamwork going. That's going to be the way forward to deal with those shields, or just ban the Munty like they just did. But there's still going to be Blitz, there's still going to be Blackbeard.
Yeah, it's always a tough call when it comes to things like this. I'm mostly interested in what Ludovica have decided to go for. So you go Mira, Valk, and then Fenrir to round things out. It really does change the landscape. As an attacker, like, knowing that Fenrir is bound, how does that change how you're playing these rounds, Pengu?
It's interesting because Fenrir is an operator that either has a ton of value or 0 value. Because, obviously, you get the 4 discs, you're gonna put them down, 2 can be activated. If the fight happens around one of those gadgets, the enemy will be nearsighted, and you will have a massive advantage in the gunfight. However, Bank is a very big map, a lot of long lines of sight, a lot of rappel angles, soft destruction, verticality. I find it pretty difficult to force those gunfights in those particular areas. So I think for Bank, Fenrir is more of like an alert. Oh, there's a guy in this area, and you put them kind of very far forward. Not because they're going to help you in a gunfight, because when they get triggered, you know an attacker is in that area. Think of like a really far out barbed wire, a beat boop, for example. That same kind of thing.
It's like a camera you don't have to sit on. Fenrir, you're sitting on site, maybe in the basement, and you just see, oh, they're in open area. Okay, I'll deactivate that one. So I guess we still have the charges even if you destroy it now. So after that little change with Fenrir, so you see that get activated, they destroy it. It maybe buys you a second or something. Maybe it assists the roamers, and then of course you have the next layer. You kind of have information. Perhaps you can assist your roamers all the way from the site by moving around where those gadgets are. Regardless, it's not something that Ludovica are going to have to worry about because they have banned it. Perhaps they want to get a little bit more quick, a little bit more aggressive, make sure they don't have to deal with that from Enterprise. It's funny, though, because it was only picked just the once from Enterprise, so I'm surprised that Ludovica have really leaned into it. I would have thought that maybe banning something like the Goyo for basement would have been a little bit better. The Clash for top floor, I mean, EP has actually elected not to bring the Clash this time around. The Azami, which is good on pretty much every single bomb site. Yeah, a lot of different choices here. I'm kind of surprised that Ludovica didn't elect for one of those other ones.
There's also just the world where they haven't felt they've faced an issue with any of those operators, but they could see themselves having an issue with the Fenrir. And the one thing the Fenrir does very uniquely is that you can't really replace the operator. Like, sure, you can play Melusi and still get like the 4 whoop whoops, but they function a bit differently. Fenrir is quite unique in that he actually nearsights you, and that sucks to deal with. Regardless, for this particular bomb site, I don't think the Fenrir would have mattered, right? We're talking people on rappels, fast at the building, parking roof, etc. This wouldn't be the bomb site for it. But now you get a Sami and Castle on defense for this one. They're going to lock down a lot of those angles, fortify those defending positions. Babin in this position, for example, if you're not a Sami, that's a very dangerous spot. Because you are the Asami, you can keep keybaying yourself, run away, cover the windows, etc. And the longer he stays alive for, the longer they will have to wait to go for their execute. The benefit is they have both floors from the roof, which can of course jump a drone in, and they also have caps on fire and grenades. They should be able to get that kill.
Well, there is a kill on the
Fisher
guy.
dies first.
It's actually the best play probably you could kill if you're on Ludovica right now. Those yokai drones no longer active. Once again, Bappin manages to dart past these windows and survive. This time does take a little bit of damage to the fire. Player goes down. Karma's getting a lot of value from this window. He does need to reload, though. I don't think he realizes he didn't correctly reload. Only has one bullet at the moment in the chamber. Flashbang goes in. Nade goes in. Bappin once again survives, running past this window for the very third time. He's surely a dead man now, and indeed, Cairo finally puts him to bed. It's a 5 versus 2 here. Just Relays and Tuhan left alive. And Ludovica, it looks like they're going to win another round of attack here, this time on the top floor.
I mean, it's such good use of utility for Ludovica. The nades, the fire, the crossfires, and now they still got 4 smokes and 2 Dokkaebi calls for the execute to come. They got this round in the bag. All they gotta do is rappel on in.
Tuhan, though, he can see through the smoke with the Warden's glances. And then, well, quickly after, it seems like it doesn't matter. Traded, and then Ludovica to lock in the last kill. Got a little bit excited there for a second, but it was not to be. No usage there from Enterprise, the Echo, the Warden, none of it valuable. Ludovica picks them apart piece by piece, and they've gotten themselves quite a lead at the moment, Pengu. We looked at the first round and we thought, wow, Enterprise really dominated on that top floor with the clash. It's 1-0, then Ludovica very quickly win 3 in a row.
I mean, you said that the benchmark for Ludovica right now, in your mind, is they gotta get at least those 3 attacks to have like a fighting chance in the side swap. They've gotten that, and they can still get more. And I will say this might be the best attacking couple of rounds we've seen from Ludovica today. Now, mind you, I haven't seen them play previously in the group stage, but earlier, when we were watching them on Consulate, Clubhouse, Lair, their attacks is often where they fell a bit short, either lacking coordination or the right pace in the round. They've been fast when they gotta be fast, they've been slow when they have to be slow, and they've been problem solving really effectively on both basement and top floor now.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, and Ludovica are typically in the league so far a much more defender-favored team. They only win 44% of their attack rounds, but 61% of their defense rounds. So, yeah, it's a big ups to them that they're being so successful here. Obviously, the map plays into it. Bank, it's much easier to attack than, say, Lair, where we saw... What was it, 12 rounds of defense won, or 13 rounds of defense won to only 2 rounds of attack when they played it against Circular Spheres. So, the map plays into it, but it's still good to see that coordination and also some creative counters that we don't always see. I'm loving the fuse plate from Physics. I think it's a really good way to guarantee you've cleared as much util as possible off from that hatch before you even open it when you're going into a basement attack. And we'll see how successful that is this time. But of course, the first step is to clear these roamers. Bappin and Tuhan still holding on to open areas, and Relays isn't that far apart either.
Very important to note, this time they're actually holding open area. They're not going to hide in their corners and play for rat play, so they will buy more time on the clock and stay alive for longer. Fisher guy with SMT11, if he gets overwhelmed or gets ADS by the fuse here, that could really turn things around. You lose the Toxic Babes, you lose the server player, and the attackers just walking in like they own the place. And he has no backup, it's just him right now. So very risky, but we know they're going to walk away. I think the call is, guys, come on, let's play the strat, play the execute. It's very important that... Oh, actually, Box gets a kill to Babin instead in the midst of it all. From Garage, okay.
Big kill in a second. Now Box to find it. It's a very important kill there. And it really does open up the round. But good from Relays to push deep and make sure that he can control the garage. Now, unfortunately for Enterprise, they were hard counted there. That knock... obviously not visible on that camera. I'm sorry to my fellow to my Danish co-commentator there for my pronunciation of knock, but maybe you can get it right for me, Pengu.
It's close enough.
Nook? It's a good counter there.
See, you got it. You know how to do it. Yeah.
Maybe it
Also, speaking of Australian operators earlier and like the nationalities of players, I have never played Nook once in Pro League, by the way.
That's
never once.
Unreal. What about Benja? Surely Benja would have played a little bit. Back in the day, with the Dan on the day.
He was like the Nook player, dude. Back when you could cook the grenades, that's like that was the biggest nerf to a player in the history of Siege. That was Benja losing the cooking nades. Guy won SI, they took that away, haven't seen him since.
Hey, he's doing alright these days, isn't he? He's still on SSG, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. They just lost to Fabian last night.
Oh, that's rough. Hate it when you lose to Fabian. Well.
It's the worst.
20 seconds to go, and that is a huge kill there from player. Cairo not aware that he's being aggressively peeked on the hatch, and this should be a pretty straightforward round lockout here for Enterprise. Ludovica don't have a lot of different ingredients here. They can't go for a passive plant thanks to the smokes from Fisher Guy. You can see Physics just chewing up damage at the moment. Physics has managed to find a place to plant, but going deep, it's player. He's covered by Karma. Hang on a second. The diffuser has gone down. Physics is eventually going to fall, but Fisher Guy's team killed relays. I don't know what I'm watching right now, but there's no universe where Ludovica should have won this round. Is Karma going to get to it in time? Fisher Guy's going to stick it, but he gets off! If he'd held it, he would have won the round! And now Karma's got all the time in the world to win this! Fisher Guy may have just cooked it! He usually cooks himself, but Karma, he's got this dead to rights. There's no way that Fisher Guy can get this now. Cairo is in the old chat. Oh, he's got it! What what? How? How does he clutch it like that? Out of all of the ways that could have panned out, Fisher Guy with the shotgun blast still clutches?
That was so over. It was supposed to be over. They were typing in chat. They were saying GG for the round.
I mean, even Fisher in the face cams, he wasn't too happy. He was like, all right, for all intents and purposes, I lost that. I really cooked that. But then he got it across the line. I'm so done. That is...
Oh my God.
That took it out of me. I don't know what to say about that.
I could have sworn that... So, before that craziness happened, one toxic babe was tossed to default plant. It got popped. It was good. He threw a second toxic babe literally right where Fuse was going to plant. It must have been gotten shot mid-air because he popped the gadget, nothing happened. It was like, it wasn't alive. And the third toxic babe then team killed and killed the planter. So I don't know, see, there's no gas here, you see? And then the third gas comes now.
Oh, it was way too late and in the wrong position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then he still won it. 9 seconds to go, and Karma's peaking that. I mean, Karma really messed up there. I thought that Karma had it as well. He was prone on the hatch. He was just baiting for sound. Yeah. And then overexposed. He really could have just sat there, waited for a whole 5 seconds of Fisher Guy sticking it before he went for a swing. It's going to take me a while to get over that round, but regardless of what could have happened, Enterprise do get that round across the line. And as we move into the final defense of this half for Enterprise, let's see whether they can tie it up or if Ludovica can make good on the dominance that they started this half with.
Back on the Clash and more utility, I like this. Only downside for this round for defense is that you got 2 SMG-11s in a Clash. And as I said, there's a lot of long lines of sight on Bang, so certain gunfights you simply either cannot take, period, or if you take them, you'll be at a serious disadvantage. First player falls back, then we see player and, and Release being like, okay, well, he's gonna stick around actually. I mean, I guess a Clash can overcommit a bit, you can always drop down the hatches, but when the first guy falls back, you kind of had to fall back with every single player. Tuhan is now on the main staircase waiting for the escort, there it is. Relays can always drop, as I said, it's the Clash. They have stayed for longer than previously, so a job well done. Now, it's a similar situation. The Sense is going to get used to cover the entry for the guy planting. They got Finke and Blackbeard, a very lethal duo that can speed up the ADS speed of the Blackbeard. And of course, BB having the shield, he can do whatever he wants pretty much. And there's no C4 left. Fisher Guy has already spent it, so there's no easy way to get kills. Unless this happens, that's a free kill for the attackers.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there for Bappen. As you said, that's one of the actual decent guns on the lineup gone as well, so it's going to be much harder for Enterprise to play a lot of gunfights. As I say that, player through the floor with the UMP no less, takes down Molosca. Buck taken out, that's your main vertical player here for Ludovica. As Physics is looking to try and trade, just hoping that player leaves his head exposed for just a brief moment, crouching behind this desk. He does pop up. It's him and Karma together trying to take down this player, and eventually he will get shut down. Box came into support. I believe that was through a vertical angle. Oh no, it was actually all the way through Archives. He came to find him. Credit to him. So that's a big tick box there. You've got the numbers advantage for Ludovica as well.
And you got everything you need. The only problem now is you can't really kill the Clash, can you? You need relays to make a mistake or get the gun up or something like that. 20 seconds to go. Gotta get the sense active. Gotta get the... Oh, we're just gonna walk on in? Hello?
What? Okay. They're just straight into the meat
The
grinder.
sense isn't even there.
I guess. I mean, relay's down on the floor, but it doesn't matter.
What?
If you blinked it, you missed it. I looked away for 1 second, Pengu, and then when I looked up, kill feed was all orange. And every single player from Ludovica that pushed into the site just fell. It's an even half. Enterprise made that comeback work.
Damn, that's... So, it was a 4 versus 3, essentially, and they could have just, like, you know, used the sense wall like before, walk in, plant default, whatever. They just walked in the bomb site doors, not even looking in the right direction, not droning, doing it one by one, and they didn't get to execute. And last place I have is Sense, who's, like, 2 rooms away, with 4 of the roly-polies in pocket that could have made a huge difference in that round. I mean, they walked into a pre-placed Clash shield. So, I'm not sure if they thought the bomb site was clear and they were in the basement roaming or they were flanking or something like that, but something went wrong. And I can't believe we're doing a 3-3 now. It was such a convincing 3-1, and then 2 rounds in a row have a funky couple of situations, and all of a sudden we're tied right back up with Enterprise, the supposedly stronger team, on the favorite side.
Yeah, and that's why this looks a little bit rough here for Ludovica. They're going to have a exceptional defense to make up for losing those last 2 rounds of their attack. I will say, I mean, so far I haven't seen anything that suggests fatigue from Ludovica. Obviously today's been a long day so far. What time did we start our first match? I think it was about 5.5 hours ago. Ludovica started their first map. They started actually getting into the server for that first map against Circular Spheres. 5.5 hours. We still have, you know, potentially 2.5 hours still to go in this game. So it's going to be a very long day in the server for Ludovica.
Yeah, if once we get to, like, you know, deep map 2 or potentially map 3, that's when we should start seeing some signs of fatigue. Obviously, some teams, some players, they can just kind of soldier through it. But even the best teams in the world, once you get into a very deep series, different opponents, different prep work. Because mind you, you gotta prep for your first opponent, and then either you gotta prep for the second opponent ahead of time, or do it in the 1 hour, you know, time span that you have between the first and second game. It's a lot of analytical, remembering strats, counterplays, etc., and habits of the opponent. And they gotta do all of that. Enterprise, because they're upper bracket and upper seed, due to their placement in the group stage, they've just been sitting watching. They've been chilling. They maybe had like a 1-map warm-up scrim or whatever. They are so prepared. They're so ready. And yeah, they're not going to be warmed up the same as Ludovica, but with that 1 hour full break, I feel like Ludovica probably will be warmed down as well and starting from scratch as this match started.
Slowly burn as EP start to prepare. How are they going to execute on this one? I'm mostly curious about what the intention is with the blitz. Is it to take control of blue and then eventually just to plant? I like the juggle here from Box. This is an old but a good strat. Should be able to protect his hatch for a little bit longer.
He's very alone.
Wait, where's Calm? Wait, what? Relays?
What?
Relays dropped.
He was by the side.
For some reason, was that intentional?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Regardless, well, Box is now alone in server, and this is the next point of contention. He's lost his hatch. A smoke off. Oh no, Milo somehow supports.
Smoke banged.
Smoke banged and enabled Ludovica to hold on to this ground for a bit longer. Enterprise are struggling to take control of server.
It's a disaster. The blitz died from the guy all the way back in garage. DMR tapped through the smoke, through the wall. Box now in a very strong position because Blitz was the one operator that could clearly deal with this particular position. No grenades left. Sure, you have a Deimos tracker, but Deimos is 1 bullet from injured. Meanwhile, Relays dropped the bomb site.
No.
He gets 2 kills. Yeah, it's over. This round is so done.
Yeah, so over. Bappen, he might take the Box down to 1 HP, but a lot more needed to be done than that. Wow, what a disappointing round from EP. Ludovica, just moment after moment, made this look honestly too easy. Milo finding that really long-range smoke bang, and then even the final kill. This is, I believe, where he killed Fisho through the smoke from, by the way. That was the blitz, rushing Lunchbox behind the server. Yeah, wow. I mean, a lot of luck involved, but still credit to him for knowing that lineup and for shooting and knowing when to actually make that move. Yeah, a weird round. Oh, I got to say, weird round.
I'm curious in the bomb site rotation here, because obviously you go basement, it's the probably on paper the strongest bomb site for a defending team, and obviously they win it in an awkward fashion. Now you gotta go onwards. You got open area, Tillis Archives, and you got top floor. The big difference here is Ludovica wanted to bend the Monty, so they have kept the ace open as they bent the Bana and the shield. Now you're gonna have a pretty bad time because the attackers can bring the ace, open up the canto wall. Meanwhile, the attackers, well, they banned castle, so you can't really castle anything on the bomb side. The only saving grace here is you got mirror windows. So unless mirror is being hidden right now, I really would expect to see, you know, an Ashe or a Kali to deal with that particular problem. There it is, very final second. Ashe comes into play. I was getting very worried there for a second. Now they got ranged heart destruction. They got Bilkaby in line, both global gadgets. They got Ashe for the mirror to counter, and they got OCE, which is gonna get you the intel and the possible plant potential. So I feel like this attack is really well cooked from an operator perspective. It all comes down to execution. And that's where EPF in a bit weak, right? Relays dropping side hatch last round at Scrim way before anybody else is doing anything on the map. That's a big blunder for me. Whether he messed up or somebody told him to do it, I don't know. This, however, very fast pace early round getting in the building.
Ooh. Yeah, he spots out that mirror window though, so doesn't have a lot of flexibility to stay here up top square. I like that. Very quick into the building from Relays, but that was not just a solo YOLO. Fisher Guy was on cameras, one at the bottom of square and one in staff room, flicking both of them to make sure that the way was clear for Relays. Enables him to take a lot of ground very quickly. Of course, he still does need Bappin to come over and take down that mirror window, but especially with a DMR, he's a perfect operator to sit in this position and just wait for someone. It looks like it's a Selma from Tuhan. Wow, very quick round already. The OCE is in position.
Yeah, I see the vision here. Now there are 2 C4s for a plant deny. If Fisher can survive the first one, even if he loses the Talon Shield on OCE, he's gotta have a second in pocket. So it's gonna be down to that. Ashe, 2 Ashe Breaches in pocket. Mirror Window is still up and alive. They haven't dealt with that yet. And Babin is outside the building. Free kill missed, unfortunately, for player. I think we're waiting for the Ashe right now. Ashe is downstairs in the electrical room. I guess he's gonna come up the square stairs now. And then deal with the mirror from square.
Oh no, she's going into
Fisher
staff
can
room.
walk in and try and plant.
She's going admin.
Or vertical.
Yeah, Vert
Yeah,
from
gonna
admin.
go vertical instead.
Interesting idea. Tuhan actually gets the kill from the windows. Perhaps Box was a little bit exposed. Relays, though, eventually does go down. That's our player at top square. Thankfully, we still have player here. He's cutting off a lot of rotations. We do need Bappin to come back and support the team, though, before an execute can come through. Fisher Guy does not want to lose his life, but that's the C4 taken down. Player, he has a big impact here from the rappel. 2 massive kills. Milo, though, he might get aggressive here. He sees that planter. Is there no cover? What are you doing? Enterprise! Your team needs you. Fisho needs you. And now it's all up to Milo. 9 bullets in the barrel. 2 to find. Player still on rappel. Milo's doing it all. He's turning back time, rolling back the clock, and now it's a 1v1. He knows exactly where that diffuser is as player gets up onto this rappel. He's going to have to rappel inside. Does he know where Milo is? SMG-12 comes out. Milo's waiting. He's got the perfect positioning, sprays him down, but player whips it! He whips it around, he finds his head, and clutches up for Enterprise!
He covers Lobby. He gets 2 kills. He makes the final call. His teammate dies. He's stuck on the rappel outside the building. Has to go in, brute force the angle. Somehow still wins the round for his team. It's not pretty and it's not clean for Enterprise, but they are clutching up when they absolutely need to. But they really, like for the longevity of this best of 3 series, they need to just clean up their play. You have one guy covering the planter on that CEO rappel. When that person dies, Fisher Guy has to stop planting and cover his own butt, or he will just die for free, which is exactly what happened. They gotta clear up the comms. Oh man.
Yeah, and
that's
here it
the
is from
3rd
player.
round where it's like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's very back and forth, isn't it? And it's because both of these teams have players with a lot of clutch potential. I got to say, respect to Milo. I cannot believe that this guy.
Yeah.
You know, you would have thought that he kind of peaked like 3 years ago when he was a young player, and now he, retires for a year or two. Comes back, and what a comeback. I mean, he's still playing so well. Unfortunately for him, he lost it. But speaking of players who come back out of nowhere, I mean, Player kind of substituted for Chiefs a little bit last year, but maybe people thought he might have been past his prime as well. He had a bit of an uprise where he got put into some really top teams like Knights back in the day when that was an OCE roster. And here he is subbing in for Enterprise, instead of Killerman, who we've seen play a lot of this stage so far. And Player is looking potentially in peak form with plays like that. He's playing his role to perfection, but he can also clutch up big. It's what we need from Enterprise now. But of course, Ludovica, pressure's on their shoulders. It's tied up, but this is their map pick. They wanted to go to bank, and it's up to them to make sure that they don't repeat what happened earlier today, where they and Circular Spheres traded each other's map picks, forcing it to a third.
It's going to come down to a battle of teamwork. As always, it's a matter of who can help each other the most in the server. It can't always count on individual heroics. It's great when it kicks in as a last resort. It's not great when it seems to be the deeming qualifications of why you're winning the rounds multiple times now. Ludovica gonna slow things down. The Mossy, the Mute, the Clash, they are chilling. They want Enterprise to come to them and struggle through the steps. The droning, intel gathering, and of course, once they reach that bomb site, the Clash shield will also be a great stopping force.
What happened there?
Oh, the timing!
Did Karma have info on Relays there, or was he just going for a rotate? I don't know, but either way, Relays went for a little sneaky play up from Garage and was taken out. Again with the Nook in Garage. Hey, Pengu,
classic.
The Aussie operator just killed the Danish operator. Just saying.
Oh, there it is. I guess Aussie is better than Danish people, yeah?
That's right. You said it on me.
Operators, at least. I do like Australians, I'll be honest. It's like Australians and Canadians. I like those people. They're great.
Yeah, just your two casting duos that you've had.
Oh, wait, true, actually. What? I didn't even think about that. Oh. Slightly biased caster, as always. We always gotta be a little bit... Oh.
Well, I don't know what's been going on
down
in this round, but yeah, it's been a bit chaotic. 2-1 at least found one, but I don't think Enterprise have done enough so far. They haven't really managed to control this round. Oh, there's a play just around the corner
C4 rip.
Yeah, so he doesn't know about it. Bappin's found another one. Surely Box gets found here. There's no way that this C4 works. Oh.
No, I don't think so either.
Literally landed in his lap. Hey, Tui,
Wow.
catch this. C4 literally landed in his lap. Hit him, slapped him in the face. Okay, that's a good round from Ludovica. They're in the lead once again.
So puzzling how these rounds, they bounce back and forth. Like, it's so... Like, Enterprise get a convincing round. Ludovica then get a convincing round. Then you get like a weird like 1v1 clutch. It's all over the place. And 2 more shields. They will join the banned operator list. Blitz and Clash. Not too surprised.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
I can't hear myself now.
Hello?
Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
You can't hear yourself?
Yeah, maybe I can now. There we go. Sorry. Thought my little mic box messed up for a second, but it was all me. I was going to say, did Clash get a hair job?
She did. Yep.
Credit to her.
So, early on, when Siege X got like leaked, the only thing that was shown was the main menu screen, which is Clash on Clubhouse or whatever with hair.
Yeah.
So be like, oh my
Clash
god,
buff.
they're reworking Clash, they're giving her hair, and then it turns out there's a whole operator rework with the gadget and everything.
It was not just a hair buff.
It was not just a hair buff.
Where do you reckon you can get that buff for yourself? Like, I don't know, just maybe thought you and Rob might be interested.
Called Turkey, isn't it?
Turkey.
There's also this thing called finesse stripe minoxidil. It's a usual thing that balding people take to strengthen your hair growth and whatnot, and I don't know, decrease your DHT and testosterone levels, I guess, in a way. But yeah,
you into that?
It's I'm on it right now. Yes, I'm gonna do like a 12-month version. I'm 4 months deep, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I'll be joining Rob as a bald person soon.
No, I'm looking forward to the Pengu buff. just like we have the Clash buff. Means you'll also now be able to like put down your shield and like shoot people without the shield on your back. Is that how it works as well?
In game.
What's going on here, by the way?
Tuhan is in the side, by the way.
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
Hey, guys.
He snuck through server. He's waiting for a freebie. Because if he goes too deep and gets hurt by the sound, he will just die or have a 50-50. Now he might...
Expose his position. Well, we certainly know that Tuhan isn't a vampire because he's just walked in uninvited. Relays is sneaking in from the back door of Garage, and Karma is the first one to find a kill. This is pretty frustrating for Tuhan. He just could not land that headshot, and now the element of surprise is gone. His early advantage is gone. He might be able to breach onto the site. I also think Relays is good for one here. This is the third time he's snuck into Garage, but he should be able to find this kill.
Imagine he just planted, by the way. How crazy would that be? Just walks inside, plants, walks away, refuses to elaborate. That would have been a play.
I like the idea. Oh, Bappen's good for one. There is a trade coming his direction. No, it looks like Karma is going to fall on back. Tui finds one pick from Relays. His patience is rewarded until he finally gets the kill that he was looking for on the site. Oh, just what we needed from Enterprise. And Ludovico, well, the rug was certainly ripped out from underneath them there.
I'm telling you, like, they keep like showing up out of nowhere, these rounds. Back and forth, this team is popping off, that team is popping off. And it all came down to Enterprise being willing to take a risk. Putting in Thermite just AFK at the bomb site fishing for a kill, that's risky because now you only have 4 people roam clearing. Then we see Relays on Nuke and Garage, now you only have 3 people roam clear because 2 guys are basically by the bomb site itself. But those 2 people combined also ended up getting 3 kills in the round during that tail end. It was beautiful. It was perfect. But this is the thing. Had Ludovica had a little bit of information about those 2 players, that wouldn't have happened. So I feel like, you know, Valkyrie isn't banned, Echo isn't banned. There's a lot of bulletproof cameras you can pick up here on the Legion, the Fenrir, the Melusi, etc. The Mute. We're not seeing a whole lot of intel. And the reason why that might be is because we've seen Dokkaebi being brought out 2 or 3 rounds now by Enterprise, and the last thing you want, you know, against Dokkaebi is a ton of cameras that they can hack against you. So I feel like there's this back and forth mental warfare.
I do remember the Valkyrie being picked last round because I saw them once on it. Yeah, there was a camera just near the metal detectors at bottom square, but it, funnily enough, didn't stop an attacker from sneaking in there and finding a kill onto a player in staff room. So, I don't know, perhaps just disjointed even when Ludovica do have cams. And as you said, it's hard to run a lot of cameras when you know that the opponent is running so much Dokkaebi. But regardless of what has happened, where we sit now, Pengu, is on the verge of a map point for either team. Obviously, Ludovica, it being their map pick, certainly the pressure is on their shoulders. If they lose this map, then it will need to be 6 maps played today in order to come out through the upper bracket. Enterprise is certainly looking like the favored team right now, especially if they're able to jump onto map point first.
There's the first Ash charge, shatters the mirror window. Job well done early on this time. Box has also pre-placed the second mirror window, so you can't juggle it middle of the round like previously. The landscape has been shown fully this time. Player got 2 kills on this rappel previously, and he's looking for another. Bappen gets it instead. Player gets another as well, somehow from that same rappel position. He is farming on these windows.
Yeah, and playing the ace now instead of that Dokkaebi means that he's got the ability to open up that Kanto wall. And we know how powerful it is once you open up this double reinforced wall. Now it's forcing Physics to potentially drop down that hatch to retreat and get out of this position. Box, though, he has found 1 kill despite his mirror window being dismantled. He's still able to contest these exterior windows, and it's going to force Enterprise to try and recompose now and figure out where they need to play next.
And what is the next step? No fires in Capital, sadly, for that elevator. But you got Blackbeard grenades in pocket. Player finds another. Still on that rappel, by the way. He's not leaving that position anytime soon.
And they can still just lock Physics in here. This is essentially a 3 versus 1. If player just locks down this position, that said, Physics lands a lot more damage than he receives. Might be on here. Never mind. Tui finally puts him in the dirt, and it's all up to Box, who will fall. Enterprise, they claim map point here on Bank. 1 step closer to that upper bracket final.
And timeout taken by Ludovica at the very end of this as well. They are waiting the most time possible to actually call this. I mean, I don't blame them. They thought they had it, it looked like they had it, and then they didn't, and it came down to that final round that we just witnessed. But Enterprise did such a good job at singling out different defenders and just going kill by kill by kill, step by step by step. And that's the problem with that top floor bomb site. When you don't ban both ranged top breachers, Hibana and Ace, that wall where we saw player on the rappel will always be opened up, and it limits where you can rotate around the building a lot as the defending team. Plus there's a castle ban in play, which further limits where you can play from. The only thing you can do is play the mirror, and that's why they bring the Ash. So Enterprise strategically and operator ban wise have just tailored things better to weaken as many bomb sites as possible, whereas Ludovica didn't quite do the exact same thing. And you don't have to, it's not like a must do, it's just like stylistic difference between these two teams.
So, staring down map point, Ludovica, after playing their 4th map of the night, they take the tactical on their defensive side. What do? How do you get out of this one? Now, we all knew that EP was going to be a tough opponent, but now, after losing, how many rounds in a row is that? 2 rounds in a row. Enterprise have had really solid attacks. Ludovica have plenty of choice of where they want to take us for the defense. It could be staff room, could be lockers, could be exec, top floor again. They're going to staff room. I guess this is the only choice, right? I mean, it's only this or downstairs that they've actually won on the defensive side.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Now, mind you, open areas is not a bad bomb site at all, in my mind. But it does come down to, are you comfortable playing the bomb site? Because again, you gotta work the full map to open up the potential. You can't just play one floor, top floor or first floor. You gotta play all 3 floors and just maintain as much control as possible, burn down that timer. That's just pretty much what you're forced into. I like the Brava here. It's a very common bomb site from Maestro. And even though Maestro isn't actively played this round, you got Fenrir Mines, Melusi Banshees, Valcams, and 2 bulletproof cameras. This is heaven for Brava if you can get deep enough in to actually get that hacking going. They got 1 gadget so far, and they still have a 2nd drone in pocket.
He chose not to use one of the charges from the Brava to destroy, or hack, I should say, that 2nd Melusi Banshee, which, you know, was unfortunate considering he ended up just losing the drone anyway. But it's interesting because he clearly thought that there was something that was a high-value target than that Banshee. Perhaps a bulletproof camera, but in the end, yeah, of course, it gets destroyed before he's able to use it. 2nd one goes in. This is the last Brava drone. And here we go. The Fenrir's Dread Mines. That's a very high-value target as well. Really, it's not worth losing this drone, though. He needs to make sure that he gets good value out of it. As the team can start moving on forward. Out goes the Bees from the Grim. Tui and Fish likely to make their entry here as Milo looks to retreat.
Down the hatch he goes. Time spent, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Looking pretty good, actually. There's not a whole lot of verticality from the side of Enterprise. Just the 3 soft breaching charges from the ace of player. So there's no buck, there's no ram. Otherwise, they got everything covered, right? The IQ for the Valcams, for the gadgets that they can find. They got Grim. They have 1 B canister left in pocket. They got Nook who can sneak below any of those cameras as well. They just missed the verticality. C4 primed and ready. Can get a free kill. There's a Valcam in CEO. I saw it earlier. I don't know if it's been shot or if Babman has found it as IQ. Right now.
Milo's on it.
Oh, there it is, yeah. So, Babin, you gotta use that gadget, my friend. It's still there. At the wrong time, and you might get a free death on your team.
Yeah. If Bappen's not using that IQ scanner, then you're likely going to lose his position. Now, unfortunately for Box, he's the one who's hunted on down. Bappen comes in from the other side. He might not be using his gadget, but he's certainly using his rifle. The 5.52 nets him a kill. Enterprise, though, getting closer to the bomb site. Kill hole as well opened up by Fisho Guy. That could very quickly be a rotate as well. 30 seconds to play out as Ludovica try and hold on to bank.
Look, we got the crossfires, they got chassis, they got small box, they got open area. Enterprise needs to get that first kill to open things up. They gotta win their first gunfight.
And Cairo's in a really difficult position as well, with the wall next to him getting opened up. Not a lot of positions to play. He's exposed, he gets the drop on 1, but traded on back. Enterprise still have the time to make this work, but it is ticking away by the second. Tuhan's got the diffuser, but he's down on the ground, so is Bappen. Player falls as well. It's a huge double kill from Karma to keep the team alive and send Ludovica into overtime.
And it all comes down the back of 2 separate Valkyrie cameras, red pinging the entire attacking team. And guess who they're pinging? The IQ. IQ was in square almost the entire round on drones, throwing their grenades, covering the flank. And yet, there's a Valcam right above IQ, one next to her, and they just expose all of their locations. Ludovica could just sit tight in their 4 separate corners and say, you know what, when no time is running low, they're gonna be panicking, running in, that's when we're gonna take the fight. And that's what they did. Covering each other, winning their gunfights, and that's it. We're going 6-6, Ludovica on defense, Enterprise on the attack. It is anyone's game. It's 3-3 halves on both sides of both of the halves.
Yeah, that's right. It has been such an even game, but quite a different type of even game to what we saw from Ludovica and CS on Lair before, right, Pengu? That was whoever could defend, or whoever could win one attacking round would win the game, or whoever started defense in overtime, in this case, with Ludovica starting defense OT and winning in the 15th round. This time around, it is absolutely dead split. 3-3 attack and defense halves for both teams into overtime. It doesn't really matter that Enterprise starts on the attack here, even though for a period that seemed like the favored side, because this has been so evenly split for both teams.
Look at Enterprise and how they're playing right now versus what you saw from them in the group stage, and the player change. Would you say there are any outstanding differences, issues, or concerns? Or is this first map jitters? Or like, what's the situation here?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to see a lot of Enterprise, particularly when they were getting tested. You know, they only actually lost to Outlast and the 2 games where they got pushed.
Which is crazy.
The closest. Yeah, I know. Which is, by the way, not a bottom 2 team in the region. Ludovica and Chiefs are the only teams that pushed them to a 12th round in the regulation. So, yeah, I never really saw Enterprise tested, but just on paper, from what I saw, I know that Killerman has actually been a top 10 player in the league, but I certainly didn't see that from him in the games that I was watch partying. I feel like player has been outstanding, so I think that this is probably a positive substitution here for Enterprise, and they are looking in very solid form.
Can they get it all the way, though? Overtime is the first battle. Now you gotta win it out. Otherwise, you're gonna go down a map. Enterprise in the attack, playing a little bit slower, I would say, than before on this basement approach. Fisher guy, not in the OCE this time, like he was previously on CO attack, but on a Blackbeard instead. Playing those shields. And their first opponent, Goyo, on the server stairs, droned out, grenaded. Here comes the BB. They gotta get a clean kill here.
Impact isn't going to do a lot of damage, though. That's not the right way to fight this Blackbeard. Out comes the nade. He loses the fight to Tuhan behind him. And that is a very important aspect of the Ludovica defense, dealt with so swiftly by Enterprise. Oh, Fisho takes a lot of damage, though, to Box, landing 2 bullets onto his feet. Out comes the Deimos track. Out comes another Kiba, trying to enable the angles here so Karma and Milo can come support. Karma on 15 kills, by the way. He's the Warden, and he needs to have a big impact here for Ludovica. As the time ticks away, it's really up to what Box can achieve in his position, cornered at the back of server.
No more grenades. They got Deimos Tracker. They got Blackbeard to try and simplify this situation. But there's a long line side. Got the kill last time. Not this one, though. Oh!
And they do push through. Tuhan eventually kills him, but Fisher Guy is so low on HP, and the time is ticking down. There might be a 2-player advantage here for EP, but don't be fooled. This is not going to be an easy execute by any stretch of the imagination. Milo still has the long angle, but he's worried about his backside. There's still 2 more gas left to play. Physics has got to send him out now because the timer is ticking, and that is the best ally that Ludovica still have on their side. Enterprise likely going to be forced to go deep here. 10 seconds on the clock as they start dropping these hatches. They start pushing for these kills. Bapman's found one, traded by Milo. Relays to come back. It's all up to Physics now in his 1 versus 3. Look how low on HP all these players are. But Enterprise, they can force that diffuser down and force the final kill to come through. It's another map point for EP.
All 3 attackers were less than, 15, 20 health in the server. 1 tick of the smoke, the fire, a singular bullet on those players, and it is over. They're dropping the hatches, they're sprinting in through side, they're running down the main stairs, and they just said, we're gonna overwhelm our opponent because we got more bodies than they do, and it absolutely worked. We see Deimos walking deep, get a kill towards red, he dies to the guy in garage. Then we see Deimos' teammate kill the guy in garage as well. Beautifully executed They didn't seem like they were panicking for a second, and they had every reason to panic, but they kept it cool, calm, and collected.
Which is exactly what Ludovica are going to have to do now. How many match points have they staved off today after that comeback against Circular Spheres when they were 5-1 down? Ended up winning it 8-7 in overtime. That's a hell of a lot of match points that they fought off against CS. Now they're going to have to do the same with map points here against EP. And like I've said, this is Ludovica's map pick. Next up is Chalet, which well, the overlay actually says it the other way around, but I'm going to double check the spreadsheet that I was sent because I'm fairly confident. What this says here is that Ludovica picked Bank and Enterprise picked Chalet. So the overlay is actually wrong. It's the other way around. Consulate is our decider. So yeah, this is even more important, even more emphatic that Ludovica really have to win this map as it is their choice of map. As we just had to get one player to restart their game. We're about to get back into it. Ludovica really need to push us the distance. Otherwise, I have this sinking feeling, Pengu, that EP will just clean sweep this 2-0.
I think this first map is going to determine a lot of things. I certainly think that Ludovica would need this particular map to go the way. I don't see Ludovica 2-0ing, for example. It's gotta be a 2-1 victory for them, and I can totally see EP 2-0ing if they're victorious here, of course. Yeah. Now, I don't know, I'm trying to look at like how the teams have played Bank so far and trying to translate that in my head to how I would expect Chalet to go down. And I feel like Bank has just been very back and forth and a little bit scrappy, but not in a bad kind of scrappy way. More like we gotta go balls to the wall deep because we don't have any other choices. That can also work on Chalet. So I don't want to count out Ludovica, but then we gotta talk about exhaustion, right? It's been a very long day for them, and it's only gonna keep going this way as they keep hitting overtime.
Yeah. Well, it's EP up on the top floor again, and guess what? That clash, Pengu, that clash is back. That's how we kicked off this game.
Back in action.
And it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, I feel like Nomad could be decent here, but it's always awkward to play the Nomad because if you don't end up getting any value with like catching a player with the air jabs, you're just like a dead operator. So it can be amazing, it can be kind of terrible. What Ludovica has gone for is much more consistent across the board, right? The IQ, in case of any of like the below, the cameras, the echoes, utility, whatever, floors, the soft destruction, and the good old glass plus capital with, of course, the Dokkaebi. We've seen this from them before, and it didn't work. There was that one C4 that killed the planter, then Relays on the clash got all the info for his team, and then they won the round. So I'm not sure what Ludovica are thinking is going to go different this time around. They can't do a whole lot differently. They're forced to play on the windows with the smoke, surely, which means the C4 will become a problem, and the clash should become a problem.
I like this glass, though. There's a lot of different ingredients here for Ludovica to play with, you know, Glaz, Flores, Capital, but they have to make sure that they're putting them in the right places, and it's quite a fortress that EP have actually created here between the Kiba barriers and the castle barricades with that clash as well, who can not only roam with the shield but also place it on down. It's very hard to crack this very difficult and strange, unusual interpretation of the top floor bombs. I mean, yeah, occasionally we see the castles, occasionally we see the Kivas, but this combination with the triple threat of architectural operators from EP, it's just forcing Ludovica to do a lot of clearing.
Yeah, they're setting it up. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Here comes the capital soft destruction. Then they can use the fire and the smoke above that wall. Question is, again, Tuhan, who has the C4, he's the man of the hour. If that C4 lands, it's gonna stop the push immediately. If it misses, the plant may go down. Then we gotta turn our eyes to Relays. There is no defenders downstairs, they're all upstairs. Here comes the smokes, Fisher with the opening kill.
And that's what they need. Big opening pick. Ludovica struggling to get themselves into the bomb site. Bappin's got a really cheeky angle. He can look around those smokes. What is this? Run out from Relays! Oh, this is perfect! Mate, this is not a quick match! You're here in Pro League! You can't be getting away with this! What is this goddamn operator? Oh, he's styled on Ludovica! What a way to lose a map! Being jumped on, being clashed, and finished off. It's all up to Milo. They know exactly where he is. And this is done and dusted. On to Chalet
That's
we
cool.
go, because guess what? EP have absolutely destroyed Ludovica at the tail end of Bank.
What a way to flex on him. Jumps out the window, puts down the shield, gets both of the kills. I mean, what are you gonna do about that? You have no utility left. You spent it all. You're just a silly guy on a silly rappel all alone. Karma 16 kills, 214 kills. Almost everybody stepped up. I mean, what an incredible match that was, with a lot of interesting rounds, a lot of really intense moments. See right here, round number 2. It was just a back and forth all the way to 8-6.
Yeah, wow. That was quite a map. Very much back and forth, a few big clutches, and we're finally getting to see what Enterprise looks like in a playoff setting. And guess what? Spoiler alert, they're just as good as they were in the regular stage. They are the real deal, and they are a serious contender for the championship here in OCE. They are 1-0 in the series against Ludovica, and next up is Chalet, which we'll come back to after this.
I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please with me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈알 완벽한 lover. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈알 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please with me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is you. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈알 완벽한 lover. 내 맘에는 사람 손으로 하얀 우리 눈알 완벽한 lover.
Welcome back, everybody, to the APL. That's right. It's your boys, Dev and Pengu. Dengu?
Dengu?
Pev?
That's not a very good.
What,
No,
what
no,
is
no,
that
we gotta
doing,
workshop
man?
that one.
What are we? What is life?
Peng Mata, no?
Peng
Surely.
Mata. Yeah, okay, that works. Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome on, guys. It's Peng Mata bringing you the latest
Mata.
and greatest out of the APL. That's right. We're here for OCE, Ludovica taking on Enterprise. Of course, Ludovica already had a big 3-mapper earlier today where they beat Circular Spheres to earn themselves a spot here in the upper brackets semi-finals against Enterprise, the #1 team out of the group stage. But unfortunately, Pengu, their luck seems to have run out. It went to overtime in the first map, but EP got it across the line. Now we're on to EP's map pick of Chalet, and they are just 1 map away from the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and if you've been a fan of Ludovica or a player on the roster, you know that it's been a very mentally challenging day for them. They find themselves so close to victory, yet so far. They win rounds that are impossible to win, but they lose rounds that are arguably very easy sometimes as well. The mental side of things is gonna have to be questioned as well with the fatigue. It's been a very long day for them, and things are not going their way. Chalet as a map can very quickly turn in your favor or against you. It's much more fast-paced than what we saw earlier in the likes of Bank, Consulate, Lair. This is much more open, much more rushable, fast takes. And like, if you want to, in 10 seconds, you can be in the building, no problem, because there are so many different windows and doors to choose from. And that's why we're seeing that now. They're sprinting up there. See, trophy window open, 12 seconds in. Yeah. So I expect some aggression. I expect them to take a fight. I hope Ludovica are awake enough to challenge back, actually, and match them 1-1.
That's right. I mean, Chalet is a map where confidence you can really see visibly if a team is confident,
Yeah.
because they'll be quick. They'll be quick, they'll be in and out, they'll be putting pressure on the defense very early on. And we're seeing that right now with Relays, right? He's already in the building, into Mudroom, opens up a barricade, straight back out again. He's got such a clear idea of what he wants to do, and he has absolutely no fear about it as well. Enterprise, such a great little cocktail of experienced players, very smart players. You know, your Fisho guy, he's like the mastermind of this team. Your Tuhan, who's got the experience, but he's still a gunner. And your upcoming, your young gunners like Bappin and especially Relays, who's kind of looking like potentially to be, you know, kind of rookie of the year at the moment for the kickoff of the APL in OCE. And yeah, Enterprise already in, looking pretty deep. They've got control of reading, and they're looking to keep pressuring up towards display as well.
Got comment that way. Nate goes south. Green Bees 2. Either you get Nate or you get spotted. He's going to choose the ping, of course. And he's going to be as good as that. Bobbin runs up, pistol in hand, and gets the kill, actually. That looked way too easy.
Yeah, really cheeky there from Bappin to go in with the pistol as well. Moving so quickly and landing the shots that he's needed. Look at the confidence from Enterprise. They're already straight up, no time wasted. Yeah, they're in their flow state. And the breach is going off on the main wall into the OBJ as well, leaving just these 3 Ludovica players forced all the way back. Milo downstairs. Basically, we've got all of Office and all of Piano for free. Milo's been taken out by Relays. It's gone from bad to worse for Ludovica.
I mean, they're literally stuck all the way in the back corners. And I like EP right now. They're hitting the reset button. They're not going forward, continuing the aggression. Now they're going to slow down, look at the flanks, drone the bomb side. You see that right now. They're flank watching. They're expecting a last shot from Ludovica because they recognize if they keep approaching the bomb side 5v3, they will win this. So they're worried about those like wild hero plays that jump out, flank. And they are so ready. 35 seconds. There is still 2 toxic babes in pocket. This plant is deniable, but EP has significant manpower advantage.
Starting to make their way forward. And there goes the plant. Fisher guy in a little bit of an off angle. The coverage is pretty solid here. It's all up to Cairo now. Bappin, the only one to fall before a player does trade him. On back again. A very dominant round here from Enterprise. One of the most dominant we've seen so far in this series.
I mean, you saw it from the beginning of the round. They're sprinting towards the building, opening up the angles, going into library just so easily. 1 Grimpy, 1 grenade. That fully clears out the library stairs from blue with Bappin pistol rushing. And then from there on out, they just keep up the aggression. And then they slow down when they get that massive lead so they don't throw it. And then they re-aggress into the plant position. It's beautiful, and it shows that Enterprise perhaps are just much more comfortable as a team on Chalet with this iteration of the roster than they were in Bank. Because on Bang, it felt like to me on the attacking side in particular, they were kind of trying to fish around and make a couple of individual plays, right? Relay dropping that basement hatch dying, you know, getting on a nuke, just walking around the building. Tuhan as Thermite inside the bomb all of a sudden. That felt like the most cohesive 5-man unit of a round that we've seen so far. And it's the opening round on Chalet. If that's going to show us the general pace of this match, then I fear for Ludovica because that's going to be hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. Well, at least for Ludovica, they still have a lot of very high potential power operators like this Mirror still in play. You know, sometimes it's nice to just have one of those really comfort picks, especially something like a Mirror that's like a good anchor operator. You can just sit behind it and be like, okay, I know I am safe in this position, and it forces the opponent to problem solve it. That said, Enterprise are pretty damn good at problem solving. Look how quickly they cleared the top of Library Stairs last round.
Exactly. Now there's Solarium in 20 seconds. It's just good pacekeeping. Now this lineup is a bit slower, of course. They got the Brava, the Aurora, and the Gridlock. Like these all have objectives that you gotta do before you execute. Hacking stuff, putting down the Gridlock trackers for the flank. Aurora is gonna be happening in actually a couple of different ways. Did he just Twitch drone the same camera that he hacked with the Brava button? I think he did. I'm pretty sure they hacked the default cam and the BP, and then Twitch saps the default cam. It is what it is. Sometimes it'd be like that. Better to guarantee that the enemy doesn't have that camera than confirm that you have it, of course. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, Enterprise putting quite a bit of pressure around the map. How are they going to deal with physics in the dark position of Library Corner. At the moment, EP aren't really hard committing to one spot or another. They're kind of moving around the map. They've got they got their fingers in a few different pies, we say. And I'm not entirely sure where their main point of entry is going to be as of yet.
Oh, but there's a winning kill from Player. Actually finds two apiece all of a sudden. Just like that, out of nowhere. Looking for a third.
Oh, God. Okay.
200 gets it instead.
Okay. All right. All right, guys. Pack it up. Everybody, pack it up. We're done for the day. It's done.
I've seen enough.
Bappin and Tuhan have just said, all right, guys, let's just swing everybody. They're looking pretty happy about that. It's just another day in the office. Fisher guy with his kind of slight wry expression. He's the mastermind. He's already seen it before it happens. He's not surprised. And 2 rounds in, a tactical timeout from Ludovica. Wow, this reeks of desperation.
Yeah. This is a hit the reset button. It's time to take a 60-second session of meditating and positive thoughts.
They've
2 kills in 2 rounds.
Two kills in 2
they're
rounds.
consistent. That's consistency.
Dude, this is like watching Saga Esports.
No, it's brutal. It is. And it's crazy because maps obviously they play such a big factor in professional play. You can have a team that is like the best in the world on a certain map. Then they'll play something else, and they look not lost, but they look a lot worse for wear. I'm not sure you saw the G2 Falcons game.
I saw clips.
Last play of EML.
Yeah, I saw some clips.
So, spoiler alert for those who have been under a rock, I guess, last 48 hours. Falcons had a 3-year win streak, 33 or 35 matches straight of winning bank, internationally and domestically. That's crazy, by the way. G2 with Stumbin as a rookie, take them to max overtime and Stumbin aces. Yeah. It's all I see on my Twitter is Stumbin owns Shaiko, Stumbin owns Falcons, they're frauds, he aced them, he dropped 18 kills. I can't get away from it. Okay, it's like everywhere. And
you're loving it because you're just preying on the Shaiko downfall, right?
Well, no, that's the thing, right? Like that's what people would think. But I was like the biggest Falcons/BDS fanboy last year when they were carrying Europe to international finals, despite losing every single one at EWC. They made every final last year. I casted them either in a final or on their way to a final, and I was like, "Come on, bring it back for Europe." They didn't. So I'm a big fan of high-level Rainbow Six Siege. If that's Falcons and that's Shaiko, that's okay with me. Yeah. If that's T2 and Stumbin, also fine by me.
Well, I just don't want the best player in Europe to be Americans. That's why I can't be a Stumbin fan. That would be like if Croxon was the best player in OCE, because we can't have a Spaniard be the best player in OCE. It's got to be Jigsaw.
Right, that would be embarrassing. Yeah, we'll see later about that.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get to see them face off later today, of course. That's the match. After this one is the great OCE rivalry of GG versus Chiefs coming up. And the winner of that game will face the winner of this game, which at the moment it's starting to lean towards Enterprise. Of course, that first map was a very close contest. EP have looked very good in the first 2 rounds here. They've just taken out this mirror window inside a trophy. And Fisher Guy is tempted to make something work, jumping into the window as well.
They're gonna go for it. Smokes with Monty and the glass. They should be fine.
Yeah, he's in the building. Got that Montaigne. Looking to try and put this pressure on. And who is that? Cairo running away. He also doubles back again. This is hello and goodbye. And is Fisher Guy going to survive this position? He does need some kind of assistance. Meanwhile, elsewhere, most of Ludovica seem to be falling. It looks like Fisher Guy is just going to push onto site. He's just going to play. He says, all right, Cairo, I see you got hands. I'm going to leave you be. But what Cairo doesn't realize is that the site has been stolen from him. And it's just Cairo and Box. They're now trying to find a way back into this. Tui takes down Cairo. And it's a poor situation for Box to be in. It's a 1v3 for this guy on the top floor. Sees that Monty. And yeah, the Monty's low HP. So's Player. Tui's half HP. But you're not going to be able to find all of these kills. He's a dead man walking. It's just a matter of time before Enterprise finally finish him off and claim the round and the 3-0 lead.
There's a couple things missing here for Ludovica. The master bedroom hatch to the bomb site was soft and not open. Not a single vertical hole in the floor on anywhere top floor either. So they're holding top floor very heavily, but without the verticality on the bomb site, they can't do anything with top floor control. So Enterprise, they just go for a direct attack. Monty just walks in and plants in the corner. No smoke, no fear for what's above. Asami was right above them. But there was no intel for the red ping or the yellow ping, and there was no verticality already made. So Ludovica can't do anything. How frustrating is it that you call a tactical timeout after losing 2 rounds in the beginning, and then that happens on the round following the timeout? I mean, you need to just win a round and feel good about it very, very soon, or this will be mental boom, because you can tell in the server this is frustrating to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a rough position to be in here for Ludovica. How do they come back from the mental? I mean, there was a little bit of an interview we had with Box earlier after that Circular Spheres game. The guys on the desk were asking him, you know, how do you guys deal when things don't go your way? Ludovica, I mean, a lot of the players on this roster are kind of known to ride those emotions wherever they go. And that means when you've got confidence soaring through your veins, you're going to fly. But when things aren't going well, you're going to get frustrated. And, you know, I've seen that from Cairo before. Phenomenal player, but I have to admit, like, we've seen that before a few times. We've seen things get in his head before. And at what point does this start to get in your head here? EP, they won that first map, despite it being a very tight contest in regulation. And now into the second map, it's a straight slew of rounds, 3 in a row. Ludovica have not looked like they're contesting in any of those rounds. In fact, Pengu, it's once again an average of 1 kill per round for Ludovica. 3 kills in the 3 rounds we've seen from them so far.
Yep. Happy you said it, because if you weren't, I was going to. Consistency in the worst form. 1 kill a round, that is not where you want to be. And 3 people on a donut.
Yeah, and what's more is as well, like Ludovica, they're not like the worst at Chalet. They actually did play it in the regular stage just the once. It was for their final playday, and it was against TSG. It was actually quite a convincing win, 7-3. And you know, TSG, unfortunately, they're not playing here today. Oh wait, what the hell is going on here, Milo? You've been met with quite a party, a surprise party at that. Everyone's coming your way. And another trade back and forth. This is very, very messy to kick off the round. But EP, weather the storm, they come out above. 2 players from Ludovica die, and all they do is lose Bappen. So that's very much a worthwhile trade. And just to finish off my point, Ludovica, they do play Chalet. They beat TSG on it. This is not a map that they just insta-ban or anything like that. They should have some level of contest here for EP on Chalet.
They gotta start showing it then. Right now, they've gotten their tally of 1 kill around average. If they get any more, they're gonna beat that bar and set a new record for themselves. And so far, it's looking pretty good. Cairo, bit of damage on the Tuhan. 1 more should do the job. He's gonna fall back off and go elsewhere. Half the round still to play, by the way. It's such a fast injury from the attackers. Here comes PP. Here comes Fisher Guy. He has the intel, but no nades.
Is he gonna take the risk and just move in? It's a 3v2 with Cairo still on the ground.
The bed here, I think.
Box is actually going to go for the res. This might enable a little window of opportunity here for EP to go in deep. They do take the ground. Oh, Physics, big Nitro cell doesn't land. And Player, meanwhile, has taken out Box. Cairo gets detected running outside, and things are not looking too hot for Ludovica. As the plant's going down, it's just solid cover again from Player. He's cut the map in 2, and he's cut up Ludovica like a sous chef. There's nothing left. It's 4 rounds straight for Enterprise.
Press Strats.
Press Strats. President, the coach of Luda. Yeah, he often gets memed on for having some creative strats.
Oh, there's some lore there. Okay.
So, yeah, sorry, Prez. I swear most of the players on EP have probably played with President. President strats every round, my brain's overheating. Having to counter all these
guys like analyzing like what are they doing here, guys? What do we do against it?
Do you ever like look at a setup and you're
Future
like,
guys actually been great.
These guys have like something insane. What the hell is this strat? Like it must be genius. Like I've got to be skeptical. This looks free, but there's probably some plan. Sometimes it's just a Prez strat, and like the more you try and understand it, it's just not worth it.
You know, before that lore was dropped, I was gonna say maybe they're saving strats, but yeah, because that's the G2 excuse, right? If ever they play bad, they're saving strats for like another game. It's fine.
I'm sure that Prez has so many strats to pick from, so they could just go back into the history books.
No, it's funny because in my experience, most teams, the way that strats work is that you will like make strats and then you delete the ones that suck because the meta changes, or you will use that as a template and you will adapt it further. But imagine you kept every single strat you ever made as a unique strat. You would have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of strats, which is ridiculous to think about how many iterations that we've gone through just in the last couple of years of Siege, for example. It's incredible how much depth there has been, how many small changes that you make.
Yeah. Good kill here from Bappen.
Okay. Did you shoot his body?
I guess.
Is that a...
Is it
He just shot his
BM or
body.
what?
I don't know. He shot the ground.
Oh well.
Well,
Bappen does
Bucks
get
timed it. He
traded.
snuck to the corner.
Yeah. Oh well. So EP now. What's the plan here? Well, this is a very ambitious run out from Box. What are you doing, buddy? Buddy!
Oh my days.
I mean, okay, that's certainly a
P90?
way to throw around, and Physics is going to get downed on his way back to site. It's Milo against the world. Unfortunately, it just really does not feel like Ludovica have anything left in the tank. This is their 5th map that they're playing today. And yeah, it's no dice on Chalet. Enterprise are absolutely dominating. It's going to be 5-0 to kick off this map. And the question really at this point is just, are Ludovica going to find even a single round of defense?
It's a great question. I don't think this one will happen. I mean, post-plan 1v3, up above, 0 information to be had. I mean, he's dry peeking every single corner. They're outside the building. It's just tough, man.
Yeah, that it is. All right, Milo.
Let's check.
Come on, Milo. At least find a kill, an exit frag or two. Oh, there you go. Player finds him. There you go.
Nope.
Enterprise 5-0 is the score here on Chalet. And Pengu, I think that we're starting to lose faith in Ludovica. Look, credit to them. It was a rough slog against CS in the first series. Player is getting in the lippy against poor Lunchy. But yeah, I think that there's nothing left here for Ludovica. I have a feeling that Enterprise is going to really storm through here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 7-0, 7-1, 7-2 type scoreline.
Yeah. I mean, one thing is Ludovica has had a couple of small hiccups on the defenses, like missing rotations, soft holes, hatches being opened up, etc. I mean, at this point, we're just running around, right? Like the jump out with the P90, stuff like that. I don't think this is like a plan A, so to speak. But Enterprise, we gotta give praise. They are in full control of the pace, the speed, the when, the where. They never like look challenged in the server. Even in like the 5v5, the 3v3s, they always seem like they are 1 or 2 steps ahead, and they always have a plan that they're working on. And Fisher Guy right now, he's 2-1. But this guy is probably one of the highest value people in the server for his team because everything is happening around him. If you look at where he is, he's always surrounded by 2 or 3 other attackers, and he's gonna go in with the plant, they're gonna cover, they're gonna get the entry. It's very, very clear who is calling the shots right now, and that's a good thing, you can tell that.
No, having talked a little bit to Wettables from GG and Oda from Chiefs, their idea and their impression of Enterprise is very clear. Firstly, this is not just a flash in the pan. This is not a team to be underestimated. Despite them only forming under the brand of Antic Odium at the start of this year, they are a solid team. They've had a long time to practice. They've got the OCE mastermind of Fisher Guy behind the squad. They've got really experienced players like Tuhan and Player, and they've got a lot of young gunners as well like Dappen and Realize. They even have some solid support staff. Of course, Mingoran, who previously has been to several events with the Team Bliss roster before they became GG. They even have Nato, who is actually the analyst for Team Joel. And Bleed back in the day.
Okay.
He's actually on this roster as well, supporting them. They are the real deal, and they are a serious contender. It's no longer a 2-horse race in OCE. Enterprise are a serious contender for the championship alongside GG and Chiefs. And of course, Ludovica, we would have hoped that they had a little bit more fight left in them, but unfortunately, perhaps not here against Enterprise on map 2. Fisho Guy just jumps straight inside and takes Physics out of the round. It's a 5v3 now, and Paul Ludovica, it feels like they're just waiting inside the map, waiting to be hunted down by Enterprise.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't win that gunfight, Fisher Guy just jumping in like that, no support, no nothing, I mean, you're not gonna win an actual gunfight. It's not gonna happen. Milo's still on 0 kills, everyone but Kiro on 1 or less. 1 minute to go still, 2 defenders in the grave. You gotta lash out. You can't stay on the bomb side, but you can't win the gunfight, so it doesn't matter. Now it's a 2v5 instead. It's Release finds another one.
Yeah. All right, Cairo and Karma, Special Ks. What have you got to show for us? Player. Oh, that's a shot and a half there from Karma. Give me 4 more of those, and maybe I'll give you a chance. There's a second one. Bappen goes down. It's a 1v3 for Karma. Hope you've been a good boy because you need all the karma you could possibly get. And EP are just going to sit back and wait for him to march on forward. Tuhan sneaks into mud behind him. Karma hasn't heard it because the barricade is still up. It's a wall bang. It's an easy lockout. And it is a flawless half. 6-0 and match point for Enterprise.
I've seen that round before. It's the exact same as the previous bar one. The 3v1 post plan, defender on 1 HP, has no information. Oh man. I mean, at this point, you gotta go all the way 7-0, right? You can't tease us with the 6-0 on attack and then just blunder the defense here. Operator bans, I don't even know what to say about this. Does it matter? I'm not sure. Probably like shields, information. Yeah, there's the shields, Clash, and the Monty. Wouldn't be surprised if BB or Blitz follows next. Not sure about the defender. Valkyrie,
Mira,
Sami, Mira.
Zami.
Very Mira.
I mean, EP have a lot of options. They could just cheese this. Warden and then abuse smokes. It's going to be Azami and Blitz. So Blackbeard's
Sami,
actually in
Blitz.
here for EP.
Okay.
Sorry, for Ludovica, I should say.
For Ludovica. Yeah.
Ludovica.
Ludovica.
So, spin me a story. How on earth did Ludovica come back from here?
Let me introduce you to a simple thing called the castle glitch. You take the whole server down with you. That's how you win this.
Oh god, don't even mention it.
So some people who aren't following competitions here, you see castle being played. So in ranked, castle is disabled because there's a game breaking bug with him. But in custom games, they are allowed because obviously a pro player wouldn't and couldn't do the bug just like this in a professional match, right?
If they did, we would just kick them.
Yeah, just be gone.
See you later.
I see some people often coming like, "Oh, is castle fixed? Like, is he back in the game? I want to play him in ranked." I'm like, "Sorry, but soon, not yet." But in pro play, he is allowed to be played, of course. So a bit of a unfairness to the defenders that you just lose an operator like that. But yeah, I think that would be a way to win for sure, or to stop the game at least. Other than that, that's all I got for you, James. I'm not sure how else you win. I hate to be like negative, but there's almost no kills on the board. We're not really shooting back. It looks like there's a bit of a mental fatigue, and maybe just the environment is probably not going to be the happiest right now. On the set episode, it's very frustrating what's happening. It's a long road ahead of you. And Enterprise has to troll very, very hard.
Oh, yeah. We often talk about player stats, right, Pengu? And, in terms of KPR, kills per round, a good KPR is like, 0.8 to 1. Like, an insane player might be getting, like, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 KPR. Ludovica at the moment have a 1.5 KPR. As a whole team. Their whole team combined has 1.5 kills per round. 9 kills across 6 rounds thus far. It's not looking too hot for them. It really isn't.
That's about players KPR. No, it's 9-1. It's not too far off.
Yeah, you're damn right. Oh man, 9-1. That is insane. Player has as many kills as the entire Ludovica roster in this match. It's not looking good here for Luda. And look, we sympathize. It's been a really rough schedule for them. That was a nice little diffuser drop, by the way. But Ludovica have already played 4 maps earlier today. Their game against Circular Spheres had, 24 plus 15, 39 rounds played. And now they're going to have to do even more than that against Enterprise in order to come back from here. Thankfully, they found... Oh, actually, never mind. That was in favor of Enterprise. Thankfully, they found nothing. This is going to be a very swift finish to a very hyped up upper bracket semi-final. EP on the verge of booking themselves a spot in the upper final of this OCE playoffs. It's just Box and Karma, 4 kills between them to try and find something back. A big kill for Karma, but it costs him just about all of his health as Enterprise are still just waiting on the map. I mean, barely even on the bomb site, waiting for Ludovica to come in and fall apart.
They're stuck outside the building. They can't even get in. There's verticality. Babin just swings him. Karma 1 HP in the dream. GG's called in chat. 7-0.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at right now. And we're 1 kill away.
I think everyone knew that this was coming. The BM, the runouts, everybody is getting active here to try and take down Karma. It's Operation Finish Off Ludovica, and Enterprise They get it done. It was a very hard-fought overtime in the first map. An absolute obliteration in the second. The number one team from the regular season is firing on all cylinders here in playoffs. Enterprise are your first team through to the upper bracket final.
Also very happy that I got to see that, because I'm not gonna lie, Enterprise was very hyped up. They got, they played very, very well throughout the entire group stage. I saw them in the first map of Bang and thought, these guys are like quote unquote the best right now, because I thought they would be like destroying Ludovica more than they were in Bank. Then Chalet happened. I'm like, okay, that's Enterprise for you right there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Enterprise are here to stay. That's for damn sure. And they are a real contestant here for the OCE crown. But of course, we'll break that all down on the desk. Rob, I hope you're back in time. That was a bit of a quick one.
Yeah, look, I was kind of lying down for a second, and Michael goes, we're on here. And I thought, hang on a second. Yeah, we are. God, that was a quick one from Enterprise. But I think there's two factors here that we can obviously discuss. One is Enterprise are looking really damn good when they're comfortable, guys. But I think more the conversation that we need to ensure that we don't fully take away from Ludovica, or, as my friend Pengu likes to say,
Ludovica.
Ludovica.
I like that.
I do. I think I'm gonna adopt that one. It's been a pretty lengthy afternoon for them. They have run the marathon, and they've gone up against what is, at the moment, the number one seed in Australia or Oceania.
I mean, I don't know the exact numbers at this point in terms of like point-to-point duration for Ludovica in terms of, waking up and getting ready to this point. It would have been, I hazard to say, maybe 6+ hours at this point, pretty so crazy. A long period of time. Add into the factor that Chalet is a map that they haven't preferenced really in Vito, so group stage. So clearly one that they weren't really anticipating much on here this afternoon. They would have probably been anticipating a third map to be their best opportunity to win the series.
Yep. And
quite clearly, I mean, we saw it just right at the end, completely getting locked out of the map. Like, this was one of the most dominant matches we've pretty much seen in the league so far this year. A testament really, I think, to EP. They should walk away with that feeling really, really confident that in a match where they're expected to win, they can do so in a dominant fashion, build up a bit of confidence. Player did especially well tonight, again, considering that he's come in at quite a last-minute opportunity as well. So, exciting things for the team.
Highest-rated EPS player over the course of the series was Player.
Wow.
136 EPS, plus 12
insane.
KD, plus 2 entry.
Yep.
With a 1.1 KPR, absolutely outstanding job from him to come in, slot in, replace Killerman, relatively short notice.
Yep. About a week.
Yeah, about a week or so. But honestly, I thought Tuham played exceptionally well in this series as well. I was a little bit concerned about his role on this roster with so many other fraggers. Relays was one who was actually a little bit quiet in comparison to his group stage self. So, I mean, that's
well, he did have that jump out
moment.
He
did have the jump out.
He didn't have to do anything else after that.
Karma continued his great form. If I had to give a shout out on the side of Ludovica, Karma with a 121 EPS, plus 6 KD, plus 3 entry. He was the only one who was over 100 EPS. He was actually the only one over 82 EPS on the roster in the series. So, look, I think we saw on Bank a really competitive match. We highlighted that. And you could even make arguments that if Ludovica had been a little bit more clean, they could have taken that map. Ultimately, then on Chalet, I was just prefacing this before we jumped back on the couch, it's been like 7 hours since they were essentially ready to go for their first best of 3 to now. That's a long time to be in that ready state, especially after a grueling first best of 3. I don't think Ludovica loses too much for me in this series, and for me also reestablishes Enterprise as a team that certainly can be, winning out the whole stage.
Well, how about we re-establish the Korean gangster, my goats, Min Goats. Here he is.
Mingo.
Hello, chaps.
Hello, chap. How are you, Mingo? Look, a really solid performance. I'm sure these boys will dive into it, but I just very quickly want to ask you straight off the bat, are you impressed with what the team has done? You've gone 6-1 throughout groups, and then you've come into tonight and you've put on an absolute display. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really happy to today win because we have some issues with playing with player. Mm-hmm. Shout out to player for substitute.
Yep.
Today, boys' energy is so incredible. So it's really happy to today match.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about that, Mingo, was with players' introduction into this team, was it him just slotting into Killerman's role? Was it someone like Tuham replacing Killerman's role? How did you manage the role situation with player coming in for Killerman?
So we don't have enough time to replace the Killerman, so player just replaced Kyle's role, so yeah.
Looking ahead to your next match, Mingo, it's going to be a good one either way, but who do you think you'll be versing in that upper bracket match? Gaming Gladiators or Chiefs?
To be honest, I want to see Jig and Oda because my best friends, but then Brandon as well. So yeah, it's really hard to predict, but yeah, I hope they're going to every match A7, A7, A7 like that.
Don't do that for
Don't
us.
say that. Don't say that.
On the topic
Sorry
of,
about that, mate.
on the topic of sort of long games, Mingo, obviously Ludovica had a very long day today. Do you think that played a part in that last map a little bit?
Nah.
Keep it short and sweet, Mingo. I love it. Coming into playoffs, what's been the real focus? Obviously, you know, everyone's been talking about the fact that we've had to have a player swap in. It's quite rare. But what has been the focus for the team in this entire stage?
Well, this is just a video game, so I hope boys just enjoy this game and then playing like more team, make better team. That is important for at the moment, I guess.
Yeah. No, I love it. Anything else from you boys?
I'm chilling.
I'm chilling. I think they're chilling too.
Yeah, I think.
No more question?
No.
Question?
I've got a better question for you, which is Mingo. I love you. What would you like to say to everyone out there that's watching right now? Maybe some haters that are watching for your downfall.
Yeah, I love you too, but yeah.
Just love.
Yeah.
Just love?
Yeah, I can hear you like I love you and then after that sentence, so
Okay.
sorry.
What would you like to say to anyone out there watching?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm broken Korean, so shout out to Enterprise and then shout out to Player and then shout out to Soak.
Yeah.
I love you, everyone. Catch you later.
Oh, that's a mic drop and a half. We'll leave it there, Mingo. We'll speak to you surely tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe next week.
Now, very quickly, from the co-stream here, I have to shout out. There's probably one person in chat, in solo queuing, who's been dying for us Enterprise 7-0 all group stage. We got it. We got it, Solo. That one is for you. Enterprise did, in fact, win 7-0.
I'd love to...
they better be watching.
I would love to interact with the chat and who was co-streaming, but...
oh, you didn't co-stream?
Don't think I had any days on the co-stream. I don't think they worry about the hosts
Not a big shot, mate.
Not anymore, I'm not. Enterprise, however, Argos, what do you rate their chances at the moment? Because they're looking good. Group stage was phenomenal, and now we're coming into a match that we're about to decide who they will play in the upper bracket. I mean, how much weight are you taking for the entire roster, especially considering the swap for Player?
I think you can really extract positives in probably three regards. Player did incredibly well, topped the EPS, that was really strong. Bank, they were able to close, a close competitive match against a Ludovica that were actually firing, another good positive. And then the third map, they were able to shut down their opposition. Now, they're not going to obviously have that to their advantage against the GG or a Chiefs. It's going to be far more competitive, but I think they extracted what they could from today, which is a real positive, and they will be competitive in that upper bracket final. Would I pitch them as a favourite still? It's very, very hard to, unless both these teams look bad today.
But it's not like the other team would be
They're not trailing by
favourites.
much.
Yeah.
Like, it's very close.
Yeah, Jake, we've obviously got a big one coming up next. This is the grudge match that we always talk about, Chiefs and GG.
Yeah, it's an awkward timing for it, though, isn't it, Rob? Because
It
usually
is.
we get this kind of game as either the final or upper bracket final.
Well,
so
it
it's
could
kind of
still
early
be.
on.
That's the beauty of the double bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of that double bracket, which I think does detract a little bit from this match coming up in terms of Chiefs GG. But I think when you kind of break it all down, the group stages that both of these two teams had, especially Chiefs, went on a 3-loss streak during the group stage.
Yeah, it was crazy.
GG looked a little bit shaky. But then they both got going towards the end of it. So I think they're both primed for this. Whoever ends up winning this, I would agree with guys, I think ends up having the slight favourite over EP, but it's so slight.
Yep.
There's not much separating these two teams. The only thing I hope for the upcoming match is that it's close and it's high quality.
It's not how you start.
It's how you kind of start.
Yeah, kind of. Close enough. Well, it's time for us to transition away from these two gentlemen. We're going to let you go and prepare for your cast. On the other side of the break, we've got a banging matchup. The grudge match that we always look forward to. It's GG as they take on the Chiefs.
My name's Anastasios Tomatatsis, also known as Oda. I play for the Chiefs in Australia. Yeah, so sport played a big role in my life. Growing up, I actually started off with soccer. I was a big runner, high jump, discus, shot put, all of that. But then after that, I kind of transitioned into footy. Footy for me is the NRL. It's kind of like rugby union, just a few different rules. Yeah, so where I grew up was a pretty big footy spot, I'd say, like touch footy or NRL. Everyone would kind of get around the local team, which was the Knights. But as I was born in Sydney, I supported the Rabbitohs. So we would kind of just travel out to Sydney to see our games. Kind of have an idol, Greg Inglis. He kind of played my position. He was one of the big players I looked up to. He was just a machine on the Rabbitohs. Footy was a pretty big thing in school and out of school. Training 2 times a week, games on Saturdays. And then knowing I was good, I just wanted to compete at a high level. And I liked the fact that, you know, playing that sport in school could actually get me places. So in my local area, there was one NRL club and we were just the smallest kids in the comp. So we'd have to travel far. I think the furthest we travelled was Scone, which was like 3 hours from where I lived. Just a bit of country footy. So yeah, we were kind of like one of the smallest teams in the comp, but we were always up there in the top 2. I feel like our team was kind of just like a little family because there was not much going on in our area, but everyone knew each other. So I feel like we just had a good bond. Like the other clubs would have like teams poached from everywhere and they would kind of try to form new teams where everyone in my team was just local and we all knew each other. Yeah, I think in sports it's good to have a really good bond. I feel like if you're kind of forcing it, you won't reach your potential. I feel like in my esports career, you know, playing Siege with a bunch of players, I didn't really find much success until we really had that bond together. I feel like, you know, when I was back in Bliss the first time, that team had like a really good bond, strong bond. We were just mates having a laugh, but like no one hated each other. We weren't forcing each other to be there. And then that kind of carried on to my successful team with Bliss. When we started making majors, that friendship grew stronger. And I feel like that made my team stronger. I'd say one of my favorite memories during sport would have to be when I played my first year of rugby union. My NRL club kind of like lost its player base. So we kind of transitioned over to rugby union. And we actually made our rugby union team the best team in the comp and we won the grand final that year.
How good would you say you were?
I was the best. When I transitioned over, I was the leading try scorer on the wing. And I think me and the rugby league boys made a big difference coming over to union. Yeah, so sport played a big role in my younger development, just kind of being good at something and being competitive. I felt like I was missing something I was really good at, and then once I found like rugby league, I feel like that's really what made me push forward as being competitive in something. So I stopped playing sport because of COVID. Yeah, so COVID hit, and it's actually when I finished my school year. So it was kind of a big transition period of not being able to go outside and being active, and then it kind of got me more involved in playing video games. I feel like sport gave me a passion in the first place for something competitive, and it kind of transitioned over to esports. My name
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타면 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 몸에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. No, 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause
We are undoubtedly off to an absolute roaring start here for the Oceanic playoffs. Draw me like your French girl. Or how about we just bring in Pengu and make this a little less awkward? Pengu! Oh, he's got the...
Oh, he's drawing me.
I was trying to draw him like a French girl. Come
yeah,
on now.
Very true, very true. Pengu, how did you enjoy the series? I mean, both of those were entertaining to say the very least.
They were. And honestly, it's a bit of a shame it ended the way it did on Chalet. It was a complete stomp 7-0, no chance in the world. Average, combined team kills is like 1.2 around. Bit of a shame because Ludovica, as they're called, right? They have more in them. They'll show that in the future.
Honestly, I'm going to make a petition to change the name because I think it goes really hard. Dev, we move on to game of the night. No doubt about it. No question. GG taking on the Chiefs in a best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a time since we had a BO3 between these two teams. Of course, we saw them face off on a BO1. In the final play, it was the final match of the regular stage. I was really excited for it, and I was lucky. I got to chat to Wedables and Oda afterwards, and, there were people being like, oh, yeah, but GG was already qualified for top 2. The result didn't matter, and I don't know. I just really enjoy where we've kind of ended up with this GG Chiefs rivalry because, yeah, there's a little bit of legitimacy to and, real fire behind it, but also, I've spoken with Wet and Oda in the same call many a time, and Oda will be the cheeky guy and push his buttons or whatever, but they are civil enough. But I feel like the rivalry of what happened last year with Oda getting dropped from the roster, Titan coming in, completely changing, bringing in 3 European imports, which is quite a controversial topic at the moment. With in both Asia and APAC North, we have entire Brazilian imported rosters as well. Yep. It's quite a time to have imported teams, and this rivalry just seems to keep continuing here. I'm really stoked to see how this game pans out.
Well, let's have a quick look at the bracket just to remind viewers at home, if you haven't been here throughout the entire broadcast. 1, what the bloody hell are you doing? 2, it has actually been a great start to the playoffs. Chiefs got a free 2-0. It was a 4. I don't mean they absolutely stomped True Synergy Gaming. Don't get it confused. They got a forfeit win straight through to the second matchup where they will be taking on Gaming Gladiators. And of course, the games that have already transpired with Ludovica beating Circular Spheres, pushing on to unfortunately fall at the Enterprise level. I will say Enterprise are looking quite good for my likings, and I'm very excited for their matchup next week where they will versus the winner of this game we're about to play. Pengu, I want your weight on this because obviously, I'm sure you come from a EU dominant background and you've got a lot of love for EU. How important are imports coming into APL at the moment? How do you think that they've done what they should have done? Have they reached the heights that you'd hoped for?
It's honestly a bit of the opposite so far. I mean, right off the rip, if you take any imports from Brazil into Korea, like we said, or from Europe into OCE, you expect them to be top of the board, top of the charts, kind of dominating the scene because they have years of experience as a region and as individual players, and they have much better practice domestically back where they come from. I think GG had a slow start to things, but I also think that's okay. They still find themselves in top 2, and I think that was what they really had to aim for.
Yes.
And yes, they only just beat Chiefs, and they only just made all those things in the standings, but that's okay. But now the question comes, because when you look at the bracket, most of these games, you can say, Enterprise against Ludovica, they can hold back a little bit, save some strats, save some maps. They don't got to go all the way. Gaming Gladiators and Chiefs, you got to put in 110% right here because you want to stay in upper bracket.
Yeah, you do not want to have to run even a small amount of that gauntlet, which we've talked about many a times. It's going to be a pain point for both of these teams because one of them has to drop down. There's no way about it.
Yep.
But I do get excited for next week because next week things really start to heat up. Let's go ahead and start deep diving into this matchup because the weight of this, sure, you could just say that maybe it's not as important. It's a double elimination bracket, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because both of these teams have a lot on the line outside of Pride. Chiefs need to get back to their former glory where we saw them in Montreal. We saw them competitive. And GG, speaking of former glory, we have to see them get back on top. They need need to be at a point where they are at the top of this region. Dev, we see Clubhouse and Nighthaven Labs banned straight off the bat. Lair and Cafe to follow. Where are we going?
Well, it looks like we're going to go to Chalet for the first pick.
Oh, the reverse.
The
Nice.
GG pick, and then, Bank for Chiefs. So just looking back in terms of history, the map that these teams played each other on was Clubhouse. That was GG's most picked map in the regular stage, and it was pretty much above board that we're going to ban that come the BO3. We've revealed everything we've got, and that's not a map we want to go to, so I'm not too surprised at that. In terms of the previous time we saw these teams play, it was with very different rosters, particularly GG. The only match that these teams have played against each other since GG got their full import roster was that one game on Clubhouse. So even though we do have more historical history, it kind of doesn't play into it, doesn't matter as much. Consulate is our decider. I admit I don't have a ton of stats to bring to the table for these ones.
Fine.
The more thing that I'm focusing on, rather than the maps, because I think we can assume both these teams are going to be good on all three.
They'll be
three of these
proficient.
maps.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The thing that really comes to mind is that it has been 9 months since Gaming Gladiators beat the Chiefs.
Wow.
9 months. 278 days to be precise. Yeah, this is a rivalry that kind of stopped being a rivalry a little while ago. When Chiefs first was created, they were losing to GG. And then suddenly something flipped around the time when Chiefs qualified for Montreal. We came back. We had the SI quals. We had the APAC Cup quals. Of course, GG, that's the last thing that they won over Chiefs. And then we had the qualification for Montreal. We had qualification for the SI quals, which obviously Chiefs ended
the
up
gauntlet,
losing.
don't forget the
I
gauntlet.
was about to say the gauntlet, which was actually a BO5 as well that Chiefs even beat GG on. And then, of course, the final day of the stage. So it does feel like GG kind of have to shake something off. They've got a monkey on their back here, and it is that they can't seem to get the better of Chiefs.
Yeah, and it's a tough ask because the Chiefs, they've looked really good over the last 9 months. I think, Pengu, it's fair to say that we've moved away from this kind of being the grudge rivalry to really just the rivalry of OCE. What camp do you sit in here? Because there's equal weights of both, but what team? You know what? Not even what camp do you sit in. What team do you see having the most room to move? Where do you see, I guess, the pitfalls in this matchup? Who would, if they went to an international event right now, who would have the better chance?
So right now in this very moment, Chiefs might be the team, but I think on the longer horizon that we look at, I think GG will scale better given that they have European players and support staff.
Get him out of here! Get him out of here!
I'm on the fence about this. No, I'm not finished. I ain't finished, okay? I would rather back Chiefs because I believe in domestic local talent over imports. I'm not a huge fan of these import things. I know that GG is not a 5-man import, but they're getting close to it, especially with the support staff.
Yeah.
I would love to see domestic talent, triumph over imports because otherwise, what's to stop other teams and orgs from doing the same thing? And then, of course, you have OCE League with 5 people from OCE, and then the rest is just import people. I don't want that.
Yeah.
So,
I think
Chiefs all the way.
There's a way that I can see APL going, and I think behind the scenes, if we weren't all being fine and dandy, I think all of us would agree with you, Pengu, that we're all secretly hoping that the domestic teams do better.
We've even started importing commentators as well for Europe.
We have to.
Oh, no. I'm a fraud.
You are an absolute fraud.
There's definitely been a bit of a trend here globally, right? People are importing. I mean, North America's been importing European players and Brazilian players. Europe's been importing Brazilian players. And now one of the best players.
First ever NA import.
Exactly. Now Europe has Stompen, who's one of the MVPs of the EML at the moment, an import from NA. And I just think the direction where it's going is that, especially for fans in OCE in Australia and New Zealand, there's a lot of bias, right? GG are set up to be the villains.
Yes.
And I'm not telling you who to support in this game, but it's definitely a battle of the home turf versus the people who are muscling on in, thinking this is an easy region, we can fly from the other side of the world and do it. And look, to be honest, Croxon has been unreal. This guy has been one of the best players that OCE has seen for a long time. But guess whose stats are better? It's Jigsaw.
Jiggy, baby!
That's right.
You're going to get
for now.
Oh, listen to him. Sorry, go, Pengu.
No, the thing about this is that I love when you get this import situation and it's not like a blowout. It's a back and forth. Is it Chiefs? Is it GG? Is it the back and forth? I love that because they're the villains, like you said, James, but they're not just taking over. They're beatable, they're human, they're vulnerable, and it's giving also Chiefs better experience domestically to go to international tournaments. So it's a perfect circumstance because GG aren't just running with it.
Yeah, like honestly, I guess piggybacking on the conversation of the back and forth between what team is better. Sometimes I'll look at that from a talent perspective, and the next two gentlemen I'm about to welcome. Sometimes I'm like, are they shit? Are they some of the best we've ever had? I don't know, but it's time for them to run you through this game. It's Jake and Gus.
We got there in the end there. Where are we? Oh, we're on the couch. Rob, come here. Oh, whoa. Got him with the side swipe. Okay, we're at Frankston. Welcome on into the Oceania League here for APL. And we're into what is going to be a fun series. GG taking on Chiefs. Both teams, of course, had an intriguing group stage where we saw the best of them, we saw the worst of them. Hopefully now we can get the best of them. Enterprise, of course, awaiting the winner of this. That game will, of course, be next week. We don't need another best of 3 today.
Yeah, I mean, I too agree that both of these teams have shown ups and downs in the limited amount of playtime that they've had thus far, but hopefully we get the best of both of them. What are you shooing away? Is it?
He wants a ciggy.
Oh, it's an Eshay.
He wants a
It's an
ciggy.
Eshay at the station.
No, I haven't got a smoke, mate. No. We're working here. Go away. No.
You locked in there? You ready?
Yeah, no, we're good. Sorry, Eshays.
Do you reckon 95% of the people watching this know what an Eshay is?
There's some Aussies out there that will be like, oh, that's a funny bit. And then others who are like, what the hell's he on about? And then there's the 2% of people that have just tuned in and been like, wow, they've got a really good set. They're outside. Let's go outside, though, to Chalet for what is going to be, hopefully, a really, really high-quality best of 3. Two teams that have been quite controversial in their own rights. Of course, Chiefs and GG played off in an all-time grand final last year, which that in itself was full of controversy. Hopefully, we don't have a 1-hour rehost today.
That would be lovely. Already 9:13 p.m. here on the east coast of Oz. So these teams ready for some late night gaming. Chalet we go. Should be a banging series between the two. Both teams with a second opportunity though if they are to lose this match. So not quite do or die, but looking to set themselves up with a date against Enterprise for a spot in the grand final. Of course, the winner of the league will be invited to EWC. So a lot on the line for all of these teams.
Yeah, and I think for these two teams, I ended up picking GG. I think you went the way of Chiefs, which I can understand either way in terms of who you want to select for this match. Like we were saying on the couch, realistically, there's not a lot separating GG and Chiefs. And Enterprise is in that conversation, which is really good for the Oceanic region. We've gone from essentially one local super team that was able to go overseas and do well internationally with the Bliss roster. Then it got split up, and then we ended up end of last year with 2 teams, Gladiators and Chiefs. And now we've got 3 teams. I mean, it's not unprecedented. If you go back a good couple of years, you think back to the old Chiefs, Knights, wildcard, order kind of days in terms of the Oceanic region. We've had multiple good teams. But I think at this level, for these 3 teams who are all pretty neck and neck and all certainly capable of going and doing well internationally, that in itself is almost unprecedented. So Chiefs will be on defense first up as we head to Chalet. It is the map pick of Gaming Gladiators. I was having a look at the numbers, and James touched on it on the desk, and I'm glad he did, in terms of Jigsaw and Croxton. I mean, we're talking about the best 2 players in the region throughout the group stage. Number 1 for Jigsaw, 139 EPS, which is 12 EPS higher than Croxton, who's in second, plus 38 KD, plus 14 on the entries, a whopping 79% cost. So Jigsaw's coming into this is clearly still the best player in OCE, even with the imports, of which Croxton's second, Creed's fourth. I think Creed's gets forgotten a little bit in terms of this GG roster and how good he has been as one of the imports for this roster. The other notion in all of this is, in a bygone era, it used to be the Wettables and Oda show, either together on the same team or as rivals. And both of them really struggled in the group stage. Wettables with 26th in EPS, Oda 29th EPS, -7 and -8 KD for both of them, -2, -3 entry for both of them. So, I mean, like... Obviously, for Wettables...
You need to catch your breath? You've been talking for about a minute 30.
I'm going through a lot here. I'm trying to get through a lot here. But for both of them, I mean, clearly for Wettables, a different role. Now playing that more supportive role. At one stage, even IGLing, that's now changed. That's with Leighton. But for Chiefs and for Oda, they need Oda firing back to his best.
Croxton lurk. And for the audio listeners out there, it is Castle, Azami, Blackbeard, and Blitz off the board. Bar Gaming round 1, and Croxton lurking up library stairs. He's found an avenue up, uncontested, and takes down Jigsaw. So the duel has already begun between the two, and Croxton looking for more.
How fitting is that? Opening duel. Jigsaw, Croxton, and Croxton wins out.
He's about to get another.
Not
Or
quite.
maybe not.
He was quite low from that initial engagement, so immediately was able to get
But
traded.
Tex was
Creed,
flashed.
though, to help out. Leighton does go down, so they lose Hard Breach. Certainly still around, that's up for grabs. Croxton should get revived here, top library. So it should be very much 4v3, but he will remain low. Now Logic Bombs remain available.
I do get the sense that a large portion of this game will be dictated by firepower. So who's sharp to kick off this match? Well, at the moment, GG with a slight lead. 60 on the clock. And the drop to follow. Oh, that was awkward. Oda dies. Creed's to mop up, and Croxton catches the flank. Josh also falls, and GG with a clean opening round.
Yeah, I mean, that is a round in which GG, just clean, quick, fast entry, they're able to really utilize this map. And Chalet is a map, especially in the Oceanic region, where you can play some fast siege if you're really good at it. And these two teams, when we got the map vetoes, and I saw Chalet and I saw Bank, and I thought immediately, what does that bring me back to? It's almost like the old Bliss days, when a lot of the players that are in this server right now essentially all played together. It brings you back a little bit, and you think, well, those are two maps that we used to see Bliss in their prime play quite a lot of, do really well on. So I'm not too surprised that we go to these maps in particular. But GG just straight out of the gates. Croxton knows his role. First entry. Brendo used to be the man in this region as one of the best entry fraggers. He has to now fall back and play second entry to allow Croxton that space. But Croxton's been so good at it in this stage.
He was such a big win con in the last round, right? Lurks in, through mud, up library, opening kill, freebie onto Jig, pressures onto the second. You look at the defensive lineup, and disregarding secondary utility, they had Mirror, Warden, Wamai, Sentry, Jaeger. They have no anti-lurk. They don't have traps. They don't have anything to slow them down, give that audio cue, visual cue, etc. So that's probably something that Chiefs need to be mindful of going forward.
Yeah, 100%.
They do bring the Wamai for this particular, pardon me, the
Wamai? It's been a long day.
The Malusi.
I think as well, that's the other factor for these two teams. They've been quite fortunate. Like, what is the time now? Like 9 p.m. local time. So they haven't had to really sit around all day. They've been able to go out, do other things. I think Josh had work. So he's been able to go to work, come back, chill, and then have some time and now get to play some games. They haven't had the Ludovica experience, or Ludovica, as Pengu's trying to catch on.
These EU imports, man.
I was looking at some of the numbers as well. So when we kind of look at what are the best teams, well, Enterprise are the best team at attacking and defensive. So Chiefs are the second best team at attacking. GG are fourth, but then it flips quite heavily the other way. Chiefs fifth for defensive win rate, second for GG. So that's going to be the struggle here for Chiefs on a map like Chalet, and we already see it in the opening round. Defensively, they're not their best so far this stage. So that's going to be their challenge in this first half. We know they're a good attacking team, led by Jigsaw, but they've got to do well on the defensive rounds, and it's Josh to find the opening pick onto Croxton. Huge, not just because it's Croxton, but it's also the Thatcher taken off the board. Further strengthens those Kaien Electric Claws set out by Tex. Good start to this round for Chiefs. Must compound on this early advantage, and Jigsaw lurking bar does give them good map presence.
Josh with a +3 entry this stage, so it has been somewhat of a strength for him. And now puts Chiefs in a more comfortable position, but certainly not round over for GG. Boiler to be opened up, that it will expose Pillar if it is to eventuate. So I'm not entirely sure if the wall has been opened, no frozen. That Zodo from Odop. Nitro pre-ripped as well, so anybody close by will need to be mindful when the wall is to open. Will immediately throw it, doesn't catch anything. And now pressure on Oda here to hold firm. Has 2 ADS devices in support, and his last Zodo just all at a little bit of time.
Yeah, good utility usage. Leighton goes for the creep lurk through Boiler, and Oda's still watching it. I don't know if GG needed to go for that. Still had enough time to find other avenues, such as that push from Fireplace. Brendo, though, traded by Jigsaw and leaves Creed stranded in a 1v3. Oda on the ground. But at this point in the round, and considering where the kid is actually located, it looks as if Chiefs will be able to show up their first round here on the board in the second. Creeds will get himself a nice 4th kill. Good for the stat pad, but surely too far gone in terms of being capable of winning this round. And Chiefs are playing this in terms of the formal way. They're not over-peaking. They've got good angles. They know he can't push West Main. Josh has got this covered. Josh will then get the swing. That's really good team coordination by Chiefs to make sure that no one gives their life away. No one puts themselves in a position to throw this. And we get an early pause on the board.
So a good to and throw to kick things off, a 1-1 scoreline. Josh doing a good job in opening and closing round number 2. Tech pause to follow, so hopefully we get this sorted in a jiffy. Will be the final round of this particular rotation, and Kitchen likely the site of choice. Liked what we've kind of seen from both teams in very small glimpses thus far.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's like the early round from Gaming Gladiators highlighting, I think, Crocson's strength as an entry fragger, being able to walk in, get kills. And obviously when it comes to Chiefs in that second round, just a little bit better from them in terms of an area that they have actually lacked so far in the group stage, which is their defense. So for them to get around in that fashion, really good for them. Unfortunately, just an issue with Wettables at the moment. Hopefully not too long until we can get back underway. Kitchen Dining will be the third site.
have you actually ever been to Frankston Station IRL?
I have not. I have not.
I've heard a lot
I don't
of
think
things
I
I
would
haven't
want
been
to.
to.
I don't think
No.
I would want to. But I mean, you know, there's a first time for everything, and I
mean,
feel like I've
we
kind
were
of been
just
there.
there.
Yeah, I feel like
Kind
we.
of.
Well, maybe we still are there.
At this hour, that would be very dangerous
It
on
would
a
be very
Friday
day-
night.
Actually, I just realised it was actually daytime Frankston Station. Maybe we need to get a nighttime Frankston Station.
That was an oversight. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
To be fair, when we did enter this building, it was daytime.
was
I don't know if
daytime.
it still is.
Well, when we leave, it might still be daytime the way this is going. Certainly tomorrow, where we got Asia tomorrow.
4 BO3s.
Oh, man, that's going to be a long one.
The sun will likely be rising as we leave the building.
Yeah, it certainly might be. It might be. I had to actually walk over to the car park before and clarify. I had to hit the intercom. And be like, can I leave the car park at 2 a.m.? Is that a possibility? And they're like, yeah, it's 24 hours. You're fine.
Come on, mate.
Well, on Google, it was saying it closes at 10, so I panicked.
Ugh. All right, we're good. Back in. Issue resolved. As mentioned, Kitchen will be the site of choice.
Yeah, and, you know, Wettables is someone we spoke a lot about on the co-streams. Shout out the co-streams, by the way. Good fun for those
Even,
in chat who joined in on us.
Yeah, some of those players coming in for a bit of a chit-chat.
Yeah, even the players as well. You know, he kind of spoke at length about sort of the role swaps and that he's gone through in terms of the transition on this GG roster over the last couple of months. You know, going from someone in the region known as a fragger, someone known for high kill potential, and suddenly you're now ending games, you know, 3 and 5, or, you know, 5 and 8, or something like that. And mentally, that was the biggest thing for him, was going from such high numbers to then such low numbers. But transitioning into his more supportive role is something that takes a little bit of time. The way that you've got to play suddenly changes quite a lot. You can't just ego swing and ego peak. You're playing more akin operators that need to stay alive or have utility, for instance. And you kind of just got to trust in your teammates like Crocson and Creeds to come in and do the job.
So triple drone line up here as well. We have the shock drones from the Twitch, the Clutch drones from Brava, the Roteros from Flores. Looking to chip away at that utility, potentially hack it for themselves as well. And so those Electro Claws are at threat of being taken out here. That's, of course, then to, well, I presume, open up the walls, but no hard breach. So there must be some kind of different game plan here from GG. Surely they wouldn't make that kind of oversight,
No,
right?
I think we've seen Kitchen Dining get played in quite a few regions now where
Depends
you
what
don't
they're
necessarily
doing.
bring the hard breach. You don't necessarily need it.
They're doing the open hold office. I mean, it could be more of a West Main centric.
I think this is going to be
That can
West
work.
Main and potentially top floor clear through Solar. There's multiple ways. If you get that West Main control, you can play the Solar stairs. And then you're also threatening in towards Kitchen.
So mind games perhaps then
Yeah.
from the attack, try and bait Chiefs into an over rotation, but potentially.
Well, right now they're just setting up for it. The prep is certainly there.
Okay, so not an open hold office. It is fully reinforced. What's the game plan here from GG? Is this the EU meta in play?
Well, I mean, it could be, right? I mean, that's really what you want to see from GG. That's what you want to look at is what can they bring? What can Titan instill in this roster? And then the players that have come over as well and play to a higher level.
Very much just want to sit back and watch how this round plays out.
Yeah.
Redo does find the first.
Well, it's just patience. You understand that around this minute mark, Chiefs are probably getting antsy and they want to start peeking to find some information.
And they walk in.
And then they just walk into the site. They get the 2 kills. Oda, I imagine, must have gone for a peek, got punished. And they've still got Creeds as well towards Ego. This is something Chiefs wouldn't even be aware of. You walked in, you get the site down. This is some clinical siege right now from GG. Yes, there's some fire back from the likes of Tex and Josh, but the damage is done. As soon as you get that plant down and the way that the round was constructed here by GG, Well, they live up to their names, and this round is certainly a GG, and that's going to make 2 of the 3 rounds now won quite comprehensively by Gaming Gladiators. And I like this round even more than the first round. The first round is essentially just pure bloodshed. Walk in, hit some really good shots. That was a really well-constructed round. They had a goal, they had a plan, good set play, executed it perfectly.
Yeah, squeeze the defense, pressure, play safe, frag positions on the exterior, get those picks, it opens avenues to sight, and then it's as simple as having a player on ego, contesting any vert potential there for the plant denial. Not overcomplicating with hard breach.
I really like that.
Really well played, actually, yeah.
And I think that's where I've been kind of touting this line, that when I've in the APL region, which includes OCE, Asia, APAC, North, I've kind of been saying, like, I think Weibo's got the best potential, and I've kind of got GG wrapped behind them in that potential category. Right now, if you were to say everyone plays each other in a Battle Royale tomorrow, maybe FearX would be the team to come out on top. But in terms of that potential ability of these rosters, Weibo and GG for me, I think are the 2 that are at the top in terms of where they can be within the next 6 to 8 months. And you kind of look at rounds like that.
I think that round for me is a really good example of the kind of attack that I don't think Chiefs would be defending against very often.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of strategy and approach that can catch teams off.
And it's also that kind of strategy and approach that you want to then bring internationally. Like, that's the kind of strategy and approach that you then, if you make a major or an international event, whatever it may be, that you can then employ and have the confidence to kind of follow through with that. You know, sometimes you see a lot of the APAC teams, they might lack a little bit of that quality in terms of set plays and, you know, design strategy in the way that they want to play these maps. And they kind of rely a lot on their gunplay. And sometimes that works and you get the odd result here and there. But what can Chiefs now do to respond? Because they kind of were their own downfall as well in that. They got baited in. They started peeking. They wanted information. They could have kind of played a little bit longer around the sites themselves and looked to contest and wait for GG to push in. But they kind of pushed out, and that gave the avenue for GG. Now Creeds goes on to the Montang, so they flip it up again. So it's another round where Gaming Gladiators are not just going default, default, default. It's constant change.
Croxon again will be a player to watch on the lurk on the Nook, so evidently we'll be looking to crawl his way probably through towards West Main and make a play up into that position, but also has routes elsewhere, bot library stairs, bot main. He'll likely react to the information that the rest of the team can gather, and a large portion of that will probably be from Creeds, who could do so safely on the Monty. Team stacking ego currently. Certainly a top floor presence though from the Chiefs defense.
But even that, you look where Leighton's positioned. So Creeds is going to push in towards Office.
Quiz hiding solo.
And if there was anyone in there, they get pushed out. Where? Piano. Who's on the window?
Just Creeds do his due diligence. Maybe not.
Got to check this. I mean, he's the Monty. He can kind of soft check it.
Oh,
wow.
Should have been a kill.
Yeah, should have been killed. 100%. Quiz should have got that one. Very lucky, Creeds. And then he gets a big tag onto Brendo. Turns back around. Now he's pinched. Now he's in some trouble. Does hit the headshot onto Creeds. Quiz has gotten Brendo even further lower. Done a really, really good job from this position. Admittedly, should have got the initial kill onto Creeds, but at least he's followed through. Spots another one as well. Josh can deal with him over towards Solar. They've got him absolutely pinched here in Leighton. Stuck in towards Piano. And Chiefs will look to respond here in the 4th round flawlessly. And so far, it feels like the start of a heavyweight bout where both of them have landed a blow each, and it's 2-2. And they both look good in the rounds that they've won. They've been quite convincing. But it's the defensive rounds for Chiefs that I think matter more here on Chalet. Being a team themselves, it's a 9% defensive round rate difference, my God. 54% to 63%. That's huge. But in terms of the attack, it's only a 2% difference in favor of Chiefs. So that's the difference between these two teams statistically coming into a series like this. So if Chiefs are getting defensive rounds, that's going to be a massive weight for them. And yeah, should have probably got that kill.
Oh, it's a rat play, but the follow-up here from Quiz in terms of positioning was
really
absolutely spot on. I don't think that the pinch attempt there from GG was really all that bad. I mean, well, maybe the ADS from Monty was a bit mistimed.
They had Leighton on the Piano window. The Monty pushes through. They get forced back into Piano. Leighton can then swing and get the free kill. But there's no one in office.
Yeah, he sustained so much pressure.
Yeah, there's just no one in office.
It's a bit of a rat play, but again, pays off. And Chiefs equalise the scoreline.
That clash and no Brava, of course, from the previous round. So that Monty then comes out. So it's we see this a lot in the group stage where you know, maybe you don't bring the Monty, you don't bring it, and then suddenly we ban the Clash, we bring it. You know, the Clash is certainly good at being able to stall out the Montagne. We go basement now, 5th round, 2-2. It's hard to split it. The rounds that Game of Gladiators have won, you sit back and you think, okay, this might end up, you know, being a stomp. Then you go back and look at the rounds that Chiefs have won, and you think, well, there's the response immediately. Now, though, another opportunity for Chiefs to get on the front foot here. Can they make this 3-2 going into the final round of the half? And they themselves then maybe take the ascendancy and the momentum. And certainly with that Nitro from Jigsaw, it captures that momentum perfectly. The kill onto Brendo extinguishes that Deimos. And suddenly Chiefs take a very small advantage in this match.
Chiefs can now certainly breathe a sigh of relief. Not entirely sure if they'll be aware that it was actually the Deimos taken out, but they may be able to deduce that. No mute for defense. And of course, the Deimos into this lineup would have been rather strong. Let's see if Chiefs can now convert this advantage. Lurk from Creeds. Logic Bomb call. Now half expired. Continues to just creep forward here. A little bit of pressure. Forces Oda to be smart. Hold the line. Creed's looking to clear Util on the wall. The Electro Claw. Leighton will likely then come to swing around and open that up. It's a 3-stack from the team.
Still haven't dealt with the Claw. Now, they do have multiple secondary EMPs.
They all rotate. Croxon now going above for Verd on the Ram. Maybe just looking to garner some attention elsewhere.
I like
split
that
the
position
defense.
for Josh, though. Again, playing West Main. We saw this last time here on Basement, where he was able to hold that West Main stairs and then eventually cut the cross. No one really paying attention of it in terms of GG.
Well, Croxon's in kitchen, so Josh could be on here in a moment.
Indeed, there it is. Good pick, good call.
Get me on the sticks, Alex. Get me on the sticks, mate.
And it's 6 for Josh, and he hits the headshot as well, following up, takes out Creeds. 5 versus 2 now in favor of Chiefs, and all down to the support players in Wettables and Leighton. So you've lost all your firepower. And certainly Wettables is still capable, but is playing a vastly different role. He's on the Kappa Tower. And with 40 seconds left in the 2v5, Chiefs should take what will be a 3rd round defensively. Wettables does shut down Josh. A spark of hope, a glimmer. But they need something magical here from Leighton. Full HP, Wettables so low.
Zodo.
And then the Zodo to further stall out. You need to walk through this doorway. You have no other way in.
This is 15 seconds on the clock and round over. There's absolutely no world in which GG
Can't make this cross. Even if he does get 1 kill, the trade will come through. And in the end, now Chiefs go up 3-2. And this boxing bout continues, blow for blow, so far on Chalet to begin.
Yeah, this is good siege. This is good siege between the two. I'm enjoying this. I think, especially probably more so for Chiefs, I was a little bit maybe more concerned going into a game like this that we could see a version of them like we did in group stage where they weren't quite firing, but I think they've very much warmed up and now beginning to peak at the right kind of time. They're showing good adaptability. GG equally trying to throw different punches their way, but Chiefs seemingly quite clued in. And I mean, taking a snapshot at stats as well, Josh, 7-3.
Yeah, massive from Josh.
That's ultra impressive. Don't get me wrong, incredibly talented player. I say only a 103 EPS during group stage, still great, but not necessarily consistently posting big numbers like this.
And if you compare it as well, if you look at the top 10 players in OCE group stage, there's 3 players from GG in the top 10. There's only 1 for Chiefs, and we know it's Jigsaw in the #1 position. So that's quite a large discrepancy in terms of the overall contribution that you're getting from multiple team members. It's Jigsaw or nothing. That's been the motto for Chiefs. A lot of the times, if Jigsaw's not firing, Chiefs will lose. That's a lot of pressure on an individual. But the hope was with the acquisition of someone like Josh, you could get a little bit more firepower. Quiz was sensational towards the back end of 24. And if he can continue to hit and make good strides, he offers more firepower. Oda's able to then play a bit more of a support role alongside Tex, which I didn't even get to Tex, by the way, and it's a damning statistic. He's the lowest rated player in playoffs that we have. In fact, he's 40th coming into playoffs, which means that in terms of the overall EPS for OCE League, he was bottom 6. Now, he is a hard support player. He's not expected to get kills, but he is probably expected to survive. And to be
Well,
fair,
how does that stack up to like a Fisher guy, for instance, right? Like a very well-known hard support.
Well, Fisher guy is an 83 EPS, Tex is a 77.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, similar sort of margins, and it's not to sort of highlight that Tex is bad. In fact, I'm highlighting he's got 2 kills so far, only 2 deaths. So if you're going to get Tex to be able to find a little bit extra, suddenly there's that tiny little bit extra for a team like Chiefs, that certainly needs it, and they can't be just relying on Jigsaw. And in this case, so far, that has been why they're succeeding.
Reloading.
Final round of the half. Kitchen in play. Good info from Wettables, and the swing to follow from Creeds.
Well, here's the answer back now from Gaming Gladiators.
Damo shotgun.
I wonder, is that a heat check for Josh, just playing that ego bulk position up close on the mute? Or is it just probably a bit more of a power play from Creeds? I think it's more in that camp.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it was quite late prep, but still, you don't anticipate to be contested probably at that point in the round. Does put pressure now on Tex, the man we were talking about, to try and lock down Office, has the Zoto canisters to extend this hold. Croxon now lurks.
He'll need help.
No one on the shield.
He's going to need help.
Oh,
no,
Tex.
he doesn't. He takes down the entry Croxon on the Nook. He was eventually traded by Brendo, but elsewhere Creed's lost his life. And therefore now Chiefs up 3 versus 2 in the round, despite the opening kill going the way of Gaming Gladiators. Wettables, hello, welcome to the party. Big kill onto Quiz, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Jigsaw, Oda, Brendo, Wettables. All 4 of them used to be on the same team, and now they fight each other here in the final round of the opening half.
Quite the death match. Nitro fails from Jig, now under pressure from above. Yellow ping. Oda to follow. Utility lands. That's a Nitro kill. Wettables stranded on Repel. Likely won't feel safe rappelling in. Does have time, though, on his side. 70 seconds.
Old Wettables was capable in these positions. With a minute left, Kit is in a still decent position.
Against Jigsaw and Oda duo, though?
Well, I mean, in his prime, I think Wet was certainly capable, but now as a support player, is his mentality there that he can kind of slip back into that old mindset, that old role where he's got 50 seconds. He's got some time. Think this through. This is not a rush moment. This is not 15 seconds on the clock.
Attackers recovered the bomb defuse.
And for Jigsaw and Oda, double stacking Westmain here and playing off of each other needs to be the best way to close this round out.
GG have that shock drone trophy window elsewhere, though.
Good rotate.
Limited info.
This is good from Wet. Made noise over towards trophy side. Now comes in towards the dining hallway. 30 seconds. Still has time to play with. Still not rushing this. And he finds the kill onto Jigsaw. The headshot lands. And we get the old rivalry. Oda versus Jigsaw. Sorry, Oda versus Wettables. Jigsaw dead. 20 seconds. Goes for the kit. Gets off it. Ooh. But Oda will sit him down.
He almost won it. I tell you what, that first bullet either missing or hitting the shoulder, almost costing Oda and Chiefs the round. Wettables, phenomenal effort, but unable to get that one across the line. Therefore, GG to trail heading in to their defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, a massive half. I mean, where you can talk about momentum swing after momentum swing, where it felt like at moments you could see the raw strength of Gaming Gladiators and how good that they can be when they get their game plan going. And on the flip side for Chiefs, just felt like a bit more raw emotion and playing a bit more on that in that half and able to get some really, really big rounds.
I'll tell you what, Jake, if we get 3 maps of this quality of Siege, I'll be very, very happy.
I'll be very happy, individual indeed. So only the 2 attacking rounds won for Gaming Gladiators. That was on Bar Games, Kitchen Dining. You kind of look at the opening kill margins as well, split evenly 3-3, but it was only that very last round where we saw the swing Creed's ego onto Josh. That was the only opening kill round that was not converted.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And only narrowly as well.
Yeah, I mean a 1v1, which I thought Wet played that really well.
And most of the rounds as well, dominant, right? You go through the round history as to how many players were left alive at the conclusion of the round. 4-3, 3-5-4. Final round, just the one. So the rounds themselves were rather one-sided, but just I think the ability for the teams to switch on and really counter to one another very quickly from round to round was quite impressive.
And I've got to say as well, I mean, this is, don't forget, this is the map pick of Gaming Gladiators. And Chiefs were able to get 4 defensive rounds for a team that was only ranked 5th in group stage for defense. 2nd best attacking team, only behind Enterprise. Now they get to go attack Chalet. And this is Jigsaw's map.
Yeah.
This is Jigsaw's map. Chalet entries on attack. This is where he does a lot of his best work, a lot of his damage. The Jigsaw balcony outside piano. What have GG got now? And they've already used their timeout. Well, that's a freebie from Leighton on to Oda. That's a really good way to start the second half.
Cheeky way to get that opening kill. Very difficult for the attack at range to see that slit in the barricade. And if that stat is to be damning for Chiefs, potentially, of opening kill conversion, well, this is going to be a very tough round for them to wrangle back into their control. They bring the sense into the lineup, a roster that does like to dabble in the sense from time to time. But that tool most useful for execute. ROU to go out the first.
3 Nitro Cells available as well, mind you, when you're going up against a Montaigne. That's a lot of firepower that can deal with the shield. And also can deal with, essentially, the ROUs. You can kind of just, you know, throw them through, hope for the best, depending on position and usage.
Oh, Tex just sends it.
And Creeds did throw his first Nitro. I'll say his first Nitro, the first
Impact
of the team. Impact's not really doing a lot, but they do find the kill into Josh elsewhere through Croxon. That's his 4th kill now. And that Nitro from Leighton will land. And the IGL and hard support starting to get firing in this round. A big round from Leighton.
And Jigsaw unable to have any impact really in this round. I think they were trying to set him up for the pinch over towards Mez, and it just never really eventuated. After the Monty got caught, it was pretty much round over.
Not able to react quick enough there, Quiz, to find that headshot. And that really does kind of feel like round over and goes back to the overall story that we've been pretty much outlaying for this match so far. With a lot of these rounds have been quite one-sided both ways. Unless Quiz and Jigsaw can do something off of that kill onto Croxon. Quiz goes to 6 as well. And so far, it's actually Jigsaw that is tied bottom fragging for Chiefs. That is quite a rarity. What can he do here, though? Through dining, 50 seconds, still time, 2v4. If you can both get the next kill, it becomes a 2v2. And then it's that mad scramble for the defense. And it's not going to happen. A 3rd kill for Leighton. Make that a 4th, a 4K from the hard support of Gaming Gladiators. Leighton with a massive round, and he got the opening kill as well, which set the tone for the round. Gaming Gladiators saying that we are not going to give this up lightly. 3-4, and they start well on defense.
1-5 heading into that round as well. So making up for that deficit immediately, doing a good job at shutting down the setup that Chiefs wanted to go for top floor. Kicked it off with a nice spawn peek, and then obviously followed up there onto Tex through lobby and fireplace, which made things very, very tough as they tried to pinch for some top floor control and unable to really get it going. Tex was under a ton of pressure. Jigsaw outside, unable to support. Quiz got stuck front door, and the rest of the team just chilled for the round win.
And of the big 3 kind of support players, Leighton, Fisho, Tex, from the big 3 teams, Leighton is statistically the best EPS player of the 3. And certainly has got capabilities. In terms of plants, though, he's actually quite behind. Fisher's got 6 plants and Tex has got 6 plants. Only the 3 for Leighton. So a little bit of difference in terms of those. And Fisher's then also got the best cost at 69% versus Leighton 63, Tex 58. So it's really close between Fisher and Leighton. I would imagine in this region where you could claim as best hard support / IGL. 3-4, and it feels like now you're just in that eye of the storm moment where this could go either way.
Oda's been flicking this second floor cam for quite some time, so presuming Chiefs want to get some map control above. Creed is lurking master, and Oda may well have a read on that and relaying that to the rest of the team. Again, suggesting a full map clear here. Quiz will then vert with the ram late round. Opens up the possibility of the west main hit, which is probably the most likely outcome without primary hard breach.
And don't forget as well, last round that you're going to have the Montaigne. That's going to get banned out after this.
Oh, they lose the fight.
And they lose Jigsaw, 3-5, no Finker. And Creeds with another big kill, having a really good game so far for Gaming Gladiators, 6-5. Funnily enough, how close this game is, he's the only one that's positive right now for Gaming Gladiators. I say that as 3 players, of course, net neutral, +0.
Oh, they keep Croxon up above Solar. It gets checked. Tex, you saw him.
No!
Tex, you saw him. You saw his elbow.
Well, clearly not. Didn't see enough of it. And Croxon will make him pay. And trade it eventually, but you lose the Montaigne permanently. Because it's not going to be allowed after this round. It's going to get banned out along with the Blitz and the Blackbeard. Big kill from Oda. The second time now in this half, or in this game, onto Wettables. I mean, everything's kind of going right for Chiefs. I mean, Oda's firing, Quiz, Josh, both doing really well. Even Tex has gotten involved, but where's Jigsaw?
Can Chiefs win this game without Jigsaw
Yeah,
at
that's
his
the big
best?
test.
That's the question.
That's the big test, and we're starting to see firsthand if Chiefs are up for it. 3 versus 3, round 8. Certainly a winnable round, and some really good shot draining from Josh. I say that as he missed one up close, but he gets it anyway. Onto the bulletproof camera. Minute left in the round here for Chiefs. Quiz is low.
Quiz still has a breacher. Oda has full belt of util here, so I think the drop default plant here might be the play. Sound coverage. Oda can clear space. Maybe Josh lurks.
Little live drone as well here over towards Library Stairs or West Main Stairs. 40 seconds. The big thing for Chiefs here is do not go in with 10 seconds left. You need this hit to start eventuating as soon as possible.
What are they shaping for? I mean, they've got to read now that there's one main breach. Do they risk it and send it main? Oda has secondary hard breach? Is that the play? Bin plant late?
Try and keep them out of these tucked in positions, put some pressure in from breach. He could go back out. He could just leave this as bait.
They're playing into double nitro though.
Reposition over towards the shelf. Quiz, now fireplay stairs. Chiefs are going for a split execute. They want to try and cover as many angles as possible. The timing is everything. 1-for-1 trades down to 6 seconds. You need to get these kills. Oda does have the kit. No time really to plant it. He sticks it and needs to hold it the whole way through. Quiz needs to provide that cover necessary for Oda to get this down. He cannot do so. Denied by Leighton. And we are all tied up 4-4.
Yeah, really clean work there in the end from GG. It felt like Chiefs... They were kind of cooking, but then ultimately didn't properly commit to a single win con there with the plant. I don't know if that was lacking info. I mean, the drone through blue to me suggested that
I thought they were going to go for kills.
Yeah, seeing the warden posted up there at bins, I was like, oh, that's... I don't know if I want to be hitting there. I would have thought the back hit with the B utility may have been a bit more effective, but you know, they did commit to the plan ultimately in the end, but effectively a 1v2 that late in the round when the plant needs to go down. So
I mean, this couldn't really be any closer, and both teams are kind of sitting back thinking our first entry fraggers aren't really doing a whole lot.
It's a weird game.
-2 for Crocs and -2 for Jigsaw, the two best players in the Oceanic region. But it's a really good sign for both of these two teams. They're able to get the job done even without their best players firing on all cylinders. It does almost have the sense of feeling, though. I don't want to put it all down to just those two players, because everyone else is playing really well, and I think this has been a really good game so far. But does this end up being a case of who wakes up first, Croxon or Jigsaw? And if they get going, that might be the difference. Because otherwise, there's not much separating these two teams. By the way, I went a little early. It's after this round that the Montang will be banned, but Tex will get one more go at it, and they essentially bring a rather similar lineup.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
the dynamic as well could also be a little bit map specific too, so keeping in mind that we do have Bank and Consulate if required. Bank's going to be so intriguing given the scale of that map and how that may influence the entry play and how these teams look to shut down Crocs and Jigsaw respectively.
Well, I think Creeds has been really good. Leighton has been amazing. If you want to give anyone credit right now, he's playing well and above the averages that we've seen from someone who's playing that, you know, IGL support role. And Josh and Quiz have really stepped up to help the firing power still be there for Chiefs. It's been a really good game. Not an implication that the earlier games today were not.
No one firing above a 75% cost as well. That's the cap, and several players inside of the server hitting that threshold at the moment. So there really just has not been a runaway player at all in this lobby.
Is Josh ready for this? Lurking in mud. Croxon. Oh, he's not going to be... Surely not. Oh, he just...
Oh, what is going on? Oh, did he hear it? The shuffle? I don't think so.
Good kill. Yeah, well done from Croxon. Really good patience. I think Josh wanted to kind of bait out initially. If anyone was close by, that they'd bite on the first sound cue, and he just doesn't, and he waits until the best moment. Really, really good work from Croxon. Good fundamentals.
Queer is posturing lobby, but then thinks better of it.
Where's the answer back now for Chiefs? But I mean, to be fair, you don't have to go searching for that immediate answer. That's how you get yourself into more trouble.
And they need Tex to scout for info here. They have hard breach as well for office, so Oda can scoot across and open that. And this is, you know, the difference between these two teams. Chiefs leaning more towards a very default setup, whereas GG went for that obscure kind of attack that was difficult to read. GG are going to know exactly what's heading their way.
Oh, 100%. This is a rather default set here from Chiefs. And you've already lost the line. You've already lost Josh. GG are able to really kind of double down certain positions now if they want to. But Croxon's still lurking, bot garage. It might just still provide a slight avenue here for the Chiefs. It is technically 4v4 upstairs. Tight angle from Leighton, but he has been on fire so far tonight for the Gaming Gladiators. He's now 7-5, but shut down by Jigsaw. That adrenal surge, they now push in. They did lose Oda, who was holding Kit, and will stay top Mez. And Tex will go back, pick it up. Takes it through Piano. Ball's position now known and shut down by Quiz. Really good play off the Monty, and Tex is still going deep here with the Kit.
Yeah, bold decision to stick around. Croxon lurking, so it will be mindful of that. Could open up flank potential later on in the round. Just over 35 seconds on the board then. Jigsaw still up, so firepower available. Quiz can lurk, double nade. In fact, quad nade with Jigs as well accounted for. Croxon west main, so no longer in basement. What's the play from Chiefs? Tex will rotate diffuse up.
Oh. I mean, they've got to just send it. There's very little time left. The way that they're moving around the map now is just kind of go as quick as they possibly can. Croxon, now there was Quiz watching this before, but no longer. Quiz turned his attention towards the site. Big pistol from Tex, but so little time to now get this plant down safely, and they're both down and out. Gaming Gladiators re-establish the lead here on Chalet. Pretty funny moment that you don't actually often see two players down, but the round's not over as one of them is playing the finger.
Yeah.
And that Monty now banned. But you know what? I'm going to go on a limb here. I think actually the Monty ban might help Chiefs. They have not really been able to get it to work.
So does it get banned?
Yeah, I mean, if you've banned out the Blitz and the Blackbeard, you probably triple down. And no, they don't. Well, you make a good point. It's sort of like, hey, you keep bringing this Monty, we don't have to ban it because we're dealing with it.
We haven't seen the Maverick played once throughout this match, so that's clearly some kind of pre-match read from GG in anticipation for a strat cooked up by Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, either to deny Chiefs or to do something that they want to do here on defense that would maybe be slightly undone by the Mavericks,
I guess
such as
this,
like bar games.
Yeah, the backstore strat here will be nullified.
So you can strengthen this down with the... This is going to be really difficult to unlock backstore here.
And that's the exact position where Leighton popped off previously,
which
is maybe why they bolstered it, so that he can play there even safer.
Yep. And it's honestly, at this point, if you win this round, you're up 6-4, you've guaranteed OT. You might theoretically be a little bit more susceptible elsewhere. I feel like the Valkyrie ban, is that impactful enough here, though, from Chiefs?
5 seconds to go.
Got played round 8 by Brendo. Maybe they just want to focus more on their lineup and then not need to necessarily focus on other operators like bringing out Brava, for instance, or Twitch.
Well, after 3 rounds consecutively by Chiefs, which got them to a 4-2 lead, it's now 3 rounds straight on defense by GG. It's 6 rounds straight on defense by both teams. Only 2 attacking rounds have been won here on Chalet. Both teams have been unable to really make these attacking rounds work. Not since 2 of the first 3 rounds were attack rounds. Everything defense since, and on all sides. Oh, beautiful. The difference as well, so far on the defense of Gaming Gladiators, they've just been aggressive but well-controlled aggression. We saw it with the library peak. We see it there with that run out. It's a safe one. Jigsaw does get the cut back, so as Croxon's coming in, Jigsaw's positioned for it, so it's a good trade, but you have lost Oda now.
I guess it's a decently 50-50 trade. I mean, the Oda execute utility is obviously really nice to have. I would say, though, the Legion, especially against the Monty, is very powerful. So
I would say it's slightly in favor for GG. Oda's losing drones. He's losing Grimbees. You're losing a player that can hold kit.
Yeah, it's marginal. Certainly not one of the more definitive.
The Gumine has still made an impact in the round, so
probably the last one left on the map. Won't be anymore.
There's only 90 seconds on the clock here in the 10th round. GG searching for that match point advantage. Once again, Tex will play the Montang, and once again, Chiefs will look to try and play in behind him. A slight change up. Quiz now plays the Finker instead of Jigsaw. They've got him on the Ash. They want him to focus on just finding kills. Josh actually sitting in the Jigsaw bulk position.
Well, the shields are cleared. So Chiefs have that runway established to try and clear these positions.
Did you want to try that again?
No, I think you could hear what I was saying. Sounded like I am a pack-a-day smoker, but I'm not.
Well, you are from Frankston. Today. And slow and steady, though, here for Chiefs. Again, when you're playing behind that Montang, it's hard to go with a real pace. Creed's poking and prodding towards Library Stairs. We know that Leighton is locked down in Barstock. Hasn't got a Nitrocell, though, any longer after throwing that one out. It's going to be a late sight execute here from Chiefs. They haven't even cleared out Library. Tucked in the back corner is still Wettables. Big opening pick, though, by Quiz onto Creeds, and suddenly the man advantage for Chiefs. Still with shield up. Good little double angle here between Brendo and Wettables. Now Wettables looks to peek out as well. Sight rather open besides Barstock. They do deal with the Montang. Makes it a 3 versus 2 in favor of the Gaming Gladiators. Quiz wins the battle against Leighton, who pushed out. So little time and no kit in hand and nowhere to be seen. And so therefore it's 6-4 to Gaming Gladiators. Another tight round between these two.
I mean, what a big commitment from GG. 2 players posted in Library on that cross so late in the round. It's do or die for both teams. Whoever wins that clear is going to win the round. GG able to find both picks despite both being spotted out and a bit of an awkward interaction against the Monty, but they stranded that diffuser. Big win con ticked off and a 6-4 scoreline. Well, it all started here. Croxon got the first, nullified, 1 for 1, rather 50-50, but then both of these swings here, massive. Wettables, Brendo, the Aussie duo for GG, able to get those critical kills and completely shut down Chiefs in that round, who just seem like they're lacking in the 1%ers at the very end of this map, because it has been very competitive from them so far.
Yeah, GG have just had a little bit of extra class about them.
Just their attacks, they're struggling. They are yet to win an attack. Like, it's 4 straight for GG.
Yeah, 4 straight for GG. 7 defensive rounds straight from both teams. And you suddenly think, well then, 4 straight here for GG on defense. Where does suddenly Chiefs go and find 2 straight attacking rounds to force OT? Hard to envision that happening.
First master bedroom we have seen selected thus far. It was bar, wine, kitchen, bar.
I mean, at some point, do you sit back and think, we've lost 4 rounds straight on attacks where we've played the Montang. All 4 rounds we've seen this Montang. And I'm not necessarily saying, this is not about Tex. This is about the operator in the Montang. And the way that you kind of play around the operator. If you're not winning these rounds, do you think about more of a dramatic change where you drop the shield, get an extra gun, try and play with a little bit more passion?
GG have shown really good positioning in countering it.
Oh, big kill from Oda.
Creed's
in
down.
terms of that opening kill department, by the way, we touched on it at the half. Well, it has continued in terms of conversion. Only 1 round so far has not been converted in terms of opening kill, which was the final round of that opening half. Every other round since, that means it's been 5 rounds straight that Gaming Gladiators have found the opening pick. That now changes here in this match point round.
Failed Nitro from Wet, but 2 still remain in the pockets of Brendo and Leighton respectively. Could be strong against the first setup that Chiefs are likely to play. Texlock's trophy. Very low on HP, so he needs to be mindful of that. Thankfully for him, not in the face of any impacts.
It'll be the same player as well. Out of March. Croxon onto Josh for the 2nd time.
That's a tilter.
In as many rounds, it's been 2 rounds since we saw it, and Josh had already forgotten about the potential Mudlurk. Another one from Croxon. And that would be such a big thorn in the side of Chiefs to lose that Ossa, to lose one of their 2 shield plays. Just over a minute left, and suddenly all tied back up 4v4, as Tex is also incredibly low, pushing up in towards Solar. We see the Rayora and its use here. Gate activated right now, in towards bedroom, though you've still got Brendo up close, right behind the door. And if he so chooses, he too can open this.
Chiefs unlikely to divert that position now from below. They're running into a death trap here. I do not fancy Chiefs' chances in being able to win the round. Nitro, down. Bang. Tex down, and
Brendo!
Quiz.
Huge headshot. And just like that, it's all done. GG's class prevails on Chalet. Ice cold as the map itself. 7-4 against Chiefs. And that set them up perfectly now for this series.
as their incredible run from an early group stage where things were looking a little shaky. Well, it feels like they're on the right track now, setting themselves up in this upper bracket. A classy display after what began essentially as a boxing match where they were going blow for blow, Guz.
A 5-round streak and capped it off by defending Master. They did the full rotation, every single side defended successfully by GG. Chiefs finding it so difficult to find an angle in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. 1-0 to Gaming Gladiator. Short break will come back on the other side. We will be heading to Bank.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay
もう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト陰る街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にムーンライトセピア祈り移る目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう弱さも涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のレイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は泣けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわSipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better.
So as we head to the second map of this series, Gaming Gladiators 1-0 up and looking to close this out now on Bank. But it is the map pick of Chiefs. And we did see some really good quality siege on Chalet. I'm hoping that does translate over here to Bank for the second map of the series. Gaming Gladiators will begin on defense first up. For Chiefs, we saw a lot of Montang play. Now, to be fair, GG had no issues dealing with the Montang, so I'm not anticipating they'll ban it in the conversation we had earlier for the third ban during that second half. It is going to be an Ace ban to begin, followed by the Sens ban.
Okay. Certainly a target onto Chiefs, who dabbled with it back on Chalet, and again, an operator that they have dabbled with in general. Bank as well has become a rather popular specific map for the Saints. You think about basement, there's the lineup that they do from main hatch down, security covers red, makes the default plan or the Shashi drop a little bit safer. And GG not wanting to contend with that here in their first half on defense.
Even top floor as well. We've seen
there's
the top
options
floor.
too, yeah.
You can also use it towards elevators. It's got some really, really good use on this map. And even for staff open area. And obviously the team itself in Chiefs do like to play this end, so I think you're definitely taking a bit away from that. Intriguing. Oda's on the Montang here for the opening round. Tex will go on the Maverick as the hard breach. And yeah, certainly in terms of storylining from that opening map, like we kind of set the tone early on. You got Jigsaw at 1, Croxon at 2. They're the big gunners. They're like, you look at their KD numbers, they're just fragging out through the group stage. So it was almost thinking Croxon v Jigsaw, but in the end it was everyone else v everyone else, and Croxon and Jigsaw kind of sat back a little bit, certainly played their roles and certainly still had impact in moments, especially Croxon in the mudroom run-outs twice onto Josh. But it was Leighton that really, for me, stole the show on Chalet.
Five rounds in a row for GG on Chalet to lock it out, so they'll very much be looking to extend that streak here onto map number 2 of Bank. The Montia contentious talking point back on Chalet. Questionable at best in terms of the utility that it was able to provide for Chiefs, but it will persist here into the second map. Oda, though, to take the reins this time around. Tex on primary hard bridge.
It'll be intriguing because I mentioned before I didn't feel like it was because of Tex. It was more the Montang itself and the way that they were playing around it. But it will be funny if it starts working now that Oda's on the Montang. Not so funny if you Tex, probably. I think the slow clear here is good for Chiefs early on. You know the way that GG were playing defensively on Chalet. Certainly a lot of wrap positions. Certainly 3 over the wheel. It's still that first floor here at the moment for Gaming Gladiators. So pretty standard hold right now. Croxon, though, with the prone angle on main stairs. And it's Quiz to get the opening kill onto Creeds. Good start here for Chiefs. Take that freebie, but speaking of freebies, maybe Croxon might have got one. The drone, of course, playing the vigil, and they do clear him out. A second for Quiz, who played quite well on Chalet.
He wanted to push forward, and I wonder if him pushing forward, the second or 2 delay allowed Quiz to catch him potentially there. Yeah, either way, 2-man advantage to the Chiefs.
It's all about the final round execution. I think you touched on it on Chalet. That was kind of, at times, their weak point in their attacking rounds in that second half, was the ability to finish. Well, that's a nice little bit of information, a little poke there from Josh on the shock drone. They're set up nicely, though. They've got the numbers. They can hit multiple avenues here on basement. 3 gas babes available for Latent, 1 Nitrocell for Wettables in Vault. To be fair, in terms of time remaining, 45 seconds with 3 gas babes. The default plan right now doesn't really seem all that likely. Pushing through server right now is Oda. This is where Leighton's going to get these gas babes out and on point, but so far not enough to push Oda off the plant.
Nitro!
Starting to hit some of these now. The Nitro as well, but they do get the plant down.
Ooh,
in a 3 versus 3. Adrenal Surge from Jigsaw was just activated, so you can't use it now to get Oda back up quickly. That's on a cooldown.
Should be round over from here. Post plant, basement, default.
Oh, hang
Jigsaw needs to win it.
He certainly does. He did get one onto Wettables, but Brendo was there as the secondary. Got the kill onto Jigsaw, which does now give them control unless Tex loses his battle inside of open. Now rotating around through Archives is Brendo to come in towards Square. 14 seconds, not a lot of time. Leighton got caught on the push. Brendo checks Square, doesn't find anything, and certainly now doesn't have the time to win the round, and Chiefs will start off Bank with a round win.
Good from Chiefs. First 2 picks, default conversion, plant denial a fraction too late. Had it have been denied, potentially an opportunity there for GG with a decent retake as well on the cards, but ultimately not meant to be. Second floor to follow. And I guess Chiefs there in that last round, not too dissuaded by the sense ban, ultimately not particularly impactful. That Nitro just needed to be ripped a second earlier. But the coverage and the pressure in the back lines there from Chiefs and Server was good.
If this does go overtime as well, Chiefs have got double defense too. recall, Consulate is the deciding map if it's necessary. Really good opening round for Chiefs. And it's also a little bit of a monkey off the back as well, because it was 5 attacking rounds in a row that they failed back on Chalet. So to kickstart off this second map with an attacking round sets them up very nicely.
10 seconds to go.
And it was Quiz that certainly unlocked the round. 3 from Brendo at the very least does instill some of that self-confidence for him. Just didn't have enough time to go for anything miraculous in that opening round. So 1-0 Chiefs. Wedables on the Echo. Okay, towards lobby.
Would have seen that player outside it, I imagine.
Tex now onto the Blitz, which was left available. GG not opting for shield bans here on Bank, as they did on Chalet, where they banned out the Blackbeard and the Blitz.
Certainly more util heavy, which can be an appropriate approach. They may even then elect to ban the Hibana outright and just make this top 4 slightly more difficult to attack.
Yeah, essentially at that point you really can't open up Kanto towards the elevators without the Ace Hibana. It becomes very, very difficult.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Everyone's set in their positions here though for Gaming Gladiators. Wet will hold Kanto. They got one over towards Janitor and Leighton. Front desk held by Brendo. It's all about lockdown sight. Force Chiefs to have to break through. Croxon very much lingering between Janitor and this stock position, but not holding it directly.
Jigsaw not taking down that Kiba with either frag grenade, so
well, you
wasteful
imagine
util.
To be fair, the Blitz at one point, you would imagine Tex is going to want to try and go for that Janitor clear or that hallway clear. I think Croxon's going to be trying ready for that, rather than sticking and holding directly into stock. He can certainly help out on that hallway push against the Blitz.
Chiefs have used all their explosives here, by the way. So deployable shields, keep it barriers. I don't fancy their chances if GG's positioning and timing is good.
Croxon trying to catch someone here on the timing now with that stock peak, thinking that might be trying to go for that push square. Tex is already into Janitor though, and he finds the headshot onto Leighton. Here's the yokai from Wedables, but not going to do much. And caught again. The pistol of Tex has found a second head in the round. He goes for a third, and Tex is playing as if it's about 6-7 years ago. A 3K on the Blitz entry from Tex. Not something you see every day. And looking to try and finish off Croxon, going for the 4K, but he gets down in the process. Finished off by Croxon. But with that plant down and a 1v3 post plant from this stock position, it surely should be a second round for Chiefs here on the attack of Bank to kickstart this second map in the series.
Good flood. We saw how much utility is left standing at the end of the round, and Chiefs were able to find the path of least resistance towards site, where a lot of that utility wasn't standing. Jan, Londesk, etc. Tex headed that attack, did a good job. Rest of the team followed site. Good utility from the Capital. They did a pretty good job in nullifying some of that information from the Echo, or at least preventing players in the backline from playing off of it. And then those like Wedables still left standing very late in the round. Brendo, etc. just completely isolated. Long distance from site. Unimpactful. So a good round from Chiefs and a big confidence boost as well for Tex, who really doesn't frequently have those kind of pop-off moments. So good work from him. GG now. We'll look to compose and find a response. Open area for round number 3. And that streak from Chalet, obviously, not carrying over here onto Bank just yet. They're finding it a little bit more difficult, some more teething issues for them to work through.
Well, it's just been really good from Chiefs, and what a big round as well from Tex. Yeah, the responsibility of playing that blitz. You have to be aggressive. You cannot be apprehensive. And his ability to push into Janitor, start pulling that pistol out and getting some kills, really, really good to see.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
In the first map, it was a latent wake up from the hard support, and now here in the second map, it's looking more likely it could be Tex's time to shine. And he, though, now falls back to the Montaigne. As for Bank itself, 58% attacker win rate in the Oceanic League, but from a very small sample size of only one game played. Still have to mention it.
Bravo IQ in play. Good set to counter the Valkyrie from Croxon. Seen at least one of those came flick to inside of square. Potentially still a couple more lurking around this map of Bank, and they can be tricky to find at times.
Loser of this, by the way, takes on Circular Spheres next week in what would have to be a gauntlet run. The winner takes on Enterprise in that upper bracket final, which is also a week from today.
So Brendo spotted and forced back down main. In the meantime,
Quiz again.
Croxon falls. Oh, Brendo almost dying as well there as Quiz hits the question mark in all chat. It's been quiet in the chat thus far between these two. It's been very professional.
Yeah, it has. But maybe for good reason. Both teams haven't really been absolutely thorough throughout the group stage. But this is certainly the map where, you're 4-2 here, Quiz. You're 2-0 up. There's another opening kill. That's 3 in a row now for Chiefs and 2 from Quiz. You want to try and get into their heads a little bit here in terms of trying to put GG off their game.
So Vert in play won't be particularly impactful, but Oda doesn't know that. Both first 4 players on site. Brendo really the only serious threat at this point in time, lurking blue stairs, playing for a late flank. Wedables playing over towards main as well. Oh, Creeds does catch Dex. That's a nice pick from that quad wall position. Josh also falls. So it flips in an instant, 35 seconds on the board, and Chiefs on the back foot.
And that's the big thing as well, the time factor now. That's not a good moment for Chiefs to lose 2 players, lose that advantage. And suddenly now Jigsaw and Quiz need to get moving. That question mark early in the round may come back to bite Quiz. Not a lot of time left in this round to make that push, to make that move. Brendo's moving himself up blue stairs as a flanker here on the Vigil. Certainly can have impact and will do so. That shoots out Oda, that's Kit on the floor. Into red time in a 1v2, and Quiz is unable to win the battle against Wedables. Gaming Gladiators on the board here on Bank.
Yeah, Chiefs with limited time and information, unable to really contemplate that blue flank may have been coming into play. They probably lost track of Brendo after the dual main stairs. A lot happening between then and the ultimate conclusion of the round. So with round 3 complete and 4 on the horizon, it is the Blitz in combination with Valkyrie to play no further part in this match. We saw Chiefs pretty heavily invest into countering the Valk. So we saw IQ round 2, and then Bravo and IQ round 3. Can probably alleviate some of that pressure now. The Blitz as well, only played on the one occasion, but as we saw a big multi from Tex, the 3K to open up the round top floor. So pretty heavy counterplay from both rosters heading into the final 3 rounds of this half. We'll see how that shapes things up and impacts play. Basement selected for this 4th round, which was won out pretty comprehensively by Chiefs last time. The stats a little bit deceptive, goes down as only 1 player surviving, but 2 impactful, or unimpactful kills rather in the post from, I believe, Brendo skewing that statistic. Chiefs did a good job in battling their way for a default plant, which ultimately GG failed in denying a fraction late on the Nitro. So maybe this time they'll look to bleed time on the clock and make that a bit more of a win condition for them. As you can see, a bit of an extensive roam in play. Croxon on Vigil. Brendo in open area.
It's important as well for Chiefs they don't get carried away with that 2-0 start. We saw back on Chalet what was, at the beginning, a really good start for Chiefs. And then where did it all go wrong in the second half? Well, it's early days here and Chiefs have started well, but there's still a lot of Siege still to be played here on Bank. Certainly Gaming Gladiators may not be statistically one of the better attacking teams in this region, but this map is certainly one where you can find really good amounts of attacking rounds. But it's been really good pacing so far from Chiefs. Trying to see if they can catch any of these GG lurkers, roamers, people moving around the map.
They do sometimes push a pretty tight late round.
There's the pick. And there's a double.
Wow, that doesn't get much more free than that.
Well,
for
I'll tell
Josh,
you
does
what,
it?
I mean, it's literally what I'm saying. They've got really good patience. You might say, yeah, it gets a little tight towards the end of the round, but if it pays off, boy, does it pay off. You know that they've got lurkers up above. You know they want to play the map control game. And they've punished it well and truly. And Croxon peaks, and that's a third in quick succession for good old Josh as Croxon falls through the hatch. He may get picked up after all by Wedables, but Wedables himself has got to be careful, and he doesn't get baited by the down player. 5 versus 2. Tell you what, Josh could be on for an ace here in this round if he had a caught Leighton. Leighton thought about a beeper swing there, but thought better of it. You're playing that smoke. You've got 3 gas babes. Time can still be on your side if you can delay this push default through server into CCTV. And you've still got the Yokais as well. Not a foregone conclusion, but arguably a round that Chiefs need to be winning. Timeout requested as well by Gaming Gladiators after this round.
Gas canister missed, but able to follow up. Yokai in play, gas shot, plant to be secured in a moment's time, unable to be denied by Wet.
Couldn't get the Yokai to work and couldn't get the gas babes to work. And a 4K now from Josh looking for Leighton. And Josh will find it. It's an ace for one of the OGs of this region. An outstanding round from Josh. Clear as day, looking he is switched on for these playoffs. Certainly not one of the higher rated players in the group stage, but thus far through this series, he's been on his game.
Bit of 2021 about that one.
Just about.
So the tactical timeout from GG called before the conclusion of the round. Fell apart there a little bit. Maybe a bit of a miscomm or an oversight early on in the round and allowed Josh to collect these 2 kills. Follow-up response then was difficult. Croxon forced into the peak to try and contest and maybe find something back. Caught. GG attempted the bait but unsuccessful. Then shaped up for the default and Josh able to lurk down main late in the round for 2 more kills. Chiefs doing a much better job, I feel, in this particular map in shutting down that danger man of Croxon and just their general team play elsewhere. Not sandbagged by the likes of the Monty has looked quite a bit better.
I mean, it feels like it's got all of the makings of a map 3 here.
So far, yeah.
So far.
But, to be fair, I probably had a very similar inkling first half of Chalet, and that concluded with GG just wiping the floor. So, very much a game of 2 halves, and GG bank attack will be dangerous. Round 5, top floor. Maestro in play, Creeds to hide it. So they'll be leaning into a lot of information this round in combination with the Yokai drones from Wet. Emphasis on quiz in this round on IQ and spotting out that information, relaying, doing their best to try and deal with it. Chiefs didn't do very well in terms of their destructive econ in the last round. We saw that into the keeper barriers.
5 seconds to go.
There was a deployable shield standing late over towards front desk too. And so not only do you have that to deal with, but now Castle in the mix, Maestro in the mix. There's a lot to juggle here for Chiefs in terms of managing their economy in this round. They have 6 grenades though. We'll see how effective they are this time around.
Well, I think for Chiefs here, it's just all about capitalizing on your advantage, finishing strong these 2 rounds in this half. And the good news again for them, we spoke about this before back on Chalet, it's not that reliance on Jigsaw that's winning them these rounds. That's a good sign. Josh and Quiz have so far tonight been absolutely exceptional, being their 2 best players statistically across both of these maps that we've seen so far, Chalet now Bank.
So 1 cam executive for the Maestro and the other over towards, I believe, Stock Hall. At least that second one we saw in towards site, or the first one in towards site, should be a relatively simple clear from the rappel. We saw the other one over towards the CEO desk dealt with very easily as well. So a little bit better here in terms of destruction and explosive damage from the attack. Not really much in the way of gunfights to take place so early on into the round. Both teams rather patient, and that's kind of been the tempo of the match thus far. Such can sometimes be the case on a bank. Here's Odo, who took the reins on the IQ off Quiz. spots out the Yokai from Wedables, who's been looking to be quite active on these drones and finding information in towards the sites, but may want to retain that in towards the late round. Another thing to note as well is Croxon, second floor hallway, still has 4 Keybers in pocket. He'll be looking to bolster his position solo over towards Stock, and Jigsaw may well be looking to contend this in a moment's time. Only 60 seconds on the clock, Jake, so this round has gone by quickly.
Well, it certainly has, but this is the pacing that we've seen from Chiefs really throughout this entire half. They don't rush the early portion of the round. So far, it's been to their benefit. But this time around, GG have not given them any.
Set play Capital. Croxon gets the first, though. Jigsaw falls.
That's a big pick. And a second to follow as well from Brendo, and suddenly that pace of Chiefs will backfire. This time, Gaming Gladiator is the one to find these pinning advantages. Wedables as well still has Yokai. At this point, with Oda towards lobby, it's looking very unlikely for Chiefs. Quiz playing well. Big pick towards top main. 30 seconds. Now waiting for that hallway peek outside of Janitor. Oda did get a kill, and suddenly this is still a round that is winnable. But it's going to take a mighty effort, and Quiz had a chance to sit down Croxon permanently for the remainder of this round. And while he was then left alive, he found the kill onto Oda. Leighton swings around to find the kill that will secure the round for Gaming Gladiators.
GG hitting the scoreboard once more, and off the back of the tactical timeout. That will be quite satisfying for the team. Doing a really good job again leading into the win cons that were available. Castle Army utility, information on the Maestro, which ended up being nullified for the most part, but then of course wet late round in that 3 versus 5 had a drone, a Yokai drone inside of CEO. They had a full read as to what that play was. Probably would have had the game sense and the anticipation that the repel was to follow off the back of the belt of util anyway, and by finding the 2 picks elsewhere, they didn't have to worry then too much about the lurk threat. All eyes over towards site, able to shut down those players looking to approach, and Chiefs unable to really get much going in that round. And so the plaudits going to largely Croxon, honestly, in that round. Jigsaw still finding himself...
struggling.
At risk of having a bad day today. He's not quite there yet. He definitely can pop off and find form in any particular game, so I won't rule him out until the very end, but it has been a rough day at the office for him so far.
I mean, yeah, like that's the concerning element, and is obviously for Jigsaw, a bit of a rough series so far. I think that Jigsaw has enough credits in the bank, though, that you're not looking at this and thinking, oh my god.
Second rated in the league?
First.
He is the lowest rated player at the moment inside of the server today.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
But again, how many times, especially throughout those co-streams in the group stage, where we were kind of saying, well, if Jigsaw's not playing well, Chiefs don't play well. That's not happening so far.
That's the contrary, right? You've got Quiz stepping up, Josh. Tex doing his supportive role, and Oda's kind of just chilling on the flex and the vert. So.
Yeah, and Oda played well as well on Chalet. 3-2 though. I mean, this really can go either way in terms of the conclusion of this half. If it goes to 3-3, hard to then say that GG don't look like the better team going into the second half. Leighton though, he has an issue over towards CEO. He's taken down, and while he's not eliminated, he is down at the moment. Someone should be able to get over there and bring him back up, and certainly an urgent one to keep the smoke alive with those gas babes. Jigsaw, this is your moment. Ooh. To be fair, Creed's only went for the shoulder peek. That's the big swing though onto Wedables, but Brendo there to then get the trade. It is an opening kill for Jigsaw, but you lose the Finker. No adrenal surges for the remainder of this round, and Leighton was not able to get brought back up. He's now out, gone. No smoke available. 4v3. Nitro watches that. Is thrown in towards long desk. Tech's able to avoid it. Thought about the pistol. And a little bit more pacing this round here from Chiefs.
Brendo takes a hit as well, but able to vacate down below over towards open. So it's a 4-3. Pacing should slow a little bit. Croxon still eager to contest main, but escorted back alongside Brendo. They'll probably look to set themselves up in towards site, but no Nitro, just double Zodo. Maybe they need to go for a play. I think Brendo senses that sitting on site here is not the win con. So may lurk below. Options are pretty limited for defense here, especially if Chiefs get a read, and they have 3 drones and the Monty for info.
Yeah, very little utility. As you mentioned, the Zodos, that's it. Brendo can play the Vigil and
there we go. That's
for
the play.
Reposition. Indeed, that is exactly what happens. Good pick onto Quiz. Croxon does his work as well.
By finding that pick onto Josh, it just flips it immediately. Goes from Chiefs having that slight advantage to be able to close this round out behind the Montang. You lose 2 gunners, and suddenly it's only Oda and Tex against Creeds, Brendo, and Croxon, of which 2 are still quite low. 30 seconds left, and it's time for Tex to pull that pistol out once again.
Oda able to make an entry in towards site with the auto breacher. Tex archives will maybe look to head the charge. Brendo's already lurking and can backstab from this position.
Oh, he does not hit the shots, though, and gives his position away in towards Talers, but enough to at least try and dissuade him from pushing forward. He can just come back through beepers anyway. Creeds loses his life. Now, they will anticipate at least either the back push or the beepers push here by the Vigil.
Has
in
the
towards
cross.
Star. Tex is getting that plant down. It is only Brendo left inside an open area, and that plant goes down, and it's a Montang, a full health Montang to deal with. Brendo is stuck on an island in this 1 versus 2, and I don't think he's got a way off it. This is really down to Chiefs to make a mistake here. It's the only way in which Brendo will win this, and no mistakes made. Oda will capitalize. Chiefs, the slight advantage going into the second half for what will be the second game in a row.
Cool, calm, and collected from Oda. Brendo, I just don't think had the confidence to go for that flank, maybe anticipating the read, and you could see Oda was wary of it, but ultimately they lined up for the cross, and Oda had that line held, committed to covering Tex, and whilst Brendo was able to eventually dash across, too late, Tex shield up, 2v1, unwinnable, barring a big error. Chiefs don't fumble, 4-2 lead, but the anticipation here being that GG, and I'm basing this again off some of the ideas and strategy we saw in Chalet, can cook up a successful bank attack half. I'm very convinced by that, and I'm confident that they can very much be competitive here.
When the contrast is there, though, it was a 4-2 half to begin on Chalet.
How'd that end?
And then 5 in a row to GG. Yep. The only difference was GG did that on defense to close out. Now they're going to do it on attack to close out. They don't need 5 in a row, but you get what I'm saying. Consulate, the 3rd and final map, if required. Chiefs must close out here on Bank. Loser of this drops down to that lower bracket where you get no more chances. It's a grueling bracket, guys. It's to basically win the league, you would have to win 4 best-of-3 straight, no failures.
Tough.
It's not easy.
That's a grueling path. So basement then for round 7 to kick off defense for Chiefs. Thought initially it would be lurk heavy from GG and maybe Creeds would send the Nook through Garage, but some late attack of repicks.
Also what it would mean...
Whoa, why is Oda so low? What's happened there?
The loser of this would have to play 2 best-of-3s next week.
I don't know what Chiefs have done there, but Oda self-inflicted damage there from the flames.
I mean, to be fair, you're playing basement smoke, so as long as you're not doing anything too silly, you're going to hopefully keep yourself in a safe position to just be able to play the late game for the gas babes.
Oda will play the backline though and should be safe, so it may not be too impactful either way though. Creeds with early server control. Good perceived pressure for the remainder of the round. Chiefs need to ensure that he isn't allowed to lurk in towards the objective. Creeds will drone forward, scout. Shock drone's likely to follow. He's eager to clear the Goyo canisters rather from Quiz.
I love the clash here as well because it's set up with the standardized hold in towards CCTV where you bring the Goyo and the Vulcan canisters all laid out. You can also now deny these shock drones.
Missed as well, so that's big.
It's actually really, really clever here from Chiefs to kind of use that clash. It's really difficult to have someone kind of just standing in the middle of CCTV. Usually you just entrust a lot of this utility. You've got to open up this admin hatch, put pressure on Tex.
Any longer, Tex will vacate, hatch open up, scoots away. No roam from the defense.
But still, that was a shock drone shot out. You only got 1 left now.
I think the second one, though, very successful. I believe that's all canisters popped. I didn't quite hear them all, but I think visually it looks like that may be the case. Even round at the moment. Tex to scout open area. Oh, shield down. Frag grenade to follow. Tex forced to pick up the shield. Survives. Well played.
He's played this well. Good delay. Nuisance here against Wet, who on the Deimos wants to be the nuisance.
I would not want to be Wet right now.
They do lose Quiz elsewhere. To be fair, just playing the Goyo, it doesn't really change too much. Oda's still got 2 gas canisters. Oda finds a kill onto Leighton as well. Wedables is still just kind of stuck doing really about nothing. Jigsaw caught on the rundown bot main. Wasn't aware that Croxon just pushed up through Garage. It's a 2 versus 2. Now make that 1 though. Another big pick from Tex because he got Wedables in that 1v1 upstairs. He can make his way now back down bot main. He doesn't need to. Oda's there protecting the fort. "5-2 Chiefs edging closer in that search for the 3rd and final map of this series."
Damn, what a crazy round. I mean, showing the versatility at the clash there. Wedables was under so much pressure, pinned in towards that position, used both frag grenades, Tex juggling the util correctly.
And it was quick as well. CCTV, deny a shock drone, rotate back up main, and battle towards beepers.
And then Oda in the meantime, peeked hatch, did a good job despite being low on health.
Well, let's see what happened here at the start of the round in terms of Oda. He did take a bit of damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure who triggered it, but... Either way. Yeah.
You got any extra explanation there?
Nah. I mean, understandably, we weren't really watching that because it doesn't typically happen, but apparently he shot it himself, I'm told, so...
Right.
Just Oda making things more difficult.
That's all right. He's 8-3. You can forgive that, and he clutched up at the end of that round as well with some big kills on site because suddenly Gaming Gladiators switched it up. They just went for that garage push, wanted to try and clear out site, and it started to work. Some big kills going the way of GG. And again, they're doing this with Jigsaw 3 and 6.
All it's going to take is for Jigsaw to hit a play here, build confidence, and then...
That final map could quite literally be decided. If Jigsaw activates and plays like the player that he is, that might just be enough to put Chiefs over the edge in this series.
Yeah, I do wonder how he's feeling right now. Does he feel like he's underperforming, or is this a case of GG just having a really good read on him? Maybe elements of both.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both. So Creed's on the Deimos now. Wedables tried to play it in the previous round, but was beaten pretty comprehensively in the 1 versus 1 against Tex, who's been sensational so far tonight.
I think it will be Deimos for the vert pressure below onto that mirror Jan. Probably the expectation. Doesn't have a death mark onto Quiz specifically, but it is Oda above playing that position.
And I feel like Oda's that kind of confidence player as well. As he starts to play well,
he's ready for it.
He's ready. he's also happy to play a bit more of the power positions and make a bit more first contact.
Has the death mark onto Oda, so things could get interesting in a moment.
Yeah, has it available.
Flicks to it.
It's also the Sens now chosen by GG. We saw the Sens ban earlier on in the first half, if you recall, by Gaming Gladiators against Chiefs. Now they use it themselves.
No mute as well for Chiefs could make this quite difficult for the likes of Oda to contest that. I mean, where do you run if you get tagged in Jan? You could be in trouble.
Might be forced to use a couple of those gas babes in a more of a defensive manner. For yourself personally, that's a wonderful angle found from Brendo. It really highlights the night that Jigsaw's having so far. Creed's now with the death mark as well.
Ooh, we can see the battle.
And now the push is coming as well with the ROUs.
Well, plan to go down in the meantime. Creeds does find that kill. 5v4.
And is there anyone that's able to now deny this? Without that smoke, no gas babes to push off of that plant. Leighton successful into CEO. Chiefs trying to fight back now through Josh. They are so low on health, and it is a successful plant for GG. Jigsaw, though, after getting down earlier towards Long Desk, he's back up and he's back in the server. The kill onto Brendo. 3v3, full white. Quiz on the flank, and he'll catch one as Leighton will fall. Does he know there's one in Archives? That's where Creeds is lurking. Pulls out that Vendetta. Shuts down Quiz and Jigsaw in the 1v2, but so low on health and maybe just forced to stick. But on the outside rappel is Wedables.
Nothing he can do.
Nothing he could do.
Big from GG. I mean, really good set play. Sense for coverage. We had the pressure below from the Deimos, so Oda was nullified, forced to battle that player below. The chaos elsewhere going the way of GG. And then that site, especially on Siege X, not that it really got to that point, but very difficult to retake with the jump out mechanic now nerfed for defense. Tough there for Chiefs, but a well executed round from GG.
And their first one as well on the attack.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Open area for the third defensive round for Chiefs. Final round before we get additional bans in play.
Yeah, what are we thinking here in terms of
Deimos and Defense is a bit more open. I mean, maybe the clash because of the basement threat, but I guess maybe you forfeit that round anyway naturally as attack, so it's a bit more open.
Not really in a position to be forfeiting too many more rounds, though.
Not necessarily. Especially if Chiefs win this, then obviously you have to 100% be locking in to try and win basement, right? Not to say you'd be looking to forfeit into an OT, but
no.
More so just prioring bans for basement is often not the play.
You do also have to remember that Chiefs have got double defense OT. So if you are to think we may end up in an OT position and those bans are going to come back around...
Yeah, you got no option.
I think you do ban the Clash here, and I think you do ban the Deimos here after this round. We'll see if that does eventuate. So far, been a good game for Brendo. He goes to 8 kills, top of kill leader mark for Gaming Gladiators. In fact, inside of the server, this is tied with Josh, Quiz, and Oda. No one above 8 kills in this match so far through 8 rounds played.
Jigsaw Pulse Archives looking to counteract the likely play from Leighton, who will get control CEO and open up across with the Skeleton Key. Oddly enough, joining that currently.
Triple Nitro available in this round as well for Chiefs.
This round could be over before it begins really for GG, especially on attack if those Nitros are to be successful.
I think Creeds is going to have big influence here, playing that Nook eventually when he makes his way into the building. Needs to be the nuisance, find a couple of picks.
Oh, he's lurking lobby at the moment. Should be able to avoid information gathering tools.
Setting up, it's activated.
Croxon looking to join in alone, okay.
I think they want to deal with this castle barricade first. You can see the apprehension though here from Gaming Gladiators in terms of the setup that we've clearly seen here by Chiefs. Now that's a tucked in right corner yellow ping. Brendo.
Jigsaw doesn't get out of this alive. If he crosses, Brendo's sharp enough to land those shots. But Jigsaw seemingly has a read of his own.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't Brendo, but Wedables also holding the line. Good work there from GG.
Good teamwork. Yep. Really, really good teamwork. And they get the opening kill. Jigsaw again just unable to really get involved here on Bank. Gives the slight advantage over the Gaming Gladiators with a minute remaining in the round. Still not a foregone conclusion by any means. A lot more work still to be done. But it feels like they're setting up once again for a rather quick hit in towards the site. They prep, and then they just go, and they're so fast and they're so clinical.
It's Tech spot main. The remaining 3 defenders, though, on site for Chiefs.
And Tex, is he aware that Creeds is already playing a rather close position inside of Towers? If Tex makes his way back up these stairs, he could be walking straight into the sightlines of that Nook. He does seem at least wary that this position is quite vulnerable, but he allows the cross of Creeds through beakers, and Creeds did at least get the kill onto Josh, but it's Croxon that then takes him down. I think while they both tried to battle together, and it's come back to bite GG, because Quiz and Oda combine, and in the end, the Chiefs take the round, and with that match point has now been secured here on Bank.
And it puts GG now in a very difficult position. More than likely, will be forced to win an attack on basement. Difficult at the best of times, certainly not impossible. And then they'll require an additional 2 to push overtime into double attack. So the odds are stacked against GG here. Chiefs have done a really nice job in just locking down these objectives, generally speaking, so far defensively. Clash as expected. Capital, though, to follow for attack. We mentioned that it would probably be a little bit more open. Brendo did play the cap back on that previous unsuccessful attempt for GG. He got the opening kill, but it wasn't converted.
Well, I mean, you say it's difficult to probably win one on basement. I don't know if it's going to be much easier to win 3 in a row in general. Doesn't matter really what the sites are right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
also the order of the demise, potentially. Will it be this round, or would it have been at the end?
I mean, I guess if they do win this round, then it might set them up, but... if Gaming Gladiators win this round, do you even think about a double attempt of basement here on defense? I feel like it's almost like a bygone era. Back in the day, it almost used to just be rudimentary. Like the more staple defensive sites on particular maps, if you lost it, you think, okay, we just go straight back, fix up what went wrong. But in the modern era of Siege, teams are very reluctant to go back to the same sites.
10 seconds to go.
Well, GG unsuccessfully defending this site round 4. Immediately second floor found success, so I think it's kind of just the modern meta at the moment to try and continually switch things up and try to remain as unpredictable as possible. That being said, with attacker repick, I don't think site choice is as as impactful as maybe it once was. I guess with the ban phase now it could be, but we're already past that additional phase heading into round 10.
Quiz, by the way, has been statistically the best player inside of the server through both maps. Big highlight from him. Croxon not too far behind. It's actually also been Oda, that's the second highest rated player for Chiefs.
Oh boy, okay. I was going to say, that looked very dangerous through the outline there for a moment. Jigsaw back to Croxon. Croxon could still win this kill. Death mark, Croxon to react. Oh, the timing. The timing was so close.
I think he thought he was maybe more Beeper's side rather than bot main stairs side. The way that he swung that.
Big for Chiefs as well. 3 Zoto canisters for Jigsaw and a Nitro Cell.
A little footsie battle here. Creeds. Does he go for the shot? He does, and gets the kill on to Tex.
That's rough.
Not much Tex can do to react to that one. Some sharp shooting from Creeds gives GG the opening kill in this round. But it is also against an operator that's already done their job for this round in the Goyo, so they don't really take much off the board outside of just now having the numbers advantage.
Ooh, I like this double setup from Josh to counter hard breach util on that default wall.
Got rid of one of the clutch drones as well from Creeds. But it's also going to be the second clutch drone that's looking to get rid of these Maestro
nice
Evil
from
Eyes.
Creeds.
He gets both of them as well. And opens up this position now through server into CCTV that still need to be dealt with the Vulcan canisters.
Would have been massive if he could hack the last and counteract the utility himself, but not to be. Zoto canister now effective. Default wall. Just to stall out a little bit more time. Jigger in that hallway currently.
Still all 3 Vulcan canisters.
I don't think default is
Still
viable.
the smoke available in Oda, who's got all 3 canisters. This is going to have to be one elsewhere for Gaming Gladiators. This cannot be a default hit round win. They need another avenue.
And Wet's used both of his frag grenades, so they can't rely on that utility.
And it's looking like bot main stairs is going to be the pressure here. Wettables is going to have to go old school on the Deimos. Forget that support lifestyle, push in, look for these frags. And that's exactly what he does now. And he does find the kill onto Oda. Croxon as well. They combine together and they absolutely overload this site. Forget util, forget about the set plays. It's walk in, gun up, ready to shoot.
No diffuser though.
No diffuser.
Hold on.
Jigsaw.
Hold on.
No, he doesn't expect the second. Thought about the back push behind instead. But he was cooking for a hot minute there. But a round well-deservedly won by Gaming Gladiators and now put to the test. The Chiefs go for a repeat or move upstairs. Still have a timeout available.
I see what you're pointing at, Jake.
The replay screen?
B for basement.
B for basement.
A good opening pick from Creeds and then the flood from GG, identifying that default not to play. Jigsaw dropped the diffuser and I think maybe realized at the end there that without the plant going down, it was likely to be that he dropped it from the gold pick, but unable to find himself in a position to make that 1v3 achievable.
Well, here we go. You said it would be difficult to win basement as attack for GG. That was going to be their first element, and they've done it. They're going to do it again.
Look at the lineup. Chank, Goyo,
They double down on the delay.
Despite losing to the flood, they're going to triple down on area denial. Maybe this time around they will use the Tachanka for rear and focus smoke Goyo for default. That is probably my anticipation.
I wonder if their thought process here is that the combination of the two Barao, the Goyo, and the smoke is enough to lock down server. And then, as you mentioned, the Tachanka stops off any kind of vault rotate, which then means they're more prepared for bot main.
And you throw the Fenrir in for bot main.
Yep.
Jeez. I would not want to be attacking into this. I mean, that being said, right, they do have the Brahma, so that will be at least some tools to deal with that.
The issue of this, though, is if you're gaming Gladiators, you think, well, geez, we really kind of didn't do a good job of clearing a lot of this utility. We can do that better. So let's now do that better, a little bit more quicker, efficiently. We know they're playing bunker.
How, though? You don't have the Bravo to hack the Maestro. You don't have the Twitch.
Yeah, the Twitch
You've got 4 grenades, though,
is quite intriguing to me.
4 grenades, though.
I imagine they'll play this quicker throughout the round.
Jigsaw top floor.
Jigsaw is top floor. Oh my god, and Jigsaw's dead! Why are you top floor as the Tubarao? Unlocks this round massively for Gaming Gladiators to begin.
And puts pressure on Tex now to make a play. Dropping early. somewhat costly, but he needs to also stay alive.
We
He needs
saw
to
the
value
power
that.
of the Tupra actually in that previous round as well. The Zoda canister stalling out the server room single wall being opened up. And that eventually was the last line of, the last moment where GG kind of went, okay, we can't really go through this. It's not happening. Let's move on, and forced the flood. And a really quick entry as well for Gaming Gladiators, fully understanding this is just a basement bunker. We can take the site, we can take the map. And straight away, this checklist is now being worked on. Look how thorough and quick they are.
Creed's looking for information.
Lost that one.
At least garners it. 3 gas babes for Oda.
I'm perplexed though by the clutch drone in comparison to the Twitch for a round such as this. So I feel like the Twitch can get so much more value.
Yeah, BBC, Fenrir. In my opinion, mixed. But they're in the driver's seat at the moment, 5v4. Josh still with utility. Shamik launcher, 20 charges. 3 gas babes still for Oda. He has not used them early.
No, and it's for good reason, because you've got the Shamika launcher that you can use first and use it expendedly.
It's another flood though, surely. Laden with diffuser, looking to drop hatch.
Do you go for a preemptive gas babe here? I think you have to, though. He goes for the more the default style. Oda, the SMG-11, though, up in hand. Headshot onto Leighton. There's that push from bot main. They're more ready for it now. Shotgun up close in the hallway, defended by Oda. Josh, though, lost his life in a 2v2 now. Brendo and Wet against their former teammate in Oda with 20 seconds remaining. And then Shotgun, as he makes it fall, Wet is burning in the lobby. And it is an ace from the Oceanic King to send this to map 3.
What a way to conclude the map. 7-4 Chiefs. Oda is not here to mess around.
An unbelievable circumstance to close out this second map. We didn't anticipate a potential basement repeat. We got it, and it was playing out largely the same until Oda said, no, not again, not on my watch. Shotgun out and used perfectly. Chiefs will take bank. Consulate is now required.
Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, how love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning at a 2. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 팔아버려 I work Get through the weather feeling get better 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can do it better I can do it faster 내일에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah I can go much longer I am so much stronger 내일에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me thinking low 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만이 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright Can't take all this hot and cold Love shouldn't be this hard no 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 나 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know it's gonna be alright 네 앞에서 no way 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔잖아 이런 건 처음이야 너무 슬리잖아 I've been thinking 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐 있으면 내 here with me 가득 심장 ain't please tell me 빨리 고백해볼까 눈 감고 말해볼까 미치겠어 only you 이런 건 처음이야 너무 설레이잖아 I've been thinking about it I've been thinking about you boy
Well, good morning to our East Coast Americans as they're waking up here bright and early on what would be a lovely Friday morning. Good afternoon, of course, over in Europe, and well, good night here in the APAC region as we're nearing on 11:15. But we've got our final map of the day, Gaming Gladiators versus Chiefs, which has gone the distance. 7-4, 7-4, a series that I think we've seen both strengths from both teams, and it hasn't really been a lot of negatives either. It's been a really, really good brand of siege from two of the heavy hitters within the Oceanic region. You lose this game, guys, you drop down to the lower bracket, you go and take on Circular Spheres next week. Guess what? On that same day, you then play again, which would end up being most likely against Ludovica. Fair to say, as they take on TSG. So you'll have to go through two teams that, if I'm going to be honest, like Circular Spheres and Ludovica, they're not gimme games. Like, you're going to have to be switched on. There's good players on both of those rosters. So those are two games that you're going to have to play next week, which I'm trying to see if I can get the actual timer, but it's for some reason not showing up. Here we go, 6:14, so you get a 5-hour break. So you got to play, wait, play.
Extended break, yeah. Okay.
And it's going to be a long day. So you don't really want to lose this.
I wonder if you would prefer the extended break or the 1 hour.
Probably the extended break. But even then, yeah, I mean, it's like then
you've got to kind of like you don't want to completely switch off because
it's
like difficult
a 9-hour day or something.
Yeah.
So if you lose this, if you win, by the way, you go, of course, to the upper bracket final. You'll take on Enterprise next week. It'll be a far easy day. You just play the 1 best of 3, and if you win, you're into the grand final. So there's a lot on this map.
Consulate, of course. Creed's potential spawn peak now kind of trapped inside a Visa. Drone early catches Oda. And the player in the backline on drone unable to trade. And for the audio-only listeners out there, Monty, Blackbeard, Mute, and Clash are the operators to take no further part on Cons.
It's been the only weakness of Oda so far in the series. 1 and 5 now on entries. But he's actually statistically the best EPS player in the server through 2 maps played. He's been really exceptional tonight.
Probably bolstered by the 5K to close things on Bank.
Well, that helps. That certainly does help. That pads the stats, but it also wins the map, and that's the main thing. But he does start with an entry loss. Creeds will take that opening kill. Still waiting for Jigsaw to activate. Could this be his time, this map of Consulate?
Yeah, he's been very quiet. Very, very quiet. Top rated in the league, and I believe bottom rated in this match so far for the server.
No longer bottom rated, no. But at one point, I think he was.
Okay.
Creeds,
timing.
Nitro onto the blitz as soon as it enters. And timing indeed goes the way of Gaming Gladiators, and a really good way to start their defense on Consulate. Quiz makes his way in through copy. Here's one close to the right. Still got to be wary of Brenda over towards managers as well. He is very much wary of it, but so far it's an absolute onslaught from Gaming Gladiators. No response whatsoever by the Chiefs in this opening round attack as Jigsaw finds himself by himself.
Unable to fight for really any map control at all in this opening round.
And he can't even find a kill. Flawless for the Gaming Gladiators. That's a really good way to kickstart the final map in this series.
Yep.
They would have been a little bit disappointed, and it got closed out on Bank in the fashion that it did. Essentially a 2 versus 1 that went the way of the 1 in Oda. And a good start defensively. We've seen a lot of Consulate, by the way, in the Oceanic region so far. This will be the 7th time played, if you're including group stage. Now, of course, playoffs. And so far, it's been in favor of defense, 52.7%. It's fine margins.
defenders. Protect your bombs from being defused by
It's actually, statistically, guys, the most neutral map in the Oceanic region.
Really?
55 rounds and only 5% between attack and defense.
Just having a very quick look back to see if either of these two actually played it in the group stage, and most recently, at least for Chiefs, it was a 6-8 loss to, can you guess who?
Game of Gladiators?
CS.
Wow, that would have been, was that early on? Or like
June 17 played a 3.
Yeah, that mid period where they kind of went on that 3-game losing streak, if I'm correct.
And for GG, provided I have correctly analysed, it is their first appearance here on Cons. And again, like we saw in Chalet, they can cook up ideas, especially on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good first round. So Chiefs yet to get a kill on the board after that flawless from Game of Gladiators. Did so courtesy of Croxon and Creeds, which that's a concern. If those two are going to get firing, that's a lot of firepower that, you know, even Croxon tonight hasn't really been at his ultra best. You know, second best player in the region statistically. Creeds has also been a top 4 player in the region statistically. But when you kind of look at the numbers so far tonight, it's Brendo that's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Early Nitro expired and Layden holding his in hand, so pre-ripped in Garage. Maybe waiting for pressure over towards the breach, but Chiefs spearheading the attack from up above. Looking to vert across. Won't find much of a challenge, at least on the second floor, but Croxon does challenge from below, finds the kill onto Josh, and it's already his 4th in round number 2.
I mean, that's a concern for Chiefs.
Is this a case of Croxon switches on and maybe Jigsaw still has struggle?
I mean, I said in the opening map, right, that this could end up being the kind of series where it's like not necessarily straight up Jigsaw versus Croxon battle.
Yeah, of course.
And as it ended up kind of turning out, it was like maybe who's the first one to switch on? Well, Croxon is firing here on the final map of this series, and so far no response at all from Chiefs, from anyone. 2 rounds in a row, the opening kill has gone the way for Game of Gladiators, and Croxon is looking very, very comfortable here on Consulate.
Layden again, Nitro in hand early.
Pushed out of position though. I mean, that's one thing that I thought Chiefs did really well back on Bank was their patience play. And you can clearly tell in the opening 2 rounds they want to play in a similar fashion here on Consulate. Right, it's going to open up main breach. They've got the vert pressure. They'll have the smokes available to go for that plant. So far, it's all pushed back now for GG.
Brendo still playing Pillow. Frag grenade to dislodge. Can somebody collect the kill? Yes,
nice
Quiz. Able to find the shot.
And that's the closest contact to main breach dealt with as well. 25 seconds. So the smokes will go out from Oda. Once that happens, they have to get the plant down.
And they have a scan as well. Wettables under pressure. BPC still available.
Can they get a back push though? Oda still now puts the smokes out, but goes down immediately. It's a big loss there for Chiefs. No one now can stick this plant, and losing players on the rotate back up above here for Game of Gladiators. That was exquisite. As soon as those smokes popped, GG said, this is our moment to strike because they want to go for this set execute. It's a 2-0 start for Game of Gladiators.
So 2 rounds played, and GG have a stranglehold on Consulate. Chiefs, concerned, will call their tactical timeout early. Try and snatch a round in preparation for the additional ban. Probably the correct decision, considering how one-sided this particular map has transpired. Number 1 task, shut down Croxon. Then they can try and set up for these executes, maybe a little bit better positioned with a little bit more forgiving timing.
Yeah,
so
it's
in the
so
last
hard
round,
to
double flank.
shut down a single player, especially someone like Croxon who's going to use that map advantage. He'll hide, he'll be a nuisance. You can't spend a lot of time focusing on one individual.
Then you have to enable your individuals.
Exactly. 1 kill through 2 rounds.
And it's not even just highlighting Jig. Like, you have Quiz and Josh as well, who have already proven today.
Both have played well.
You enable them, they will provide kills.
I mean, look, one of the biggest concerns is now so far through the maps played is the entry battle is not a single player for GG is negative on entries. They're either
+0 or they're obviously positive. We'll get a rehost here due to a HUD bug. Hopefully it won't take too long to get this back up and running. Of course, players leaving quickly so they can get back in quickly. Just stalls us out a little bit longer here. So 2-0 in favor of Gaming Gladiators. The early tactical timeout now into the rehost. Honestly, it bodes probably quite well for Chiefs in terms of the ability to just stall out some of this perceived momentum that we've got early on from Gaming Gladiators. They've absolutely come out of the gates hot into a timeout, into a rehost. That does squash that a little bit, even if it's minuscule.
Yeah, somewhat. I'm not fully across protocol at the moment for online players to if the teams can communicate and at what level. I would presume no, because that would be a pretty clear advantage. But we have gotten the call that a rehost is required, and with that, Jake...
It might be a lengthy one.
Yeah, it could be.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to go to a break, but when we come back, straight into this final map once again.
Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, how love me. Look about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 팔아버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger.
낮았으니까 Then you got me sinking low 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타면 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 몸에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know we're gonna be alright Can't take all this hot and cold Love shouldn't be this hard no 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 나 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 몸에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know we're gonna be alright 네 앞에서 no way 널 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can't feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐가
So we've returned to Consulate here for the third and final map of this series, Gaming Gladiators with a 2-0 lead. And it was also a tactical timeout taken by Chiefs just prior to the tech pause / rehost. So it's been an extended break, and it certainly does quell the momentum for Gaming Gladiators. I don't think it'll cause them too much issue though with a 2-0 lead. Good little buffer to begin. And certainly it's been a struggle for Chiefs here to begin on Consulate. They have not really looked likely in any of the 2 rounds played thus far.
Changing mags!
Sorry, just recomposing myself a little bit was like the
Did
extended pause.
you start to doze off a little bit?
No, I'm not disassociating just yet. It's still technically Friday for 25 minutes longer.
I went out and saw James Stevmeister Stewart on the couch. He's ready for bed.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Well, he's going to have fun tomorrow in Asia when we finish at 5 a.m. To reiterate, it is the Blackbeard, the Monty, Clash, and Mute Band out. Fortunately, the rehost has led to those no longer being available visual, and I will kindly remind those in future. Hopefully, it might resolve after the additional ban post this round. We'll see.
No, I don't think it does. From memory, it just adds in the midway
final,
ban,
yeah,
and that's it. And it just leaves it as that one ban.
That's okay.
The good news for Chiefs, though, is that when they check the scoreboard and they're tabbing, they don't have to see that they're all essentially on 0 kills outside of Josh, who's got 1.
Yeah. It's been rough for Chiefs. GG dominating so far. Chiefs calling a tactical timeout prior to that tech pause. So they have had an opportunity to chat things over. And now we'll see that plan hopefully translate to action inside of the server in their favor. Otherwise, this does run the risk of running out of momentum. Creed's on to Quiz.
Yeah, add that one to the 3 lists now of opening kills in favor of Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they're just controlling on this defense. So
3 separate lists or just 3 lines on one list?
Oh, well, I mean, it depends on really how you want to put it. You could do either or. Nice fight back there from Jigsaw from top spiral to get rid of Brendo, going for a little peek. And that has been the talking point in this series, is Jigsaw hasn't really been at his ultra best. That's a good kill again from Croxon, who, by the way, I mean, we no longer have the raw stats, obviously due to the rehost.
I think this is his 6th kill.
I'm pretty sure it's like 6-0 or 7-0, one or the other.
I've got him as 15-0, so divided by 3 plus 1, 6.
There you go.
Because our stats are unfortunately a little bit buggy.
A little bit buggy.
I still feel really bad for Goof. I don't know, he's 0-12 on entry. Well, no, he wasn't. Minute on the clock then. Chiefs trailing. Jigsaw's still up though. Tex on the blitz could be dangerous, but needs to combine with those with rifles.
We saw Tex as well on Bank was really good with the blitz. But you're down a player.
Double nitro, BPCs, Maestro cams. Doesn't look great here. Vault cams too.
They've already used their tactical timeout and not really wanting to start this final map, down 0-3. Tex has got himself, though, into Towers, a position to plant. Nitrocell goes off.
No.
Well, has dislodged this position. Flashbang also thrown out. Now going for the flank is Wettables up, server stairs, Oda watching, but Wettables are better in the fight, and he gets the 2nd kill, and that will do enough for the round. The round's over. 3-0 for Gaming Gladiators. And that break and that momentum break not doing enough for Chiefs. Wettables will find 3 in the round. That will instill a lot of confidence in him.
Consulate can certainly be a dominant map, but this is a slaughter at the moment.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I quite want to say it yet, but I'm almost getting echoes of the EP Ludovica game.
Yeah.
The final map, ultimately the 2nd map, just absolutely petered out and EP ran away 7-0.
It's a little early, but based off of the evidence that we've been provided so far in the opening 3 rounds, it's just been not even a contest. Like, if you think about the opening 2 maps, like, rounds were obviously won, but a lot of the times, if a round was won convincingly, the next round, the opposite team who got dominated usually responded. There certainly were a lot more back and forths in the opening 2 maps. Of course, for those unaware, 7-4 on Chalet to GG, 7-4 to Chiefs on Bank. Both of those first halves as well, might I add, were 4-2 halves. So far, it's not really looking like that's going to be the case here.
So I believe a pause of some sort has been called here.
In fact, Chiefs led both opening halves 4-2 on the opening 2 maps. That can't now happen here on Consulate.
So pause called so that we can get the bans manually done in terms of operators, I believe, heading into round number 4. As we look back at round 3, GG doing their best to hold the line on side, and while ultimately it was successful, we're able to push upstairs. The coverage not great. Nitro cells not necessarily required from GG, nor that information on site with Maestro cams. Just straight guns up, the man advantage that they had fought for earlier.
So Valkyrie and Blitz will be the mid-half bans. I love the little correction.
Thanks for the correction.
Just in case you were unfamiliar. You're like, who's Blitz with an S?
Wettable switch on.
Switch on.
Is that directed at the admins or is that directed at Chiefs?
I mean, it could be both. It honestly could be both. That's some top-tier banter. Not often do you see the players giving it to the admins.
Admin just turns around, Wettable's banned.
Well, I mean, as you said, you could argue that's also a case to Chiefs to switch on. A pretty deplorable opening 3 rounds for what's been a very hotly contested 2 maps prior to this.
So that does mean Monty, Blackbeard, and Blitz off the board, so full shield setup. Leaves just the fuse, mute, clash, Valk for defense.
How do things change now for Chiefs? Do they try and pick the pace up a little bit? I mean, like,
We know they've been quite methodical in a lot of their attacking rounds so far in this series,
Well,
but it's been mixed results, and certainly here it hasn't been good.
A point that I didn't get an opportunity to mention sort of pre-match is that Consulate, especially in direct contrast to like your Chalet and your Banks of the world that we saw earlier, like where do you get that free entry? Where do you get that free lurk? Where do you get that opportunity? You often do have to directly control a portion of the map by fighting from the exterior. It's such a challenge to maneuver inside of the map without any kind of contest. Certainly possible, depending on the timing and positioning, but you kind of need that lurk often to create a bit of pace and a bit of chaos. Maybe that's the play here. Jigsaw could be an Amaru below play, maybe.
Well, I mean, the Amaru here is pretty much for CO.
Go up box hatch, potentially.
I think this is more due diligence to see if there's anyone lurking around yellow stairs, looking for runouts, looking to play the exterior. But so far, this is so good.
He goes up the hatch here, right?
Gridlock Stingers in place towards yellow. Josh is making his way around that area as well. I don't know if you go up this hatch right now. You certainly can't.
I don't think it's the win con. I think it's if I can, I will sort of mentality. Be interesting to see though. Track Stingers for the flank watch to maybe protect Jig a little while longer in case GG go investigating.
Well, if he's going to go up that hatch, it's going to be off the back of a Lion Scan and an Adrenal Surge from Oda.
Here we go. Sound.
Candelas as well. Jigsaw still just holding closet down below in the first floor. Hasn't made his way up, and I don't think he will. Maybe that could just be the red herring. Right now, though, he's just trying to be the nuisance down below, playing essentially like a buck roll.
I mean, clearing that position is good. A little bit more difficult to play between the objectives.
Does Tex go in for the plant off of this? Candela goes out.
He's baiting.
Just a bait on the util, hoping to maybe pull out a Nitrocell, which there are no Nitrocells available in this round. Impacts and smokes will be the biggest deterrents. Quiz will get the opening pick onto Croxon. Quiz has been traded, but the Adrenal Surge gets him back up. Big from Oda. Josh with the kill onto Edibles. Yamaru up in towards CO now. Jigsaw low, so is Quiz, and Jigsaw will go down because of that low health to 2v2. 30 seconds left in the round. Quiz is so low on HP. Needed to get that kill onto Brendo. Now his position known towards yellow. Vault out from Creeds is successful. And Tex in the 1v2 with the smoke in his way, blocking that vision. Does still have the diffuser, may sense an opportunity to get this kit down and maybe then play from the outside, but they start to converge in his location. There's a drop down to play below, smart from Brendo, and GG make it 4 straight.
Probably one of the more inspired attacks we've seen from Chiefs. Closest to success for sure, but GG still good at the death, under pressure. We saw Jig below, laying down fire. We saw the Ying play in an attempt to bait out the smoke utility. Ultimately wasn't that successful. The trade game on site was pretty good from GG, just able to keep pace. Had the 1v2 advantage.
Well, do you want the Xenox fun fact for the day here? Day 1 of the APL playoffs.
I'm ready. It better be a good one.
If Chiefs lose this game, they play CS. Fun fact of the day, they lost to CS in the group stage, right?
Not a fun fact for them.
That's not what for CS it might be.
Yeah.
I've already spoken at length in terms of how detrimental it really is to lose this. You have to play CS, then one of TSG or Ludovica. Then you have to play the loser of EPGG. It's a gauntlet to run through. I mean, it's really not going to be easy. You have to play 2 best-of-3s next week. The GG sets them up against Enterprise for what could end up foreshadowing the potential grand final matchup.
Pulse in play round 5, hidden by Croxon. Could be a thorn in the side of Chiefs. Especially if unsided at this point. Play basement for info.
Do you think it's fair to say Chiefs are more prone, or sorry, more capable of being prone to losing against the CS Ludovica in comparison to GG? Like you can sense like that a CS or a Ludovica could beat a Chiefs on a day. I think it's this could be really, really bad for Chiefs.
Potentially.
I think GG had too much quality and class for those teams.
Yeah, maybe. If one of those teams like a CS do come out firing with gunfights, I think they can maybe find win cons against GG in that regard. Early smokes though here in this round. Jigsaw aggro, Oda lurking, Tex planting, and Wedables though able to find the first. Inside of the smoke, Creeds, can he deny the plant? He will, shotgun in hand. Jigsaw trades.
Oh, wow.
4 versus 2.
They just have the numbers everywhere, and Wedables is even activating.
I don't know what Chiefs are doing at this point.
At this point, it looks like they just want to go to bed early and wave the white flag. Jigsaw, though, puts it down for a second and says, hang on, this one's not done just yet. He's got 5 kills now since the rehost. And if you actually look at the numbers, this is usually what you kind of sometimes see with Chiefs when things aren't going well. Jigsaw's got 5 kills, everyone else has got 2 combined.
Nitro, dead. Plant going down, Croxon will relay, and Jigsaw left in a 1v3.
It's about to be a 5-0 statement from Gaming Gladiators in a do-or-die final map of this best of 3.
Oh, no. That's the last thing you want to run into.
And he's so low on health as well. Minute left, but in a 1v3, as good as Jigsaw is, this, you would imagine, is beyond him. Unless he can pull off something incredible.
Sound cover.
Well, sound cover on the drop gets him back in towards Expo, but the battle won apart from Wedables, who's playing an exquisite game here on Consulate, bringing back the old wet. It's 5-0 for GG. And don't forget, the timeout for Chiefs was taken after that second round, so all of this has been off the back of the tactical timeout into the rehost, into a pause. Nothing is stopping Gaming Gladiators here in this final map. They have been absolutely perfect here on Consulate. Quite literally, 5-0. Done nothing really wrong whatsoever. Aggressive on the defense, really good plays. We've seen runouts, we've seen stall-outs. They're doing everything right, and they're doing it as a team as well. I mean, their support player in Wedables is 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, to illustrate the dominance, these were the number of players still alive at the conclusion of each round for GG. 5, 4, 3, 2, 3. 4 of those 5 rounds, players got multi-kills, 3Ks, right? You had the Croxon 3K, the Wet 3K, the Brendo 3K, the Wet 3K. Like, they are just all dominating every facet of the game, each third of the round as well, the early, mid, late round, all going the way of GG. Chiefs have experimented with some ideas, trying to adjust the tempo, some of their lineups even to some extent with a couple of exotic picks as well. It's just nothing is working for them.
In comparison to Bank, it was 2-3, 2-2 in terms of the rounds that they won. So only had 3 players alive in a single round on Bank that they actually won. The other rounds were 2 players left alive. So you can see the contrast in the way they're winning these rounds as you presented. It's an absolute onslaught. And it's a real concern for Chiefs too, that you've kind of gone down this handily. I mean, if you lose a best of 3, that's 7-4, 7-4, and then let's say it finishes like 7-4, 7-5, you're probably not going to stay awake all night thinking, geez, you know, we got absolutely beaten to a pulp. It's sort of like, okay, we play them again next time. There's fine margins. But this is a map that you won't see Consulate again if these 2 teams play later on in the bracket. Consulate's a ban here for Chiefs now.
Yeah, I don't think... I'm a pretty strong believer in the Chiefs' mental. I don't think it's really that in this match. To me, it just comes across as a strategic diff and execution differential inside of the server at the moment.
Of course, no game of Siege is ever over. If Chiefs do win this round, it becomes 5-1. It could end up being a rather defender-sided Consulate. But I mean, I painted the picture before, guys, based on Consulate and OCE. It's quite literally 50-50. It's the most neutral map that we have in the region. Six times it's been played in the group stage. It's a decent sample size. I think the only map that's been played more is Clubhouse.
So minute 30 in this one then. Josh is the only player inside of the server to take damage. But being established, Jigsaw still has Clutch drones in the server. The pacing slows down. Chiefs not wanting to put a foot wrong, sensing this is really their last lifeline and keeping the match alive. Quiz with red ping. Shots do land, but not enough.
Nothing's hitting. Nothing's working. Those are the kind of kills you'd get back on Bank. That's where Chiefs were finding early picks.
60 seconds. Another fight.
Only 1 round that Chiefs have found the opening kill, of course, thusly not converting it.
Information now starting to dwindle for the attack. Just the 4 drones. They're actively droning at the moment.
It is the latest stage, though, of this half that Chiefs have had 5v5. Quiz does find another opening kill. That's his second for the half, and that opens up the avenue. The numbers advantage, but the time, it's such a huge factor.
I think Oda's droned that B site, wants to drop, go for the back plant. 20 seconds.
Wettables, there's the response. He goes 7-1 since the rehost, and EDD
you're
for
kidding
good
me.
measure as well.
Oh, hold on.
But Jigsaw activates at a time where they certainly need him to do so. The adrenal surge from Quiz provides a little bit of a helping hand as Brendo, in the 1v2, knows roughly where this plant should be going down, but can he find the way to deny it? He cannot. The cover from Quiz was good. No match point scenario just yet. It's a 5-1 half in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Chiefs now go defense and see if they can do it themselves.
Close in the end, and I think the defense did have info there, so Brendo very much would have won that if the first gunfight had gone his way. It would have been a 6-0 half, but not to me. Chiefs finally able to make their presence known on the scoreboard. To reiterate, the first half was Blackbeard, Monty, Clash, and Mute, followed by the Blitz Valk from memory. This time around, though, Mirror, Azami, Blackbeard, and the Blitz. So can the Chiefs reset? Defense, they may find some comfort.
Did we see a 6-2 comeback earlier today?
Yeah, we did, but
we did.
Not quite sure if this match has the same makings, but
that was, of course, in reference to the CS Ludovica game on Lair. It was a 5-1 first half as well in that, and 5-2, then 6-2, and then all the way back for Ludovica for what was also map 3 of that series too. Similarities are starting to stack up a little bit, but it was on a very different map. Same side though, defense. There's every world in which Chiefs can be strong on defense, but again, the stats, as I mentioned earlier in the group stage, it was weaker of the two sides in terms of attack and defense.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
They've been better in that area though so far tonight. Oda will be disappointed with this game so far. Of course, he was outstanding coming into Consulate. Kind of like the Oda of old.
so heavy influence of information gathering here from attack. You have the Deimos line combination most notably, and then both the Dokkaebi and the Brava, which can deny other means of gaining info. At BPC especially, inside of console. Brendo with a free lurk below, and this could be dangerous. And pressure those in positions to potentially deny plant. Nitro from Josh, Smoke Babes from Tex, depending on his location. Creed's meanwhile working his way, chipping away at default cams. Josh is probably the player most under threat here. He'll be wanting to Nitro that first plant attempt, but if he gets pressured by Brendo, that'll be a challenge.
I think it'll be really important here for Chiefs to really make first contact, be the aggressors. Don't want to be on the back foot. You're down 5-1. You want to try and be the team here that's looking to be aggressive. And that's what we saw from Gaming Gladiators in that first half. They made it really difficult for Chiefs to attack because GG themselves were on the front foot at all times.
Quiz may be posturing for a run out here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. I think you want to go for these high impact plays. But I don't sense he's going to find anything here on this run out.
Just a fraction too late.
But it's also information. No one on the rappel. Sometimes you don't find anything, but with that, you actually gain something in terms of knowledge anyway. Wet in towards bathroom, and he's got a good read, and he's got a free kill onto a Tex who had no idea. The bathroom controller had already been established, and Wettables is starting to get back to his roots, and that's entries, and that's frags. Gets the 2, but Leighton then falls behind. But with Croxon killing out Jigsaw, it's looking like 6-1 is very much on the cards as Quiz now finds himself in the 1 versus 3, certainly with little chance. Full white. And again, it was GG that they were the ones that just hit that switch. And Chiefs weren't ready for it. And
And now tucked in towards CEO, Brendo can go for the default plant and nothing Quiz can do to stop it. And with that plant down, as we know, on this side, on this map, you are not retaking it, especially in a 1v3. This round is done, and it's going to be 6-1 to Gaming Gladiators. Formalities to close this one out, though.
And the death mark for good measure. GG posing many questions in this map of Cons and Chiefs, scrambling for answers. Everything they try.
Who do you get on the interview here for GG tonight? Is it Titan? Is it Wettables? Is it...
I reckon Wet.
Do you get one of the new boys in?
Surely Wet's down for a bit of a chat. He can talk about how well Oda played tonight.
I can't wait for Rob to chat with the old Wettables. I tell you what, though, Wet has been sensational in this game tonight. He's definitely felt the pressure of playing in a new role throughout the group stage. You could see it firsthand for those who watched the OCE group stage. It took a bit of gelling time.
Yeah, for sure.
If you recall back to that 7-1 loss to Enterprise on Clubhouse, they got slaughtered. And it was on Defense Club. You could tell they were really struggling with the coordination and some of the communication, new roles, but you forgive that. It's group stage. You're adjusting. And you're starting to now see the benefits of learning and growing. And now starting to see the fruits of that labor. And Wettables being given a little bit more of that license to just say, hey, you can be a support player that frags. You can do both. It's not like you have to go hard support. And I think being freed of any kind of IGL responsibilities as well has seen him really benefit from that. And for Chiefs, it's back to the drawing board. I mean, as good as they've been tonight, they were competitive on Chalet. They won out on Bank and looked really good. They'll be very disappointed with this result on this map.
But they'll learn from it, I think, which is the most critical portion. Yes, it does put them with a rather unfavorable fixture, but losing here is not, of course, the end of the world. They have that second chance.
Don't forget as well, it's not just finishing first and you get the invitation to EWC, but the SI points up for grabs. It's a massive discrepancy. 300 for first, 150 then for second, so that's a whopping 50%. Then down to 50 for third and fourth and nothing beyond that.
Stage points as well, relevant for regional finals.
And that's not even including just money, the raw monetary aspect, but if you want to make the 6 Invitational, you need to be banking up those points. Of course, there are a multitude of avenues.
Points not the exclusive qualification this time around.
This game's not done, but it's hard to sort of envision where it's going to change for Chiefs to win suddenly then 5 rounds straight. Usually for that to happen, it essentially has to be both Chiefs playing somehow above the level we've seen, but also GG to kind of capitulate and suddenly, you know, fall out of... Oh, hang on. That's a capitulation. That's kit. That's control. That might just extend this match a little longer.
He hasn't had too many bad plays or questionable moments today, Croxton, but that probably goes down as one. Just a bit of a misread.
Talking about a free delivery there for Tex. It's like, oh, boys, I got kit. Josh, and this might just end up being the kind of round GG just go, whatever, just send it in. We'll get them in the next one.
Yeah, definitely a foot off the pedal kind of moment.
Always a good lesson, though, and a good reminder. You've got to stay locked in. Whether you're 6-1 up or you're 1-6 down, treat every round as if it's 0-0. I think the old Wise Head Digital used to say he never looked at the scoreboard.
Yeah. Is that because of his own stats or
Maybe.
because of the score?
I mean, this round's just one of those ones where once you lose Croxton in that way, with the kit in that way, you just kind of start going into the motions of almost ranked mode where you just think, oh, I'm just going to walk in. If I kill someone, great. If not, well, the round's pretty much done. Move on to the next one, 6-2 to Chiefs. Saying that, you can only afford a couple of those.
You have to be a little bit cautious, for sure.
You know, it can sneak up on you. Suddenly 6-1, 6-4, and you're taking a timeout.
Well, they're going Expo next. Win this, then expected to win second floor. I know they didn't last time, but expected to win that. 6-4, it's a little bit more threatening. Still relying on another
You'll definitely
rotation,
see a timeout at 6-4 if it gets there. If it gets there, there's an immediate timeout. And then at that point, if you're Chiefs, it's like, boys, 2 more rounds. You're in 6-4.
Still very much the glass. Not even half full. It's about 99% full take.
It's the thing is, they got an absolute freebie there. Absolute freebie.
Yeah. The only free round they've got.
They did not have to fight for that round at all.
in saying that, I mean, it's like, you still got to win the round. You still got to hit your shots. It's not a given just because you get the opening kill in that fashion with the kit in that way. So good round for Chiefs. Jigsaw able to crack double digits, which I'm pretty certain he didn't have any kills prior to the rehost because it was 2-0. And at that point, Chiefs had like 1 kill on the whole team.
Yeah, I'm not
It wasn't Jigsaw.
sure.
So he's definitely responded here on the final map, but it's also coincided with like, oh, Jigsaw's back, guys, but we've all also gone on vacation. Our work is done.
He's come back to the office, but it's Christmas time.
Yeah. They've clocked off early. They got their map win.
Still, though, it shows that Jigsaw, he's still there somewhere.
Yeah. This is where GG just have to lock in. Yeah, back to work now. Okay, you had the foot off the pedal in the previous round. A little bit of an oopsie. That's fine, but lock back into that real championship mentality where you just want to
Win every round.
Win every single round.
Bravo's been really big in this game as well for GG, not only in countering direct util, but default cams as well. We saw that back on the top floor attack. And this time around, again, another wealth of util potentially at threat here. Brendo back on that clutch momentarily, maybe looking for some F-Not mines or the double BPC, as I say. Don't know if the second has been found. But that's just going to wither away at the information gathering for the defense and probably the confidence as well for Chiefs, who haven't looked that comfortable making heads-up plays here on cons.
A little creep up towards Spiral for Croxon on the Dockerbee. Logic Bomb available.
He loves lurking in this position.
Yeah.
I feel like we've watched it several times thus far.
That was a good lurk, the old Croxon. And while it feels like it's been a slow burn for him tonight, he has ended up with the highest EPS in the lobby.
Yep.
Without the classic sense of total dominance and dropping a 15 to 20 bomb kind of game. He's just been slowly chipping away at it, which is a really good sign of maturity. He can do it in different ways. Tax losing his life early, not ideal. There goes the gas canisters. Logic Bomb does ring out from Croxon. 60 seconds left. Already has another one ready to go.
Ode is under so much pressure. And 0-5 since the rehost.
Double Logic Bomb activated. And now the push to come through from Leighton to see if he can scout out any information. Oda through Expo. Does hit the headshot. Full white. Needs to fall back. Can't do so quick enough. Brendo sharp with the shot. And this might be the go time now for GG to get the plant down inside of Expo. Jigsaw, though, activates again. As he's got a bit of a cover through from Creeds. Josh is not going to try and deny this plant, and it will be successful. And Brendo now gun up and ready for the close angle fight. The smoke blocks that vision, comes out the left side of it, takes out Josh. Jigsaw very low, Quiz taking the battle. Brendo will fall, and suddenly 2v1 as it's only Quiz remaining. After Jigsaw got dispatched by Croxon, surely this one's done unless Quiz can find a way to just stick this plant and maybe just hold it as the whole way through. No, forced off, bodies around. 17 seconds, gets back on it, but surely he'll be falling off it. Headshot onto Creeds in a 1v1 with 10 seconds. Red ping intel. Needs to stick this plant though, and he can no longer get off of it. He does, and Croxon hits the headshot. And Gaming Gladiators will move on to the upper bracket final in the Oceania League here for APL and send their rivals in Chiefs down to the lower bracket.
Wettable says, lol. Definitely something in this for both teams. Long-standing drama. GG better though on cons and able to close it out.
Yeah, better absolutely on Consulate. Not a lot separating, I think, in the opening 2 maps, and overall it ends up being a 2-1 victory for Gaming Gladiators. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these two play each other again at some point. It almost feels like it's a given, but with Enterprise playing the way they are playing, and we get the rematch as well between EP and GG next week. Of course, Enterprise winning 7-1 in the group stage. That's going to be a fascinating upper bracket final. For Chiefs, they'll be taking on Circular Spheres. And, well, they've got a massive gauntlet to run next week. That's it, though, for these games today. Let's go over to the couch and let's close up shop.
Yeah, a good game from GG, all things considered. Consulate looks very under wraps for them, Dev. It's very difficult to sit here and say that Chiefs had a leg in that one. Look, might have been some competitive rounds, but really not many.
5-0 start really makes a big statement there for GG. Obviously, it was a long and arduous series, and Chiefs did have their moment on bank, but I've been really impressed by GG this series. I did think that this would be a tight matchup, but as I said in the pre-show, I really thought that Chiefs had this one. I know that they haven't been in peak form at the moment, but we've seen Josh start to fit in a little bit better with the team. GG, though, it seems like they are back to their old form. For me, the big reason why I went with Chiefs coming into it was the fact that I felt like there was just something about this rivalry that gave Chiefs an edge.
Yep.
It's been 4 matches in a row, 4 series in a row that these teams have faced off that Chiefs has won. It's been 278 days since GG has beat Chiefs through all of those encounters. Finally, they've dispelled that curse. I feel like this is a pretty big new era for GG, and huge ups to them. They've finally made this team really click. And yeah, they're up to the upper bracket final now.
Pengu, what's your takeaway from this game? Because, again, although it was close, there were still some pretty significant moments in there.
Yeah, I want to say like both teams really had their moments to shine and do well. We saw some huge clutches from Chiefs on bank. I mean, that final round from Oda, the ace, the shotgun, the whole thing. Watching the game, I felt like GG was the more proactive team. They always looked to me like they had a plan, a play, something brewing on the map on both attack, but specifically on defense, whereas Chiefs are more reactive. They see what happens to them, then they make a lash out play or they make a turtle play. And I think being proactive is always going to get you that slight edge over your opponent. And I think that's kind of what got GG there at the end.
Well, it is time for us to welcome in Wettables for the first time, at least for me, this stage. My friend, wonderful to see you. How are you feeling after, I guess you'd be pretty happy about that win?
Oh, no, we're gutted from that win. Like, we you know what I mean? So upset, going home depressed and shit, you know what I mean?
What's the lol in chat at the end then?
Oh, just because they shit talk and just lose, you know what I mean? Like, what do you want?
You have to.
Look, we were saying, I'm not sure if you could hear us while you were getting ready for the interview. But,
I heard you. Don't worry about that.
Like, dude, it's been a long time. Like, this has been a long time coming. Obviously, you guys were kind of made the villains last year, which I know you don't love. Like, and you're still, like, mates with these people on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Now, I spoke to you recently after your game against Oda when you lost in the regular season. Now, this is the game that matters, right? And you actually beat him this time. Like, with you expecting it to be like this? Specifically, the third map looked very comfortable. Overall, like this did feel like a very GG-sided series, even though it was a 2-1. And personally, that surprised me. Is that what you were expecting out of Chiefs, having seen what things went down in the regular stage?
Oh, well, like I said to you, like, you know, we were already locked in top 2, so going to Clubhouse, a map we've shown everything, like, just play it, right? If we lose, we don't drop out of top 2, we win. Who the fuck cares, really? You know what I mean? So we went there, we showed the same map, and then we come into playoffs knowing this is where it matters. So, like, we came in, played the maps we haven't showed. Obviously, they got the better of us on bank, like, you know, GG to them for that. But it was just mainly, you know, coming in, playing our game, because we know at our peak, like, we're better than everyone else in this region, right? Like, I don't care what anyone says. At our peak, we destroyed this region. So it was coming in, focusing on our game, not caring about what they did. And it kind of helps when they don't really have an IGL, so their executes are kind of bad.
Pengu?
Just kind of I'm sure you heard my point about the proactivity. You guys are often, especially in Chalet, making a play, baiting in corners, going for a run out, ripping down a door, going for 2-for-1s. Is this a deliberate play style choice of how you guys are envisioning the game in the meta? Or is this just the synergy being on fire, just playing off each other's vibes? What's the general gist there?
Well, obviously the meta, in my opinion, is more aggressive than back when you played. You know, there was back when you played, it was very, very passive.
100%.
Nowadays on defense, because of this attacker repick, I feel you need to, you know, not let them set up, and like you gotta bring the fight to them. So us playing those like 2-for-1s and looking for that early pick, it gives us on that defensive room to breathe. Because like if you think about attack, right, what do you got now? You got the shield meta, you got the AIDS meta with like Bees, Cappy, Ying, like, and then you go back to your 20-second meta. We can bring your Ace, your Habana, like your OCE plates. Like you can do 3 different styles of attack. So on defense, it's like, okay, are we gonna let them execute with all the aids, or are we going to try and stop them and interrupt them at their first point, at their second point, at their third point? Like, what step do we want to interrupt them on? And that's basically how we play.
I think one thing that we look at overall for the storyline of GG, you went from villains at the end of last year to now villains in a different way with the pickups from Europe. How has that been mingled into the roster? Obviously, it's been, you've had 8 games under your belt now with one of those being a best of 3. How's the team feeling overall?
We've never really cared about the people talking about us having imports. To be honest, what I said at the start of the season is everyone that's complaining is just a sook because their orgs are too broke to import players, and GG has the money. So suck that. I don't know.
Gents, anyone else questions?
I did have a question because I was going to talk about this on the desk after, but may as well while you're here. So last year was all about you guys taking on Oda, a bit of a revenge tour for him. It ended up working, but now you guys having the last laugh. Next week, you guys are going to be playing against Enterprise. Obviously, Tuhan and Fisho, former teammates of yours. How do you feel going up against them?
Same thing we go into any game, really. You focus on yourself and the results come. But, everyone thinks, right, there's going to be, this beef or whatever. If there is any beef, it's one-sided. You see me and Oda, we just shit-talk each other, it's banter. It's, get this guy off the desk. We're going to say some dumb shit. Get him gone now.
Hello, Wet. How are you, mate? It's good to see you fragging again. What was that? Was that 10?
Listen. I am back, boy. I'm back.
I wanted to ask you, because obviously it's been a rough, transition. You're a support player now, but tonight must have felt good on that final map, fragging out.
No, listen. I'm not support. Ready? I've been pulled off support.
Oh.
Right? Because I wasn't allowed to do my freedom stuff. Obviously on defense, I'm still playing like Marsho Cade, but that's whatever. I did that shit back in Bliss. But on attack, I'm a bit more free now. Titan said, nah, this doesn't work. Wait, go kill people again. Go do what you want. I'm like, yeah, done.
That's terrifying for the region now. I think you guys are going to be locked in number 1. Good luck, Enterprise, next week. Wet is back. That's all I'm saying. I'm out. See you, mate.
All right, ciao. Pengu, did you have any other questions, mate?
I guess a quick one. What do you think about the general competition level in the region? Because obviously this stage are very close in standings. You got some new names in Enterprise and whatnot as a team. Is this like an actual 3-4 team region, or is it just you guys?
Oh, no, it's definitely top 3. But this is what I've said, right? Bliss splitting up was the best thing this region's ever seen. Obviously, if Bliss stayed together, right, and we stayed as GG that 5, no one would touch us, right? If we're going to be completely honest, who was going to contest us if we were staying as Bliss, that roster, that 5? Right? Because the only other thing that would have happened is maybe we would have tried to integrate Jigsaw somehow, yeah? That's the only difference we would have, only change we would have made, right? But if you think about that roster, right? Who is touching that roster in OCE? No. So what we did, right, is we thought, all right, we want to try to push ourselves to be better international. Wait, why's the baldy talking? Why's the baldy talking?
International, when was the last event? I've been to more recent events than you have!
And guess what? When I stopped going to international events, how many international teams did we beat? 0! Without me, we don't have competition! I am the face!
Oh, God. Well, on that, that's a fantastic place to leave it. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go, Wet?
Yeah, shout out GG, shout out the boys. We played a really good game today. I love these boys. Best fucking team I've ever been a part of, by the way. Best team! See you next week.
You certainly will, mate. Best of luck, and all the best.
He plays it up to the camera, doesn't he?
Yeah, all the best against Enterprise. Isn't it wonderful to see him come out of his shell finally? Right?
It's funny, when he loses, he's a bit of a sore loser, but when he wins, man, he really lets you know about it, doesn't he?
The sign of a great competitor. Pengu, now that we've heard from that side of the camp, obviously, look, he's turning it up to 10 there. He's definitely not the face of GG the way they represent themselves. They're very calm and composed in the server. Is this something that I think we're going to follow through? Do you feel like GG in their current iteration are looking like the most dangerous in OCE?
I think today it was a statement match, and I think you said it, James. It was a 2-1 victory, but it felt like it was much more of a GG match all the way throughout. Bang came down to a lot of clutch moments, big moments for individual players from Chiefs to get that map going to their favor. So I think yes for this one, but again, it's about longevity. Winning one best of 3 is not enough. You got to go all the way to the final and do it again.
Yes, you definitely do. And they've still got tough opponents to come. Enterprise, like you were saying, that'll be a very good matchup. I have no doubt about it. Thoughts on the night?
It was a long one, and it's only going to
Long
get
one.
longer, of course. We've got an absolutely stacked schedule for APL. The next 3 weekends are going to be utterly insane. But as for O specifically, of course, this is how the double elim bracket is panning out so far. And really, my thoughts come down to, as we've determined, it's a top 3 region. We've got Enterprise, GG, and
Yeah.
Chiefs. Ludovica have, given it their all, but and CS, we're all right too. It'd be nice to see TSG also get a bit of a showing. But let's be honest, it's going to be between EP, GG, and the Chiefs. And of course, there's entirely a possibility that we see a GG versus Chiefs rematch in that lower bracket final and the winner playing EP in the grand final. It depends on how that EP-GG game happens, but I have no doubt that they will end up the top 3 teams. Which 2 are in the grand final, I'm not sure, because it could be any combination of those 2 teams at this stage.
Pengu, thoughts on, I guess, the next weekend for OCE? Obviously, we've got a lot more action to come this weekend for other regions, but just with it shaping up the way it is, I don't think anyone, great English. I don't think anyone would really bat an eyelid at how this bracket is now formed.
No, it's not a huge surprise, but I will say it was closer than I thought it would be today between most of the matchups.
Yep.
With a lot of 3 mappers, obviously some overtimes or 7-5. So, for example, no massive blowouts besides the last 2 series. That third map, super one-sided for some reason for both of those 2, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
It was fun to see the teams play for the first time for me. I don't typically watch OCE because the time zone doesn't really align for me.
Didn't what time is it for you now, by the way, Nick?
I mean, now it's 4 p.m. Now we're midday, and it's like midnight for you guys.
You got up
but I'm
at
only
3
working
a.m.
mornings.
for this.
3:50 a.m. wake up, and now it's 4:17, and we're just and we're supposed to have one more best of 3, but we had a forfeit. That's the craziest part. If you guys kept going, you guys would have been working locally until like 3-4 a.m. and the players would have been playing, if they're also locally, till 3-4 a.m. And that's insane.
Great way to transition into
It is.
tomorrow night, guys.
Grind set, mindset, baby. Asia kicks off tomorrow at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which means I don't know where it is in Europe. I don't know where it is in North America, but I can be damn sure to let you know that no matter what time you go to sleep, no matter what time you wake up, we will most likely be live with Asia tomorrow. But on that note, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for watching the first day of the OCE playoffs. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Aphrodite, Bendis, Chaos, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephesus, Ashalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecubus, I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Bendis, Chaos, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephesus, Ashalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecubus, I love it when you couscous. When you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, 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 love it, 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 I love it when you couscous, love it, 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 I love it when you couscous, love it, love, I love it, I love it, I love it when you love it, love it, love, I love it when you couscous, love it, love, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love, I love it when you couscous. 매일매일 일어나서 부탁보는 거지 Look in the mirror say you're a winner 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. In a bad mood 바꿔버려 in a hurry 꿀꿀한 기분 헐어버려 I don't worry Get through the weather feeling get better 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can do it better I can do it faster Baby 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can go much longer I am so much stronger Baby 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina Mina do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina Mina do it better. Could even do this better.
I can do it better I can do it faster Baby 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah. I can go much longer I am so much stronger Baby 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐 yeah.
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐 yeah. 처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 딴 유감이 생겨